Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. It stinks to high hell. 𝐼𝐽𝐻 can't say he's surprised, though. Big warehouses like this one often do, especially the old ones by the sea. Rotting fish, ocean, and trash mix together in the hot noonday sun to make something truly abhorrent. It's enough to make stomachs churn, but 𝐼𝐽𝐻's smart enough to know how to press on despite that. Not that he thinks it's any less disgusting, but years and years of dealing with filth have made him more or less immune. Of course, he's not here to take stock of the stench of this city's ports. Instead, he's looking for a different kind of filth, human trafficking. He's dealt with this kind of stuff before, and seen all the things that come with it, but never on this scale. When the detective first told them exactly how many disappearances were attributed to this one group, he thought that the man misspoke. 50 in 2 months. Just under 1 a day, all under the age of 9. It makes him want to vomit because the dots are there, easy to connect, and the final picture isn't pretty. Breaking into the warehouse is easy, especially because no breaking is required. All it takes is a little planning with his capture gear, and he's crouching just inside of a broken window on a beam of steel. The smell isn't as bad inside, but it's slightly different. More industrial, with the stale scent of cooked food. That warrants a further search. Careful to not cast any shadows, which is hard to do, and why he would prefer to do this type of thing at night, 𝐼𝐽𝐻 swings along the rafters, looking down for anything eye-catching. There's nothing, but that doesn't mean much. Anyone with a brain would know to clean up after making something to eat. But there are also no signs of other people, so 𝐼𝐽𝐻 lowers himself to the floor. Maybe a closer look will reveal more. The structure is only half full, mostly of old and rusty shipping containers and the occasional puddle of murky water. There's junk, too, lots of it. People like to use places like these as free garbage dumps. It's why Dagobah Beach became so dirty. 𝐼𝐽𝐻 walks past one shipping container and sees a rather large scorch mark on the side, along with a massive dent. He pauses, touching it with his fingers. It's not warm, but soot comes off and dirties his fingertips. Walking back around to the front of the container, he pushes on the door with both hands. It gives way with a loud scrape, and he cautiously slips inside, quirk activated. In the dim red glow, he sees that it's empty of people. Pulling out his phone for better lighting, he flicks on the flashlight. The container is a smaller one and has clearly housed people, or maybe just one person. A bag hangs from the ceiling, marked with burns. There's a piece of plywood resting on 2 cinder blocks being used as some kind of desk. Scratches line the walls, probably for use as tally marks. What they are counting is numerous, and 𝐼𝐽𝐻 doesn't like that. He takes a few pictures and exits. There are more containers, so he checks those next. None of them are open. It's possible that the one he was able to get into is being used by a homeless person. It would raise the question of how they got in, but it wouldn't be impossible. And there are lots of other warehouses around. There's a chance he'll still find something about the missing children. The second warehouse is completely empty. The third is full of wooden crates that squeak and scratch with the sound of thousands of rats, but not people. The fourth one, though, is the most interesting. A campfire, put out and with a tripod still up for holding a pot or kettle over it. Crates and chairs arranged in a circle. A large desk with blank sheets of paper on it. Bedrolls, sleeping bags, even a tent. Nothing inherently criminal, barring the breaking and entering, but 𝐼𝐽𝐻's gut doesn't feel right. He pulls one of the drawers out from the desk. Inside is a black pen, a flashlight with a purple lens, and an old handheld gaming device in mint condition, complete with spare batteries and 3 cartridges. Definitely not a homeless person's. 𝐼𝐽𝐻 takes the pen and flashlight but leaves the games be. He clicks the pen and marks a line on the paper. Nothing. Perhaps his hunch is correct. He turns on the flashlight and points it at the papers. Writing can be seen. Whoever's doing this is sneaky. But not sneaky enough. The first page is in English, but the handwriting is so bad that 𝐼𝐽𝐻 can't read it. He takes a picture and moves on to the next. This time, the handwriting is neat and big, with the occasional scuffed ink, like someone with big hands would write. But it's not in English or Japanese. The text looks sort of like English, but the order of the letters looks like gibberish, and there are lots of extra accent marks. He takes a picture of it, along with all the rest which are also in the same language. Aizawa carefully places everything back where it was. If this is what he thinks it is, then he's lucky the traffickers aren't here. Or maybe unlucky since he'd really like to have the chance to bring them in himself. But this is a recon mission, and if they come back, then the lion mutant type could be hard to deal with. It's a toss-up, really. Aizawa's good, he knows that, and his capture scarf is strong. But the lion threw a fully grown man over 6 meters with one arm, has a pair of claws, and fights with at least 5 underlings. It's a match made in hell for Aizawa. He takes one last look at the camp and snaps a few more pictures. He'll contact the police once he's out. They'll put together a team quickly and take care of everything. Maybe they'll even have a stakeout if the evidence Aizawa has is good enough and applies to the kidnapping case. The area dips in temperature, and the atmosphere suddenly feels thicker. Aizawa tenses, grabbing his scarf. Then, a fog appears from nowhere, purple, black, and cold-looking. As quickly as he can, Aizawa maneuvers up to the rafters. And he does so just in time. A figure steps out. It's hard for Aizawa to tell because he's behind the portal, but they look tall and skinny, with weird decorations on their arms. They are followed by more people, one of them the very man Detective Tsukochi was injured by. He's definitely at least 2 meters tall, and his menere is bigger than the drawing depicted. Aizawa takes another quick picture, already ready to leave. He might be able to get the drop on them, but then what? His capture scarf is long, but not long enough for the roughly 10-meter drop to the villains. And there's not enough to bind all of them at once. If he attacks and loses, then there'll be one more dead hero, no more evidence, and more kids being abducted. It's the logical choice. Then a child, so tiny and scared-looking, is pushed through the portal. Their hands are bound, and their mouth is gagged. Someone gets out behind them and delivers a harsh kick to their back. The child falls to the ground whimpering. The portal changes into a vaguely humanoid shape, with glowing yellow eyes and a weird chunk of metal around their neck. The first figure to step out of the portal says something about being careful with the product and plops down at the desk. The lion mutant sits down at a crate, and the rest of the villains linger. The child is tied to a chunk of heavy-looking brick and is left to sit on the floor. Aizawa very calmly navigates to the HN app on his phone and calls for backup at his position. Then, he jumps. He lands between the villains and the child, rolling to absorb the impact and pulling one of them up in his scarf in one fluid motion. A quick activation of his quirk and a hard pull brings them in close, and he elbows their solar plexus before they can even scream. A simple uppercut is used to knock them out, and Aizawa pushes them away. One down. Something whizzes by his head, and he ducks, dropping low and flaring his quirk to catch as many of them in it at once. The usual curses that follow unusable quirks provide enough of a distraction for Aizawa to tie 3 more of them up and make sure they're not a threat. But now he's left with the 3 who didn't try to attack, either out of having a plan or too slow of a reaction time. The lion stares him down, front and center. He looks vaguely surprised but more focused than not. He's settled into some kind of stance, like a wrestler's but more loose and open. His claws are on full display, and Aizawa can tell that he won't go down easily. The other 2 are less worrying. The person at the desk, who's a 20-something with hands mounted on himself, is slowly standing up. He was wearing gloves, but he's peeled them off by now. The warper is completely frozen, possibly because his quirk is what allows him to move, possibly out of shock. Either way, it can't last. Aizawa blinks and rushes the 3 of them, getting in close to the lion before skidding around a swift swipe of a paw and targeting the man with the hands. His scarf is primed, and his quirk is ready to be activated. He'll deal with the weakest first, then the warper, then the lion. Backup should be here soon. Taking one out should be easy enough. Then a portal opens up in front of him, protecting the skinny man, and Aizawa is forced to lunge away, not wanting to end up wherever it may lead. Off balance, he tries to right himself and get them in his quirk again, but the lion chooses this moment to pounce. Aizawa is tackled to the floor, the wind leaving his lungs, and his head takes a good amount of the impact. He feels woozy now, and he just barely registers that the lion is holding him down. It's hard to think straight, and the fog in his head makes it impossible to process information right. But he can't give up. He strains against the lion's grip, forcing his head and chest up and sinking his teeth into the man's cheek as hard as he can. There's a grunt of pain, and the grip weakens enough for him to get a hand free. Instantly, his knife is out, and he doesn't hesitate to sink it into the bigger man's shoulder and kick him as hard as he can in the PP. The lion backs away, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stumbles to his feet, holding the bloody knife in one hand and using the other to keep his balance. He scans the area. The lion is holding back the skinny man from rushing in, and the child is behind him, a good 10 feet away. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 backs up some more, putting some distance between him and the villains. The kid is still tied up and squirming against the ropes. Backup is on the way, all he has to do is stall. "Stupid heroes, barging in and ruining my work," the man with the hands hisses. "Do you know how valuable that brat is? No, you don't. Instead you see some child in the hands of villains and come in, knock out my henchman, and stab my lion. You're nothing more than a man enjoying state-sponsored violence." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 doesn't answer, partly because he doesn't need to but mostly because he can't. His mind is slow, and he doesn't think he can manage a coherent sentence right now. So he takes a stronger stance and tries to think about his position. The handman is in charge, or at least he thinks he is. He doesn't know his quirk, other than it being touch-based in the hands, and the man is in perfect condition. The lion is weakened, but his knife didn't go in deep enough to do any real damage. At most, the man's left arm will be out of commission. And the warper? He forgot about the warper. He looks around wildly, quirk on and head screaming in pain. But it's already too late. A portal, 3 or 4 meters big, opens up right above him. Water pours out. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 dives for the child, covering them so they don't get hit with the massive weight of falling liquid. It hits him instead, and he barely holds up. He hates having his back turned to the villains, but all of the water will distract and keep them at bay for a little while, so he tries to cut at the ropes holding the child. It's hard. There are multiple ropes, and the water makes him inaccurate. He nearly cuts the child, but he manages to get most of them. Then, before he cuts the last one, he looks behind him, just in time. A dark face, a menace soaked in seawater. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 kicks it with all of his might, once, twice, 3 times. There's a crack, a and then a thump. Hopefully they've been knocked out, but he's not counting on it. He severs the last rope and crawls out of the falling water. Every second it pounds at his back drives him closer to exhaustion, and the way the child clings to his aching body with a death grip doesn't help either. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a hand, and then an arm, and then a head. The water is still pouring, but they're still trying to get to the child. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 won't let them. He changes his hold on his knife so it's pointed downwards and slams it down into the hand, hard. There's a crunch, followed by a thump and a howl of pain. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 kicks the head for good measure and hurries out of the water. By the time he does, the portal has closed and the warehouse is filled with an inch or 2 of water. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 does his best to stand up straight, but he collapses and settles for sitting up. The villains are nowhere to be found, only leaving bits of torn cloth, BLD, and the remains of the camp behind. Even the ones he knocked out have been taken, and his knife has been tossed a few feet away. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 watches closely as it turns to dust. He feels himself start to slip but digs his fingernails into the palms of his hand. The pain keeps him awake. He looks at the child. Their GG is still on, so he pulls it off. Like him, they can't speak, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 nearly loses himself in their doe-like green eyes. They remind him of Midoriya. Midoriya would have been one hell of a hero to have for that fight. Flight to avoid the portals, brute strength for the lion mutant, and tendrils for easy capture. But whether or not it's worth risking the boy's innocence to fight human traffickers is a whole other debate, one for a more alert and awake 𝐒𝐬𝐽. And so, when he hears another person come up behind him, crying out that backup has arrived, he lets himself fall asleep. Izuku's week off passes quickly. He lifts, he runs, he eats lunch with his friends, and he trains hard. His talks with Nezu about the merchandise idea continue, and together they lay out the groundwork for everything. But he still misses being out on patrol. Every time he goes out for a run, his license stays nestled in his pocket, and if he takes a few alternative routes to slightly less safe neighborhoods, no one can fault him. He's not really looking for crime, but it feels like a waste to run around without being ready for it. Aizawa would probably have something stern to say about it, and Gran probably would too, but they don't supervise his runs, and what they don't know won't hurt them. He doesn't stop any criminals, though. No one so much as tries to jaywalk in front of him, which is great for the safety of the city, but it only makes him more antsy. But this Monday, he's due back at the station for day patrol, and his restlessness will soon be over. But he has to lift weights first. Padding up to Gym Midoriya, Izuku notes that it's gotten slightly colder recently. Nothing too bad, it's still mid-August, but the July heat waves are gone. He wonders if he'll have to make modifications to his costume to be better suited. The provisional license exam was a good test run, and that was only half a day. He'll have to do some further research on it later. Right now, it's arm day. The door swings open, and Izuku reflexively reaches to turn on the lights but stops when he sees that they are already on. All Might is further inside, sitting in an armchair with a blanket on his lap and a hot cup of something in his hands. "Good morning, sir." Izuku greets, walking over to a rack and getting it set for pull-ups. "Good morning, young Midoriya," the man says back, quiet and tired. It's enough to make Izuku worried. All Might is usually chipper in the mornings, fresh-faced and ready for a day of villain busting. And he's drinking what looks like hot cocoa or heavily creamed coffee, something he never does because of his stomach injury. Izuku wants to ask about it, but is not sure of how. So he grabs the bar and hauls himself up. He'll think about it for a while. After pull-ups come strict curls, then tricep kickbacks, push-ups, shoulder presses, and a weighted plank. He's done this so many times that it's all second nature now, which allows his mind to wander. He thinks of All Might, of course. His worry hasn't lessened at all, but he also hasn't seen Aizawa in a while, not even for homeroom. He'd be more worried about it, but President MIC had told him that the scruffy man was doubling up on shifts and couldn't teach. Other faculty members have been covering for him, and Vlad King is the one overseeing his training. But all Izuku can think about is how bad the case he's on must be if he's working twice the usual amount. His workout finishes faster than he's ready for. The timer goes off, and Izuku slowly drops his plank and pushes the weights off his back. He's sore, but not terribly so, just the usual amount post-workout. He stands, wiping some sweat off his brow before racking the weights. Then he just stands there quietly. The silence is thick with an emotion he can't quite place. Something sad, or maybe pitiful. Izuku sits on the bench. "My limit has shrunk to 3 hours, All Might says, running his finger around the rim of his mug. He takes a sip and swallows. "It's not an unexpected thing, but I didn't realize how unprepared I was for it until yesterday." Izuku says nothing and wordlessly stands. He walks over, mind filled with thoughts. How soon would All Might be forced to retire? Could Izuku MSTR one for all before he does? Has anyone picked up on his waning activity? 3 hours is still plenty of time for the world symbol of peace to save lives, Izuku says, kneeling beside All Might's armchair and setting his hands on the armrest. "You'll still be number one for a while." "I know that," All Might sighs. "But I'm more worried about what will happen after." "The people will still love you," Izuku assures. "You've given so much to them, to everyone, and if I had to guess, then they won't blame you for hiding your condition." All Might shakes his head. "That's not what I'm worried about. I just don't know what I'll do with my life when my career is over." Izuku remains silent, letting him speak. "I'll have you to watch over, but there'll come a day when I've taught you everything I know, and I can't help but wonder what good I'll be to society then. You don't want to spend the rest of your life being useless." Izuku looks away, saddened. Right now, with the dim early morning light and the wrinkled old clothes, and his sunken facial features, All Might looks old, like an animated skeleton with moments left. Izuku really doesn't like the sight. "Yes. It's selfish, I know. I want to be valued even when I'm not giving anything to society." All Might coughs. "There's no BLD, but it's a small comfort. I should just retreat to a cabin in the mountains and live out the rest of my days like many an aging man." But I don't want to. Then find a new purpose, or try to extend your time as a hero, Izuku suggests. Maybe if you take more time off, you'll stave off your retirement. Perhaps, All Might agrees. But it won't fix everything. I'll have less time as a civilian, but even then I'll still be a drag on society. You wouldn't, Izuku disagrees. You're All Might. No one in their right mind would ever think you're anything other than a legend. But if you want to keep busy in retirement. He trails off, thinking. Teach. Teach. All Might raises an eyebrow. Yeah, teach. Izuku smiles and looks him in the eye. You're the greatest hero to ever live, and you've already helped me so much on my journey to be your successor. You say that one day I'll know all you know, but others won't. Think of all the knowledge and experience you could share with young heroes. You'll help them grow into themselves, which will make the world safer. Kim. All Might taps on his mug. His brow creases in thought. That would definitely help. Yep. Izuku nods. I know a lot of people that would love to be taught by you. You're everyone's hero, after all. And, he adds, a new thought striking him, if you want to keep being a pro for longer, then rest when I'm out. Pardon? All Might PPS his head. When I'm on patrol, you shouldn't be, Izuku explains. We're both one for all users, right? And, well, if one of us is out there, keeping people safe, then why should the other be exhausting himself to do the same? I won't be on active duty every day, but I will be often enough to give you plenty of rest. How does that sound? My boy. All Might places a hand on Izuku's shoulder, and the boy stands up halfway. They hug for a long while. It's nice. Hey, it's me again. Izuku stands in front of the cold bars, decked out in full hero gear. He's got 5 new costumes now, hopefully they'll last. Inside the cell, a person looks up from their comic book. I'm surprised you haven't given up yet, they say, carelessly tossing the comic aside. Their cell is much more home-like now, with a small radio, a few magazines, and a trash bin full of food wrappers. I'm not going to stop until you're safe, Izuku replies. And even after that, I'll still talk to you. It's not that surprising that I'm here for the 10th time. Sure. They sit up in their bunk and cross their arms. And what about when someone comes looking for me? No one has, yet. Izuku sits cross-legged on the floor. He's only got a few minutes until patrol is due to start. And they might not. And even if they do, we'll protect you. I'll protect you. They shake their head and let out a chortle. Standing, they walk over to the bars and sit down across from Izuku. Yeah right, you're a string bean, and most heroes run at the sight of the BSTD. I'm not a string bean, Izuku defends, unsure of how to prove otherwise besides taking his top off, which is definitely an off-limits idea. And I'm not like most heroes. I won't run when someone needs help. There's silence, and Izuku takes stock of how they look. Better, much better than the first day. Their hair has grown a bit, the pink and green dye fading and being replaced by dark brown. Their cheeks are fuller, and their clothes don't hang off them anymore. They are still pale, but the bruises have faded. You done checking me out? I'm happy you're looking better, that's all, Izuku says, much too quickly to be believable. And he can feel his face warm. Great, he wasn't even doing that and there's no way they'll believe he wasn't. Maybe he should ask Aizawa about holding a poker face. I still don't know your name. Go cry me a river, they snip back. I know you only want to know my dead name so you can figure out who the F I am, and that's not gonna happen. I don't care about your official name, Izuku says genuinely. He looks them dead in their eyes and holds their attention for a bit. The police do, but I don't. I want you to feel safe and comfortable. And I know that's a tall order when you're in a jail cell, but I want you to feel better anyways, because I care. And, well, I like you. As a friend. He quickly adds, ignoring the little smirk that plays on their lips. And I want to know the people I like better. So please, what's your name? They look at each other for a while, not speaking. They look conflicted. Then Izuku's phone buzzes. He has to head to patrol. I'm sorry, but I've got to go. Izuku stands, happy that he got to talk to them but disheartened at the lack of progress. I'll be back later today, and if not, tomorrow morning. Think about what I said, okay? I really do care about you. But then, they speak. Midoriya. Izuku pauses halfway down the hall of cells. My name's Chance. A smile breaks out across his face, and he resists the urge to run back to see them. Thank you for telling me, Chance, he says back, not bothering to hide the joy in his voice. I'll see you later. Yeah. Later. Izuku walks up the stairs with a pep in his step, smiling and double-checking that his costume is all in place. Once he reaches the ground floor, he heads for the back exit where the station parks their units. He's supposed to be working with an older officer today, if only to have a person with extra experience with him at all times. He wonders what it'll be like. Does having a cop with him at all times mean that he doesn't have to worry about the laws? Surely if he's with someone seasoned, they'll make sure he doesn't do anything wrong. Izuku rounds a corner, mind still going 100 miles an hour. He doesn't notice the yellow sleeping bag on the floor until he trips over it, only saved from face-planting by a quick hop. He looks down at who he just tripped over. Mr. Aizawa. The man in question rolls over in his bag and cracks open an eye. Problem child. Sorry for waking you up, sir. Izuku apologizes. I didn't see you, and, well, it's fine. He doesn't try to get up but blinks away some of the sleep in his eyes. I didn't pick a good spot, it was bound to happen eventually. Aizawa yawns, which Izuku's never even heard of happening. Yeah, you get the picture. Is your case going all right? Izuku asks. About as all right as something like kidnapping can go, Aizawa says. Meaning not at all. We're thinking about putting in an order for more hands. And before you ask, you're not on the list of candidates. 16 is too young. Izuku nods. I understand, sir. It stings a little, being treated with kid gloves, but he has to accept it. I better be going now. Yeah, but one last thing. Izuku makes a confused hum and focuses on his teacher. The man smirks. Nice job making Vlad pull his hair out. And if you want to make it up to Cementos, his favorite sweet is white chocolate. Izuku laughs. Thank you, sir. I'll see you later. The rest of the walk through the station is quick and uninterrupted. There are no more sleeping bags to trip over or mentors to talk to, and Izuku makes it out the back door right on time. He's met with the sight of 3 rows of police cruisers and 1 row of vans. A few officers stand around, waiting for their shifts to start or making small talk. He scans the area for someone tall and old-looking, going off a brief description given when he was told who he was patrolling with. Hey, little mite. Izuku looks over to see a tall man with silver skin in a police uniform step out of a car. The boy looks behind him, thinking it's for someone else. Me. You're the one that carried 2 ambulances 10 kilometers, the officer says, stepping closer. Izuku can tell that he's not completely made of silver now. There are little patches of brown on his skin and the occasional gold accent on his face and neck, like a bit of his original self was broken away and he replaced it. And, like the description said, he's very tall. Unless that wasn't you. No, sir, it was. Izuku affirms. Good. Now get in the car. Being in the front seat of a police cruiser is very different from being in the back. It's much more roomy, for one, and is a lot more interesting. A computer sits where the radio would be in a normal car, and there's a large wireless set on the dash, every now and then transmitting some chatter. There's a law book under Izuku's seat and a large mirror that clearly shows the back of the cab, which is barred and reinforced for containing criminals. Do you know what to expect out of today, kid? The officer asks. Not really. Izuku says, watching as he shifts into drive and pulls away from the parking spot. I know what happens on hero patrols and on the night shift, but I don't want to assume that it'll be the same here. That's a smart thing to think, the officer agrees. Today, we're mostly going through residential areas and then a bit of downtown. There'll be plenty of real pros around if things get out of hand, and it's pretty quiet. Figured I'd ease you into this. Oh. Thank you, Izuku says neutrally. The officer chuckles. Don't feel bad, kid. It's more for my benefit than yours. I know you can handle yourself just fine. But I need to know your deal before we go out looking for trouble, got it? Izuku nods, understanding. Good. My name's Officer Jin, by the way. And I'm 107, so believe me when I say I've seen some things. You? Wow, Izuku says, fascinated. Is it because you're made of metal? Yep, Officer Jin smiles, his teeth chipped with gold. They are well on their way to their route now, the city streets turning into a more suburban environment. Silver keeps for a long time if you treat it well. Of course, I was an idiot teen, so some bits of me aren't perfect. He points to a splotch of brown on his right cheek, but I'll still live a long time. And I'm partly bulletproof. They chat as they drive down the streets of the city, every now and then discussing law, heroics, and the ins and outs of being an average police officer. It's much more involved than Izuku thought. The police have to keep track of all the heroes in their jurisdiction, manage all the regular crime, process criminals, and house everyone they arrest until trial or transfer. The fat, lazy cop munching on donuts died after the invention of the hero license, Officer Jin says. We put in a lot of work, just like you hero types. And work they put in. Within the first half of their shift, they respond to 3 cases of shoplifting, catch a vandal, write a few speeding tickets, and rescue a cat from a tree. Well, Officer Jin does all of those except the cat one. All the crime is done sans quirks, and Izuku really only stands behind his partner, teacher, handler, Officer Jin, while he slaps HNDCFFS on people and guides them into the back of the cruiser. And the less said about the cat, the better. Izuku spends an hour wiping off the lipstick of the old lady whose pet he returned. Extra muscle and an idiot deterrent, Officer Jin calls him. If criminals see a hero with a cop, even one as young and green-looking as you, they're less likely to try something. And if they do, you can nab them as soon as you can. It's all interesting and a little enlightening. Who knew that there was so much regular crime, even in the middle of a workday? Granted, it was nothing bad and most of the culprits were young adults or teens, but still. Who knew that criminal justice could be so eventful yet mundane? Izuku realizes that his experience is probably skewed, but still, he gets a little bored on patrol. At least until the wireless radio crackles to life and delivers a very exciting message. Hero-villain fight in progress. Or, available units to the intersection of 87th and 22nd. Large crowds are already forming. This'll be a good one for you. Officer Jin does a quick 3-point turn and starts to drive in the direction of the intersection listed. They're already close, and Izuku can hear people cheering for a hero. We'll have to keep people away from the fight and respond to anything that goes wrong. It's our little piece for this type of thing. The heroes catch the villain, and we cops make sure no bystanders get hurt in the process. Keep a sharp eye out, little mite. It's all fun and games, but I've seen stuff like this turn bad in a flash. Despite the ominous warning, Izuku feels excitement flutter through him. It's been a while since he's seen a hero fight live. Maybe it'll be someone new for him to add to his notebooks. But as he steps out of the car and into the crowd of people, he forces himself to focus on the area around them first and foremost. He's in the middle of a street, flanked by 2 large buildings and a line of cars to his back. Civilians part for him and Officer Jin, but don't let it distract their cheering. Ambulances and fire trucks are already there, ready to make off with any injured or assist with rescue and damage control. The hero of the day is Kamu Woods, someone Izuku's seen in person before and who had left some kind words on his Twitter. But Izuku already has him in his notebooks, which makes him slightly less interesting. Hey, kid. Officer Jin taps on his shoulder. There's no barriers on that side, see? Izuku looks over to where the man is pointing in. There are, in fact, no barriers on the street to his left. You can make tendrils, right? Izuku nods. Head over there and block people from getting too close. You've got my permission, and don't be afraid to yell at them. People have gotten too comfy watching this kind of stuff since All Might came around. Izuku does as ordered, quickly floating over to that part of the intersection and stepping in front of the mob of people. He glances around quickly to make sure everyone's behind him. There's a family of 5, all with frog mutations, that he has to order back, but they comply with polite ribbits, and 𝐒𝐿 safely blocks off the street with Black Whip. It doesn't take that many strands, so the strain on his body is light. His left to keep watch of the scene before him, tuning out the chatter behind him. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 is good. His quirk is perfect for an urban environment, and he's well experienced with it. He's fighting a villain who also has a maneuverability quirk, a simple flight type. It's hard to tell exactly what the original crime was, but a literal bag of money leaves little to the imagination. The villain is speedy, but 𝐭𝐬𝐲 does a good job of making sure they can't make a break for it. It's really all down to when the hero can force the villain into a corner, not if or even how the final capture will be taken. Refocusing on the crowds of people, 𝐒𝐿 looks carefully over the area. Nothing unusual is present. Heroes and officers and barricades keep people from rushing forwards. It's a normal sight for the situation, but 𝐒𝐿 gets the feeling that he can't let his mind wander. He sees a gleam of metal across the intersection from where he's standing. It's at about thigh height. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't want to assume anything, but he does keep a closer eye on that area, just in case. He also looks over the other areas, just in case. He finds more flashes of metal reflecting sunlight. 2 of them, on the street to his left and right, in the front middle of the crowd. His breathing quickens. No one else has noticed, but then again it could be nothing. People wear shiny things all the time. Bracelets, watches, cufflinks, phones, and even glasses could be responsible. But the placement is what gets him. It's too much of a coincidence for him to be comfortable. It means there's probably a 4th one, right behind him. He risks a glance over his shoulder. There's a man with his hands tucked into the pocket of a hoodie, which bulges between him and the family of frogs. 𝐒𝐿 turns back and forces himself to think. He doesn't know their goals or objectives, but it probably revolves around causing as big of a distraction as possible. Ergo, they'll strike when the crowd is least focused on their surroundings, which would be. 𝐭𝐬𝐲 finishes the fight with a kick, slamming the villain into the street below. The crowd goes wild, and the 4 people 𝐒𝐿 noticed raise their gleaming guns. Something deep within 𝐒𝐿 bubbles up to the surface. His hair stands on end, and shivers go down his spine. They're going to shoot the family. 𝐒𝐿 drops his WHPS, turns, and pushes the family aside. They fall to the ground in a heap, but not before 2 gunshots ring out. What feels like a pair of massive punches slam into 𝐒𝐿, but the boy doesn't stumble. The gun is swiped from the man's hand, and he's wrapped up in black. Not finished, 𝐒𝐿 pushes, casting out more WHPS to bind the other gunman and the fallen villain in the street. There are screams, but 𝐒𝐿 tunes them out. He tunes everything out except for the family of 5 looking at him in awe. He smiles. It's a shame, really. Had he not been distracted, he'd have seen the hungry look directed at him by a schoolgirl with twin buns of honey blonde hair as his BLD spurts high and hits the concrete below. Oh God, oh God, oh God, 𝐒𝐿 hears, and yeah, that's a pretty sane reaction to this. He can feel his pulse quicken, and the ache in his gut feels awful, but he still has a job to do. Freaking out would only make everything worse. But the fact that there's no pain in his back makes it hard to keep calm. No exit wound means that the bullet is still in there. Fighting to keep his smile on, he looks for someone who's not in emotional distress. He can feel the villains wrapped up in Black Whip fighting to get free, and he can tell he's getting lightheaded. You, he says, eyes locking onto a man about his mother's age. Yes, you, 𝐒𝐿 reaffirms, seeing that the man is confused. Pop open one of the containers on my belt. It'll have gauze in it. Press it too. Where I'm bleeding, please. His voice shakes, and he tries to hide it. He'd hold the BLD in himself if he wasn't busy restraining 5 people. The man does as he ordered, hands shaking the whole way. 𝐒𝐿 keeps still, watching as cops and heroes crowd around the villains he caught. I'm going to walk into the intersection, 𝐒𝐿 says, loud and clear. He sees Officer Jin rushing over, which eases his worry somewhat. Keep pressure on it. 𝐒𝐿 walks, supported by the random man and then Officer Jin. He makes it to the middle of the road and carefully transfers possession of the villains to a wide-eyed 𝐭𝐬𝐲 before he's hauled into the back of an ambulance. It takes off instantly, and 𝐒� starts to drift off. Stay awake, an EMT yells into his ear, making his eyes fly wide open. You've got a strong pulse still, You'll be just fine if you stay awake. What's your name? Midoriya Izuku, he says, sluggish. The pain in his stomach isn't as bad anymore, now a distant throb instead of a massive burn. Midoriya, great, matches the costume, the EMT continues. They firmly slap Izuku's cheek when he starts to close his eyes again. No, 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 that's not allowed. Keep talking to me. What's your BLD type? Oh, Izuku remembers. Nice, nice. The EMT looks away from him for a second and over to someone else. I guess what they say is true about those with type O if you're in here with 2 bullet wounds. What? Izuku asks, blinking rapidly. It's getting hard to think, but his breathing is less frantic. Is that a good thing? Just some crackpot old theory about BLD types and personality, the EMT says, waving it off. No scientific backing whatsoever, but it still gets talked about a lot. How old are you? 16, Izuku answers. 16, the EMT says, surprised. Why were you out there if you're so young? Izuku laughs, which hurts and makes him instinctively curl in on himself. 2 EMTs force him back so he's flat on the gurney, and he does his best to answer. My teacher said I wasn't ready to work on the cases he's on, so he sent me to work with the police for my safety. Ah, I gotcha. The EMT smiles. It doesn't quite reach his eyes. I bet he's gonna be really worried when he hears about this. Hair. Izuku nods. And he'll give me a lecture too, even though he'd probably do what I did in a heartbeat. Oh, I'm sure. The EMT laughs. What's your hero name? Deku. Izuku tries to look down at his stomach, but the EMT gently pulls his head back so he's looking at the roof of the ambulance. Nope, not gonna happen, they say. It's bad luck to look at your injury in an ambulance. Izuku furrows his brow. Really? They only shrug. How? He swallows. How bad does it look? You'll live, the EMT says, completely sure of themselves. I've seen worse, and you did a good job keeping pressure on it. We'll get you to the hospital, and someone will put you under, and then the fragments will come out. After that, it's just a couple of stitches. You might even be able to go to school tomorrow if it's not as bad as I think it is. Maybe Recovery Girl will heal me, Izuku wonders out loud. I hope she does. I want to go on patrol tomorrow. Let's take it easy there, alright? The EMT pats him on the chest. A couple days off will do you good. There's no need to push yourself. Studies show that the plus-ultra lifestyle is dangerous in the long term. Izuku laughs again and then winces again because bolts of pain shoot through him. Oh. I'll take it easy on the jokes, they decide. We're getting close though, not much longer. Do you go to UA? Finest school for heroes in Japan, Izuku says with pride. I still can't believe I got in. I wouldn't be. I mean, a quirk like yours is amazing. Durability, strength, flight, and whatever those WHPS are make an awesome combination. Izuku blinks. How do you know that? I'm friends with one of the ambulance drivers you carried to the hospital, the EMT explains. I got curious and did a little reading. You're quite the hero already. Thanks. I'm just trying to help. Don't brush off a compliment like that, the EMT advises. It sounds like you're demeaning how important your work is. The people you've saved are alive because of you. Making it seem like a small thing is disrespectful. Izuku thinks for a moment. I never thought of it like that. The best heroes usually don't at first. I've seen a lot of them back here in this ambulance. I know what you guys are like. And then, the ambulance rolls to a stop, and the doors fly open. Izuku is jostled slightly as the gurney is rolled out of the back and onto the pavement. Lights blink around him, and he sees the words emergency room printed in bright red below a cross. We're here. Told you we were close. The EMT smiles, looking down at him as they hurry through the entry of the hospital at a running pace. Just a few turns until the operating room. Then you'll be asleep for a bit, and when you wake up, you'll be all better. Well, the stitches will still be there, but you get what I'm saying. Izuku nods and tries to relax, but it's hard to do when he knows he'll be having surgery done in less than 5 minutes. He tries to count the number of lights in the hallway as he's pushed, keeping his mind off of the impending operation. But then, after 20 or so lights and 5 turns, the gurney slows to a stop. Izuku looks around and finds that he's in a sterile-feeling room, with bright white lights, clean metal shelves, and lots of equipment. "This is where I've got to leave you," the EMT says, helping a few others transfer Izuku from the ambulance gurney to an operating table. A new person takes over keeping pressure on his wound. "Make sure you never see me again, okay? No more hospital trips." They leave with one final pat and a smile. Izuku is left to look up at the metal ceiling, half blinded by the lights. Everything from that point on is a blur. Izuku can vaguely recall someone asking if he's allergic to anything and if he's had complications related to any kind of anesthetic. And then, he feels a prick in his arm, and a person wearing a surgical mask tells him they are going to start. He's asleep before the surgeon tells him his name. And then, almost criminally quickly, he's awake again. Groggy and feeling barely alive, but awake. There's no pain, that's the first thing he notices. He does feel stiff, though, like he's been asleep in the same position for hours, which he probably was. He reaches a hand up to his face, tempted to rub the sleep from his eyes. He yawns, stretching out his arms and legs. When he tenses his core, he flinches. There's the pain, he thinks, all localized on the bottom right part of his stomach. Now more or less fully awake, he opens his eyes. And then immediately closes them again because of how bright it is. Covering his face with one hand, he opens them again, slowly. Light filters in, and he gradually becomes accustomed to it. He's in a hospital room, a really big one. The only bed in it is his, but there are a lot of couches and chairs. And 4 is in his arm, hooked up to a pouch with some kind of liquid in it. Something like a small clamp is on his index finger, attached to a wire that leads to a heart rate monitor. His legs feel warm, so he pushes off the blankets over him, careful of his stomach. And then, lifting up the hospital gown, he looks. Stitches. Lots and lots of stitches greet his eyes, black on tan skin. They go all the way from his right hip to just above his belly button, an angry red line where the bullets went in. 2 spots look worse than the rest and are right on top of each other. Where the bullets went in, Izuku remembers. It's not as bad as he thought it'd be. At least there are no bullet bits in him, and he should be okay. He's half tempted to stand up and see if he can walk with them in, but then he thinks about how Mr. Aizawa would react to that and decides that it's not worth it. Instead, Izuku reaches for the table to his right and grabs the remote. He hits the call button. With less than a second to spare, the door to the room swings open, and a short, dark-skinned nurse walks in. She blocks the door with her body, poking her head through the crack. "Not until I make sure he's fine. You can all wait 10 more minutes. Most of you are adults." Izuku watches, mouth hung open in surprise and confusion. The nurse slams the door shut and locks it with a disgruntled huff before striding over to him. "You're very popular," she says, unhooking him from the heart monitor and pushing it away. "Thank you," Izuku says, watching as she takes out a stethoscope and a few other medical instruments. "It's not a compliment." She shakes her head. "I practically had to beat all of them off with a stick to keep them from barging in. Well, except for your mother. She was allowed in for a while but chose to sit with your little posse after hearing that you wouldn't wake up for a few hours." She holds a hand out, and Izuku moves his limb to it. She quickly takes his BLD pressure, and then his temperature, and the rest of the usual doctor's appointment stuff. "Let me see your stitches," she orders, and Izuku carefully uncovers his stomach. "They look perfect for what the doctor was working with," she comments, gently poking the middle of the line with her pinky. Izuku flinches a bit, and she pulls back. "Do you need any painkillers?" "Oh, no, I'll be fine," Izuku insists. "They don't hurt when I just lay here." "Good. Keep laying here until they are fully healed. We know how you heroes think here, and plus ultra is not allowed in this hospital." Seeing her serious expression, Izuku nods. "Now," she continues, "do you feel alert?" "Kind of. It's when I wake up in the morning," Izuku describes. "That's good. It means we got the dose right." The nurse walks over to the 4 and firmly places her hand on his arm and grabs the bit of tube sticking into him. What color is your underwear? What? Oh. The 4 is pulled from his arm, and he carefully rubs the vein. That was mean. You were shot twice and had 50 pieces of lead in you. Your small intestines suffered massive trauma, and you lost a good deal of BLD. You can handle a little needle. The nurse pushes the 4 stand away and looks at him again. Do you need anything? Some food maybe. Izuku tries. The nurse shakes her head. No can do. Until your school nurse heals you, we don't want you eating anything. Damage to your intestines, remember. Yeah. Can I have some water then? Sure. I'll go grab some. She starts to walk to the door but stops short. Turning around she says, Are you okay with seeing 20 people? That's how many? Izuku cries. He swears he can hear a snicker through the door. The nurse only groans. Yeah. And some of them are way too impatient for their age and profession. That last part is shouted at the door. Laughter follows but the nurse ignores it and turns to him again. She asks the same question. Yeah, I'll be all right, Izuku replies. The nurse looks at him like he's a dead man but gingerly unlocks the door and turns the handle. She's all but smashed into the wall behind the door when it swings open with the force of 10 men. Or rather a mother and 3 hero students. His mom is the first one to his side, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and squeezing him tight. Izuku does the same, one-handed and careful of his stitches. I'm so happy you're all right, she says. Me too. Izuku pats her on the back and looks around the room. Heido, Amajiki, and Tagata are patiently or impatiently depending on how you look at it waiting behind his mom. All Might, slimmed down and in a baggy suit, waves at him while 𝐵𝐺𝐸𝐴𝐴𝐴 shakes his cane threateningly. Behind them, Mr. Aizawa and Officer Jin walk through the door, both ignoring how the nurse glares at them with all the anger she can muster. Hi, he greets. Hi yourself, Heido says, walking around his bed to sit on the chair to his left. She's still in her hero costume, and so are the other heroes in the room, barring All Might. Why 𝐵𝐺𝐸𝐴𝐴 has his cane with him is a mystery, and not one he wants to find the answer to. Aizawa looks tired still, though a bit better than this morning. We were worried for you, man, Tagata says, moving down to stand next to Izuku's mom, his hands resting on the rail of his bed. Amajiki hovers around behind him, as usual. It's really scary to hear that you've been shot through the HN. They put that on the network. Izuku asks, surprised even if he knows he shouldn't be. Kamu Woods was pretty quick about getting the word out, Aizawa says, pulling up a chair and flopping down. I'm pretty sure we all knew before you were even here. That little program is really handy for stuff like this, Gran agrees. How do you feel, kid? I know getting shot isn't any fun. Not bad if I don't move, Izuku answers. He looks down at his torso and hikes up his gown. They said Recovery Girl would be here soon. In about 10 minutes, All Might replies. She'll be kicking and screaming about having an SCRT and about you being injured, but she will heal you. That's good. I'll say, Heido agrees, leaning over to look at his stitches. Those look pretty painful. You sure they don't hurt? Izuku shakes his head. Not at all. And even if I do move, it's not as bad as it was before I was here. One of the EMTs kept making me laugh the whole way here. Oh, no, it wasn't like that. Izuku tries to explain as everyone cringes. I felt really tired, and they did everything they could to keep me from falling asleep. I'm really thankful that they were there. If you're sure, his mom says, picking a bit of fuzz out of his hair. Izuku nods. The nurse said there were more people here, he asks. Kamu Woods, Uwabami, and Best Jeanist took off to keep working but were here for a while, Amajiki informs. They were all here. Izuku says, a touch starstruck because Best Jeanist is an amazing hero he's never seen in person before, and to think he was outside of his hospital room. Yep. Heido leans back in her seat and twirls a lock of hair around a finger. The family you saved are also out there, waiting because they don't want to be impolite, and there's also, Mirio, not much longer. We still have some paperwork to file and the agency is a long ways away. A tall man pokes his head through the doorframe, and Izuku's eyes widen. Green hair, a yellow highlight, glasses, and a suit with a polka dot tie. "You're Sir Night-Eye," Izuku says, or rushing through him. Ranking doesn't exactly equate to skill in the hero world, and Night-Eye is definitely a prime example of it. By all means, he should be in the top 10, but he isn't for whatever reason. "Yes," Night-Eye says, looking over to him with a weird expression. It's somewhere between contempt and utter apathy and leaves Izuku feeling like the dirt the man scraped off his perfectly polished dress shoes this morning. His head turns to the skinny form of All Might, who tries to straighten up and look him in the eyes but fails to hold it. Sir Night-Eye only sniffs. 10 minutes, Mirio. You can talk with them after you're done for the day. You got it, sir. Tagata agrees, giving a quick thumbs up. Night-Eye leaves with a quick, disappointed look directed at All Might and doesn't shut the door behind him. The room is left in uncomfortable silence. Are they, like, exes or something? Heido wonders aloud. Izuku bites his lip, fighting back a laugh, but the second he makes eye contact with Gran, it's all over. Oh. Izuku laughs, clutching at his side. It hurts, but he just can't stop. No, they're not exes. I can't believe you'd think that. Is there something we're missing here? Heido asks, looking over at Tagata. The blonde boy only shrugs and lets out a soft chuckle. I guess so. No, you don't understand. Izuku giggles, starting to calm down. Gran Torino, who was laughing with him, has completely stopped but still holds on to a grin that can really only be described as cheating. It's just Yagi and Night-Eye. He leaves it at that, not wanting to risk exposing the secret. Yes, it's quite amusing, All Might says, pointedly looking away from the door, his face a bright red. Izuku notices and starts to apologize, but is cut off. No harm, no foul, young Izuku, All Might insists. I'm not so full of myself to feel like I'm above being laughed at. And ain't that a big whoop, Gran quips. Izuku chuckles, though he's the only one that does. It's weird being in a room full of people who aren't in on the big secret while the big secret himself is sitting with perfect posture among the rest of them. If it's not too much to ask, I'd like to apologize. Officer Jin steps forward and bows respectfully to both Izuku and his mother. It was my fault you were over there, son, and my fault you were shot. I'm sorry your first day patrol ended on such a sour note. You were just thinking of the bystanders. You couldn't have known that there were gunmen in the crowd, Izuku points out. And I'm sorry I'm in here too, but it's better than the alternative. If I hadn't moved when I did. And how did you know to move? Mr. Aizawa asks, leaning forward in his seat. From what we've gathered, no one noticed the criminals until shots were fired and you captured them. I saw light reflecting off of metal objects, Izuku answers. At first I thought they were watches or something, but then I saw that there were two more, both in the front middle part of their section. I thought that was odd, so I turned around and saw someone with a heavy-looking thing in their hoodie. When I saw them start to raise their hands, I just knew I had to move. That's some good deduction work. Officer Jin nods. It's the kind of quick thinking that saves lives. I only wish you got the guy sooner. I wasn't sure until they started to raise their weapons all at once, Izuku sighs. I guess, looking back, I can see why waiting was a bad idea. Hey, chin up, Heido says, quite literally putting a finger under his chin and forcing it up. You're alive, they're all alive, the bad guys are in jail, and your quirk blocked most of the damage. Everything is all right. And now you know better, Tagata agrees. You'll do better next time. Snipe back at UA would be a good person to talk to if you want. To get better at dealing with guns, Aizawa says. I know that there's special takedowns for people holding firearms. Learn a couple, and you'll be ready for that kind of thing again. If it even happens a second time, he adds, seeing the worry on Izuku's mother's face. Stuff like that is really rare nowadays. Yeah, I'll definitely do that, Izuku agrees. Excuse me. There's a knock on the doorframe, and a rather short woman with green hair and frog-like facial features steps just short of crossing the threshold. Is it all right if we come in? The children are getting restless. Yeah, sure, Izuku says, waving her in. I don't mind. The woman nods and steps back, letting two young-looking kids and a teenager step through before her. She takes her husband, who is much more frog-like than her, by the arm and walks through with him. The five of them stand a respectful distance away, the younger children fidgeting and the older girl staring at him blankly. You're younger than I expected, the teenager says suddenly, reaching up with one of her long fingers to touch the bottom of her chin. Tsuyu, the mother scolds, though there's no real heat behind it. I'm quite sorry, young man. She's really good about speaking her mind and is almost honest to a fault. We're all very thankful that you saved us. Please don't let my daughter's bluntness take away from that. It's fine, Izuku smiles. I didn't find it offensive. Though I can't say I expected it. You are quite young, however, the father agrees with his oldest child. You must be pretty good if they let you out on the streets. Well, I mean, I guess. Izuku scratches the back of his head. I just work really hard, and I'm lucky to have lots of amazing teachers. And I'm improving all the tea, just take the compliment, a Magiki cuts him off. You're amazing. That's a fact. He's gotcha there, Tagata says, patting his friend because despite how obvious it is that they like each other, no one's made a move yet on the shoulder. The shorter boy leans into the touch. It's also rude to just brush something aside like that. Is it? It is now. Regardless, the man of the frog family says, bringing the attention back to the earlier conversation. We're very thankful that you were there to protect us. And I know it's not traditional, but we'd like to have you over for dinner one night. Just to repay you a small amount. You don't have to. Izuku rushes to decline. I was just doing my job. Really, I think I get hazard pay for doing what I did. I'm already paid enough, and I've already accepted the invitation, his mother says. We'll be having dinner with the Asuis Sunday night, and it will be delightful. Her eyes and tone leave no word for argument. Izuku nods and agrees. Your hero name is Deku, right? The teenager of the Asui family, he really needs to know their names, especially if he's eating with them at the end of the week, asks. Yep. The can-do hero, Deku, Izuku affirms. The teenager nods and gently prods the second oldest of the children, a boy about 8 or 9 who's the spitting image of his mother, forward. You wanted to talk to him, the oldest sibling coaxes. Her little brother flits about anxiously, passing a pad of paper between his hands. He's a hero. Heroes don't bite. Well, some of them do, but he won't bite you. Izuku smiles as the young boy walks forward, leaning forward a bit so they can be slightly closer. Hi, he says. What's your name? Esami, the boy says, drawing closer to the bed and resting his hands on the rails, paper pad held between two of his long fingers. You're a real hero, aren't you? Yep, Izuku agrees. I am. Can I have your autograph? Sami's eyes flick back and forth between Izuku and his pen and paper, never quite looking Izuku in the eye. Sure thing. Izuku reaches a hand out and accepts the paper and pen. How do you spell your name? The boy quickly tells him, and Izuku writes out his hero name with practiced ease and writes a little message to go with it. Sami, it reads, I'm glad I could save you. I'm really glad I could meet someone else with green hair, too. Remember to eat your vegetables. Plus ultra. Banned or not, Izuku would never not live by that famous motto. Thank you, Mr. Do. Sami thanks, reaching a hand through the rail of the bed and pats his leg instead of shaking his hand. Just Deku is fine, Izuku insists. Then, an idea occurs. Hey, do you like heroes? Sami nods. I thought so. Everyone likes heroes. Did you know that there's other heroes in here right now? The boy shakes his head. No. Izuku looks up at his teacher, who looks at him with mixed expressions of interest and caution. Oh, well, there are, Izuku informs. He points right to Aizawa, who seeks in a deep breath and suddenly looks like he'd much rather be anywhere but here. He's an amazing hero, and my teacher. Have you ever heard of Eraserhead? Sami shakes his head again. That's okay, not many people have. He's one of those underground types. I'm sure he'd be happy to give you an autograph, too. Nedzu always talks about how fascinating weird situations are, But Izuku hasn't realized how true that could be until right now. He watches, a proud grin on his lips as a 9-year-old boy walks up to the Eraserhead and asks for an autograph. And then he actually gets one. Mr. Aizawa doesn't even try to decline and quickly jots down his hero name before shooting a quick glare at Izuku. It's totally worth it, though. His friends smile with him, and even All Might cracks a smile. Izuku looks over at Gran, but his face practically screams, "Don't try it." Some things are better left for a later occasion, he supposes. And pestering his teacher isn't worth being forced to vomit from receiving a heel to the gut at Mach 1. "I'm back with your water." The nurse from earlier re-enters the room, holding a styrofoam cup with ice and a straw in it in one hand and a clipboard in the other. It took a while because the ice machine decided to die. Oh, and the man with the awful tie outside said I need to tell Tagata that his time is up. "Yeah, that's me." Tagata says, "I'll be right out in just a second, sir." No sound comes from the doorway, but Tagata doesn't pay it any mind. "See you later," Izuku waves. Later, Tagata agrees. He leans down and offers Izuku a one-armed hug, which he returns happily. Then he stands and hugs Amajiki, who's too embarrassed to return it. Heido gets a simple fist bump, but she doesn't seem all that affected by it and even laughs a little. The blonde boy walks out of the door with one last wink and a wave, and, of course, a smile. "Charming," the nurse says, handing Izuku his cup of water. "You'll be out of here pretty soon," she continues. "Your school nurse in on the premises and will be here short. I'm here right now." Recovery Girl's aged voice can be heard as she walks in, cane in hand, with a doctor and present MIC at her heels. MIC waves at Izuku happily before resuming what can only be assumed as an attempt at looking like a tough bodyguard. "I'd have been here faster if they didn't hold me up at the front desk. Kids these days, I swear." She moves up to Izuku and easily climbs on top of a stool provided by MIC. Izuku greets, already knowing what's to come. "Don't try to explain yourself to me, I know how it'll sound already. God knows I've heard everything from one particular idiot. I'm quite fed up with excuses from you heroes." Across the room, All Might coughs. Yes, anyways, let me see the damage." Izuku pushes up his gown again to reveal his injury. Recovery Girl only sighs. 2 bullets, emergency surgery to get the fragments out. I've seen it a million times. I'll heal you once and the doctor here will cut your stitches, and then I'll heal you again. If you feel too tired, tell me. And she does exactly that. A curtain is drawn around his bed for privacy, and the procedure doesn't hurt at all. It's a little weird feeling bits of thread being pulled out of his skin but not painful in the slightest, and when everything's done, Izuku is left with a fresh, pink scar. People start to leave as Izuku gets ready to go home. First is the Asui family, who wave, thank him again, and make sure that he and his mother know when and where to be Sunday night. Then it's Aizawa and the rest of the teachers, who tell him to take it easy and that they'll see him soon. And finally, All Might and Gran leave, the former with a hug and a reminder to be careful and the latter with a playfully threatening wave of his cane and a reminder to not get too cocky. Izuku is left with his mother, Heido, and Amajiki, which is almost perfect. If only Tagata got to stick around. "You two are welcome at our apartment," his mother says. "Just tell your parents where you are and when you'll be back. I won't mind riding with you on the train if you need it." "Thanks." Heido smiles. "Ooh, maybe we can have a sleepover." "Doesn't that sound great, Amajiki?" If it's okay with Miss Midoriya, anyways." "We'll have to order takeout," his mother thinks out loud. "But that was going to be dinner anyways. Just make sure your parents know." "Great," Heido says, already typing up a storm on her phone. "I'll text Tagata about it. He can swing by our houses and grab us some stuff so Amajiki and I aren't stuck in hero gear." It takes less than 5 minutes to get on a train after that. Izuku sent home with a plastic bag with the remains of his hero costume and yet another reminder to get lots of rest. The 4 of them get lots of interesting looks on the train, mostly because 2 of them are in hero costumes, but no one really seems to care. "I still can't believe you got Aizawa to sign an autograph," Heido says. "Me neither," Izuku chuckles. "He'll probably make me regret it later, though." Nah, 𝐼𝐬𝐽 likes you. The worst you'll get is a half-hearted glare. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looks down at her phone and quickly types something in. That kid probably doesn't know how rare that signature is, 𝐼𝐺𝐽 adds. I think that might be 𝐼𝐬𝐽's first autograph. 𝐒𝐿 looks down at his hands and then back over to his friends. How much trouble do you think I'd get in if I stole it? 𝐒𝐿. His mother scolds, elbowing him in the ribs. I was only joking, Mom. 𝐒𝐿 defends. I don't need an autograph that badly. And it would be awful of me to steal it since I'm the one who got him it. I dunno, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says, a playful smile on her lips. You might want to tie him to a pole or something tonight, otherwise he might sneak out to go steal the thing. There's no telling what he'll do for an Eraserhead autograph. I wouldn't. Oh, I'm sure. 𝐒𝐿 knows it's pointless to argue with her, but he tries to anyway. Their little debate lasts the whole way home, much to his mother's amusement. They only stop once the front door of the apartment swings open. Hey, this is a nice place. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 immediately makes herself welcome, floating over to and flopping down on the couch upside down, legs dangling over the back. Thank you, dear, his mother replies, taking off her outer jacket and shoes. Do you guys know what you want to eat? There's a good selection of delivery services around here, so you don't need to worry about picking something basic. I'm okay with whatever, 𝐼𝐺𝐽 replies, awkwardly standing in front of the closed door. Me too, 𝐒𝐿 says, gently grabbing his friend by the arm and leading him further into the apartment. He makes sure to smile bright as he has 𝐼𝐺𝐽 sit down in an armchair. How about Thai? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 suggests. Or maybe Indian. I haven't had those in a while. Mirio likes curry, 𝐼𝐺𝐽 adds. There's this lovely family-owned Indian place downtown, his mom says, already pulling out her phone to look up a menu. I know they deliver. Do you two like spicy stuff? I know 𝐒𝐿 likes a little but not a lot. I'm okay with whatever. Not too much, please. I'll get right on that then. 𝐒𝐿, would you mind showing your friends your room? Yes, 𝐒𝐿 says, fully knowing that there will be no end to the teasing once 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sees how much All Might merch he has. Too bad. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 laughs, getting up and dragging both him and 𝐼𝐺𝐽 down the hallway. She doesn't even have to ask. Which room is his because of the sign on the door? Resigned to his fate, 𝐒𝐿 lets her open the door and step in. His tone down a bit on the volume of hero stuff in his room since classes at U. Started, but that's not saying much. All Might figurines line the shelves, posters hang on the walls, and an All Might hoodie has been tossed carelessly on his bed. His sheets have been changed to something more respectable, 𝐒𝐿 having learned his lesson there the hard way. But there's new stuff, too. A corkboard with pictures of 𝐒𝐿 and his friends sits over a tidy desk with lots of notebooks on it, and weights rest against a wall. A framed photo of 𝐒𝐿 and All Might sits on his nightstand, his mentor resting on his shoulders with a bright smile as he desperately tries to stand. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 doesn't say anything as 𝐒𝐿 enters behind her and keeps quiet as 𝐼𝐺𝐽 gently shuts the door behind him. Then, she turns around and wraps him up in a hug. We were worried for you. Really, really worried, she says into his shoulder. 𝐒𝐿 awkwardly returns the embrace, unsure of what to say. I'm sorry, he tries. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shakes her head. No, that's not it. She looks up for a brief second. Tamaki, group hug. Now. 𝐼𝐺𝐽 complies without a word and seamlessly fits himself in. We're not mad that you jumped in front of that family, and I know I would have done the same thing. Being a hero is dangerous, everyone knows that. But when we heard that you were shot and in the hospital, well, how would you have felt if it were any one of us instead of you? Scared, 𝐒𝐿 says. Worried. Panicked. I'd think the worst until I knew what happened, and even then I wouldn't stop worrying for a while. Exactly, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says, pulling him in tighter. 𝐒𝐿's head is gently pressed against 𝐼𝐺𝐽's, and he loops an arm around his back. And we know you're strong, but that won't stop us from being scared and worried and panicked. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, I said that wasn't it. She looks up at him, though not a whole lot since 𝐒𝐿 only has a couple of inches on her. Don't be sorry for being a hero, 𝐒𝐿. And don't apologize because we care. And, she says, a little less confident than before, Its first name's now, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿. I'm sorry. No. Apologies, Heido reprimands, gently poking a finger into his chest. And, well, it feels wrong to just call you Midoriya after all the worry we had over you, Magiki whispers. And we all trust each other anyway. Okay. I'm fine with that. Izuku seeks in a shallow breath. He's practically nose to nose with the two of them, and it feels really amazing. He just wishes Mirio was here. Good. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 smiles, softer than she usually does but not any less happy. Let's just relax for a while because we're doing this again when Mirio gets here. I'm going to kill you. Shigaraki shoves another man up against an earthen wall, one hand threatening to turn his face to ash. You had one job. One easy, simple job, and you fed it all up. The offender, an average-looking Japanese male with a buzz cut, spits in Shigaraki's face. We didn't F up. There was this freak kid hero there. 4 of my men are in jail because of you. If anyone dies tonight, it's gonna be you. Lionel only sighs and turns the page of his Yoruba to Japanese dictionary. Such rarely in-demand books like it were hardly ever for sale, and when they were, they went for ridiculous amounts of cash. Luckily, petty crime is well within his ability. I don't care. Shigaraki's fingers ghost over the man's throat, deathly close to ending his life right there. We paid you valuable money to nab some people off the street. I didn't care how, as long as you met quota. And you fed it up. Now I'm 50 grand poorer and have nothing to show for it. You. Oh. Me. Like hell I do. You paid in advance, so unless you bust my boys out of jail, you ain't getting a single cent out of me. Shigaraki starts to shake in anger and drops the man. He starts to scratch his neck vigorously, reopening older scabs. You won't have to worry about your party members for much longer, he says, a shaking hand reaching up to pull off his mask. Oh yeah, the other man spits out, gaining some more confidence. And how do you plan on that? They're locked up in 3 different precincts, which are crawling with guards since we broke in. You've got what? 1 bit of extra muscle and a cheap-looking bartender. Lionel puts down his dictionary and looks over to Kurogiri, who's watching over his charge carefully. Oh, I've no intention of breaking into a police station. I'm already at 4 stars. I don't need another. Shigaraki slowly approaches the man, hands move into his pockets. Lionel knows that the man they hired is dead at about the same time he does. Unfortunately for you, we can't just have people running around telling anyone about our little operation. A knife comes out, small and sharp. Back the F off, the man orders, waving it in front of him. Kurogiri raises a single arm and narrows his eyes in concentration. I'll slit your throat, and then we'll see how much you talk big. Shigaraki only chuckles, low and hoarse. He lunges, one hand reaching for the throat, the other for the stomach. The man slashes with his blade, but his entire arm is encompassed in a portal. All of Shigaraki's fingers touch his bare skin, and the man turns to dust in moments. Was that really necessary? Lionel asks, looking at the dust on the floor with resigned curiosity. It could very well be him if he's not careful. Shigaraki shrugs and kicks at the dust. No loose ends. He picks up his face hand and puts it back on. If I didn't mute him, he'd tip the cops off. Good thinking, Tomura. Kurogiri praises him, like he's a mother looking at her son's art project. Sensei would be proud. Sensei won't be proud unless I get him what he wants. Shigaraki sits down at the table, hands delicately interlaced. They're the only part of him that's not crusty and flaking with dry skin. And with how incompetent the bots on this server are, we'll have to get back on it ourselves. And how many of these children does your MSTR want? Lionel carefully pulls his dictionary back. Things like it tend to turn to dust around Shigaraki, even when he's in a good mood. Barring video games and such, of course. I do want to return to Africa someday. 5, maybe a few more depending, Shigaraki grunts. Depending on what? Lionel prods. On how successful the trials are, Kurogiri answers. Sensei is a careful man and would much rather be over-prepared. I see, Lionel says, standing. How soon do you want to go out again? A few days, maybe a week, Shigaraki estimates. We need to let the aggro die down. We'll let the cops think we're done and then finish this up in one night if we can. And then you'll walk me home, Lionel finishes. Yeah, back to Ghana or whatever. Lionel doesn't even dignify that with a response and instead leaves the room to his sleeping area. Living in a literal den wasn't very fun, but it was only temporary. He can't wait until he can feel the green grass and the perfect, cool shade on his fur and paws once more. Mercifully, there's no alarm clock. Unmercifully, there's hair. Lots and lots of hair. Having learned his lesson, Izuku brushes it away from his face and double-checks that there's none left. Then and only then does he open his eyes and yawn. It's early. Sunlight is just barely peeking through the living room curtains and does little to brighten the room, but that does little to hide the fact that blue hair is spread far, concentrated in a large mass of knots and frizz that looks uncomfortable. But 𝐒𝐻𝐈 sleeps on, not bothered in the slightest. It's kind of amusing, and Izuku sits up with a smile. Or tries to. Something tightens on his arm, which is covered by a light blanket. He tries to shimmy away, but the grip only tightens. Trying to use his other arm only leads to the discovery that it's pinned under Tamaki, who's sleeping on his side and facing away. Izuku sighs and very gently pulls his arm out from under his friend. Tamaki shuffles a bit, but his breathing remains even and relaxed. Then, Izuku moves the blanket away. It's 𝐒𝐻𝐈 holding on to his arm, and she only pulls in closer at the loss of the blanket. For a moment, all Izuku can do is stare. She's got a really good grip on him, with her arms wrapped around his, pinning it to her body with her chin touching his shoulder, supported by a pillow. He can't pull it away without disturbing her, and even if it's a school day, he doesn't want to wake 𝐒𝐻𝐈 up. So, very carefully, he rolls onto his side, facing her and pushing upwards with his feet. His arm starts to slip away, but 𝐒𝐻𝐈 holds fast, grabbing onto his forearm instead of his bicep. Izuku bites the inside of his cheek and reaches with his free hand. One by one, he moves each of her fingers, making sure she never stirs. The first hand lets go and then the second. Izuku stands and gently returns the blanket, watching in satisfaction as she pulls it around herself with a happy sigh. A quick glance at the kitchen tells that it's 5:15. There's still time to go for a quick jog and get his workout routine in before school. Actually, is he even supposed to go today? Aizawa didn't say anything, which technically means yes, right? Opening the fridge and grabbing a water bottle, Izuku decides to think about it later. He quickly gets ready for his run, downing the water for some hydration and changing from an old t-shirt and shorts to a green tank top and a pair of track breathes. He splashes some cool water on his face, makes sure that his bedhead isn't too awful, and heads for the door. He doesn't even make it past the living room before jumping out of his skin. Good morning, someone whispers from right below him. Izuku trips and knocks over a vase on an end table, barely managing to save it and himself from hitting the floor with Black Whip. In the back of his mind, One for All laughs and calls him an idiot. Mirio! Izuku hisses, glaring half-heartedly at his friend, who's still stuck in the floor. You'll wake everyone up. They are both heavy sleepers and your mom's in the other room, Mirio points out before sinking into the floor completely. Izuku really doesn't want to think about whether or not the floor below them gets a glance at anything indecent, but he does anyway. No one else will be up for a while, he finishes, surfacing and walking over to his clothes. Izuku doesn't even bat an eye at his nakedness. Spending a week seeing someone in the ND is a really good way of becoming desensitized to it. We should still be careful, Izuku sighs, looking away as he changes. Respecting someone's privacy and being comfortable when they're naked aren't mutually exclusive. I don't want to make them lose sleep. Yeah, I get it. You can look now, Mirio says. Izuku stops staring at a wall and watches as his friend pulls a shirt over himself. Where are you headed? A quick jog, then I'll hit the gym, Izuku replies, walking over to his shoes and slipping them on. I don't feel any more tired than usual, which means Recovery Girl's quirk didn't take a whole lot out of me. And it's just part of my routine, so... Gotcha. Mirio nods, joining him by the door. Mind if I join you? I missed out on my weight training yesterday, paperwork and all that, you know. Sure, Izuku agrees. I don't know if we'll be able to do everything we want in time, though. There's only one rack at my gym. It's leg day for me. What about you? Arms and chest. 𝐼𝐼𝐽 bends down to put on his sneakers. I'll be okay without a rack for the most part. Just a bench will do. Ready? Yeah. Let's go. Izuku leads, 𝐼𝐼𝐽 follows. They take an abridged version of Izuku's normal route, running through the main street of the area but not the side areas or any less traveled roads. People smile and wave at them as they go, used to seeing Izuku this early in the morning. 𝐼𝐼𝐽 gets a few odd looks, but he takes it in stride, waving back with his trademark smile. After a while, Izuku takes a sharp turn into a side street and heads right for the gym. He picks up the pace, going from a light jog to a quick run. 𝐼𝐼𝐽 copies him, but his longer legs make him just a touch faster, so Izuku speeds up again. The process repeats, and by the time they get to the gym, they are both sprinting. This the place? 𝐼𝐼𝐽 asks, following him up the steps. Yep. Izuku pulls out a key and quickly unlocks the door. With a flick of his hand, the lights turn on. Not the prettiest place, I know, but it's got everything I need to keep in shape. No, it's great. 𝐼𝐼𝐽 makes himself right at home and walks over to a rack of dumbbells. He picks up a 50-pounder and curls it like it's nothing. I'm guessing you didn't buy this place. Or maybe you did, since your first paycheck for your work study had to have been big. I haven't even gotten that yet, Izuku chuckles, walking over to a rack and pulling out the bench. He moves the bar up for squats and adds a few plates. They sent me an email. Apparently my performance has to be evaluated by more people before I get paid. I won't see a dime until the end of the month. All of this is from my sponsor is the best word for Mr. Yagi, I guess. The skinny guy in the suit, right? 𝐼𝐼𝐽 asks, taking up residence on the bench with a pair of heavy dumbbells. Izuku nods. Sir knows him. I just don't know how. I think there's some bad history between them, and you say they're not exes. He laughs a bit. Do you know anything about it? A little, Izuku admits, trying to think of a way to explain it truthfully without giving away too much. He steps under the bar and pushes up, taking a step forward and setting his feet. He squats down. They used to work together. Yagi says that they were close, but for whatever reason, they went their separate ways. I could try asking if you'd like. Izuku's curious about it, too. No one knows why All Might and Sir Night Eye stopped working together, but now that he thinks about it, they split around the time All Might got his injury. Maybe that has something to do with it. Nah, I'm good, 𝐼𝐼𝐽 insists. There's no reason for us to invade their privacy, you know. There's some bad BLD there, sure, but it's not like they see each other often, so they'll be fine on their own. It would be cool to help them work it out, though. Yeah. They mostly lift in silence after that, the only sounds in the buildings they're breathing, the hum of electricity, and the occasional clang of weights hitting the floor or a rack. They both finish up at the same time and sit down for a quick breather. Izuku gets them some energy drinks from the fridge All Might installed a while back and plops down at 𝐼𝐼𝐽's side against the wall. Do Tamaki and Nejaya work out too? Izuku asks. Oh yeah, just during school, 𝐼𝐼𝐽 answers, wiping his sweaty forehead with the back of his hand. 3 times a week for about an hour. Mostly to maintain their physique, they don't want to build a lot more muscle like we do. They focus a lot more on cardio and stuff. Yeah, I figured. Izuku nods. They can use their powerful quirks at full blast without hurting themselves. They're not like me or, actually, why do you work out a lot? Your quirk's good on its own, you don't need a lot of extra muscle to make it work. That's the thing. It isn't. 𝐼𝐼𝐽 sighs, and his shoulders droop ever so slightly. Permeation is weak. No big attacks, no super speed, nothing, really. I've got to come up with new stuff all the time to get stronger. And even then, there's a limit to how much damage I can do. So I put in a lot of hours at the gym. If I can only hit people as hard as I can punch, then I gotta be able to punch really hard. It's just a side effect of my power. Your quirk is amazing, and anyone who thought about it logically would want it in a heartbeat, Izuku says, drawing up his legs to his chest. 𝐼𝐽 opens his mouth to disagree, but Izuku talks right over him. No, really. I could hit you with everything I had, and it would pass right through. Any and every attack you see, you can render useless. Detroit Smash. Jet Burn. One of my air forces. They'll pass right through. I can almost guarantee that anyone you come across and fight would lose if they don't know your quirk. Even among pros, permeation is really powerful. The only two I can think of off the top of my head who would beat you easily are Best Jeanist and All Might. Mirio forces out a chuckle. That's not a funny joke, man. I'm not joking, Izuku says, standing up. Yeah, it's got its drawbacks, but name one person who could beat you in a straight fight, other than the two I listed. You, Nejiya, and Tamaki do it all the time, Mirio says, looking down at the floor. We've all fought each other for hours a day for months. We all know how each of us think. Most people won't know your weaknesses and style like we do. Try again. Sir Naite, same thing. You said he's the one who really taught you how to fight, right? Mirio nods. Exactly. That's like me trying to fight against Gran or Aizawa. I'm not going to win because they made me the hero I am. That doesn't change the fact that my quirk is weak. I know I'm strong, and maybe I can take on a top pro. But that's only because I've put in hours of work. Mirio looks up at Izuku, his eyes tired. Anyone could have done that. It's not a special thing. Any quirk can be used in weird ways to make up for its weaknesses. That's a lie, Izuku says firmly. That is a lie. My mother can pull small objects to herself. The upper limit is a few kilos, and yeah, it comes in hand a lot, and I'm sure someone would work with it and make it usable in the hero scene. But even if my mother put in hundreds of hours into mastering her quirk when she was young, she'd never be able to be a fraction of the hero you are. And you're really overestimating how lazy people are. I didn't even start working out or doing combat training until Yagi found me. Izuku lets a bit of bitterness at his younger self seep into his last words, but Mirio doesn't seem to notice. Okay, but how many sidekicks does Sir Night-Eye have? 2. And what are their quirks? One makes bubbles that smell like different things, and the other is a centipede mutant that can extend his limbs. Out of those two, sir, and you, who's the strongest? Sir Night-Eye. Is his quirk weak or strong? Strong. Is it? Izuku pps his head. Think about this for a second. He's pretty secretive about it, but I was a really big All Might fan. Still am, obviously, but I did a lot of research on the man's only sidekick. Foresight can be used once a day for a fixed amount of time, under 3 hours. Mirio's eyes widen in surprise. How did you figure that out? The statements of all the hero and villain encounters are publicly available online. It was difficult, but I managed to piece it together after a couple of months of research. But that's not the point. Izuku gets back on track. Foresight can't be used all the time, which means Sir Night-Eye fights without a quirk a lot. He's pretty strong without his power, but could he really stand up to someone like you or me without his quirk? Maybe for a little while, but not indefinitely. Foresight is a weak quirk from a combat standpoint. Sure, you know what's going to happen to you, and with some training you could probably figure out the whole day's events and use that to your advantage. But what good is that if you forget and can't use it anymore? The man that teaches you isn't as strong as you think. Okay, so Sir can still use Foresight for much longer than a normal fight lasts. I've never once seen him lose. It's the skill and hard work that makes him amazing, too. He doesn't even use his quirk half the time. The hero makes the quirk, not the other way around. I agree, Izuku admits. But All Might couldn't be what he is if he didn't have all of that raw power, and it's the same for you. Your quirk is difficult to use, I know, but think of all the amazing things you've done with it, and then realize that you've only had it for 13 years, and only 1.5 of that counts as real training. I don't know. Mirio leans back and looks at the ceiling, his head knocking on the wall. I still think all the work I've put in, oh, believe me, it's definitely the hard work. Izuku smiles. Give a random person your quirk and they wouldn't use it right. I'm not saying you shouldn't be proud of how much you've put into this, because you should be. What I'm saying is that the ability to phase through matter, any form of it, without feeling a thing, is one of the best powers out there. No wall can stop you, no bunker can stay safe, no shield will block your hits, and no attack can harm you for as long as you can hold your breath. Think of what that means. Think of all the amazing things you can do because of permeation. Respect yourself, 𝐼𝐸, and your power. You both deserve more than what you think now. I don't. 𝐼𝐸's mouth moves, but he struggles to get words out. Izuku offers a hand and hauls the boy to his feet. Then, he hugs him. You're amazing. Your quirk is amazing. Never forget that. Ever. Okay. They get back to the apartment with barely any time to spare. Showers are taken at light speed, and uniforms are put half on as breakfast is shoveled into their mouths. They just barely make it to the train. Nejiya and Tamaki, who both had enough time for their morning routines, laugh and smile at Izuku and 𝐼𝐸 as they tie ties and push hair into place. Once they get past the gates, they go their separate ways, Izuku to Nedzu's office and the other three to homeroom. Good morning, sir, Izuku greets, taking his usual seat. Good morning, Midoriya, Nedzu says, stamping a piece of paper and pushing it to the side. Izuku catches a glimpse of the word rejected in bold red before it's covered up by another sheet. I take it you're all healed up. 𝐻𝐻. Izuku nods, touching his hand to where his scar is. The healing didn't even take that much out of me. I'm glad I could come here today. Good. Nedzu stamps a few more papers before neatly putting them in a folder. Then he turns his attention to Izuku. Have you checked your social media recently? Not since before I was in the hospital, Izuku says. I was just so busy since I had friends over for the night. That's perfectly understandable, but you should definitely take a look right now. Have you been posting more or less daily? Yeah. I forget sometimes but usually say something. Izuku pulls his phone out of his pocket and opens Twitter, which is permanently turned the notifications off for. Usually about other heroes and stuff, but I've posted a few workout videos too. Those are really popular for some reason, and that's a lot of tweets. Nedzu laughs at his reaction, grabbing a mug of tea and moving to sit down next to him on the couch. Yes, being shot is a big deal, the principal says. Word got out that you're fine but not much else. I'd post something now if I were you. Have you put any more thought into your merchandise idea? Just about making sure everything is ethical and transparent. Izuku closes Twitter and opens his camera. And maybe making the price free will. Like, let's say the minimum donation is 100 yen. If expenses are 50 yen, then the smallest amount you can pay is 150, but if you want, you can pay a lot more. Oh, and adding the option to donate money without having to make a purchase should be there, too. Both are excellent points, and you'll be happy to know that I've been having some conversations with manufacturers and charities. They're all willing to work with you. That's great. Izuku smiles wide. How soon will we be able to start selling? Slow down, we're not quite there yet. Nedzu chuckles. We need to design the items, get in contact with the heroes we want to be on the stuff we sell, and make sure there's a market for it. A market for it? Izuku asks. Yes. Things won't sell if they are not in demand, Nedzu explains. We need to make sure that people will buy what we sell before we make it. In the corporate world, focus groups are used for this. But they are woefully inaccurate at times and take too much time to organize. Then what can we do instead? There's a feature right there on your phone that'll give us solid feedback for free and in a matter of hours. Nedzu gently taps Izuku's phone with his paw, opening Twitter. A poll made by you is the perfect way of doing this. Image: Izuku stands in front of the camera, wearing the slacks to his UA uniform and a plain white tee. The shirt is hiked up a bit to show a long, pink scar on his stomach. He's smiling awkwardly and holding up a peace sign. Hey guys, thanks for all the support and well wishes after yesterday afternoon. Getting shot isn't fun, but knowing people care about me brings a smile to my face anyways. I made a full recovery and will be back out on patrol soon. Also stay tuned for a special announcement. Hi. It's come to my attention that a lot of homeless shelters, soup kitchens, rec centers, and orphanages are underfunded. I'm not the type to sit around and do nothing when people need help, so I came up with an idea to help. Hero merchandise. A lot of us buy it already and really enjoy it, but the profits go right back into the company's 1/4 and not to the heroes or to helping people. But with some help from my principal, I found a way to change that. A lot of smaller-time pros don't have merch lines, meaning that we can use their likeness without paying royalties to a corporation. I know a lot of UA alumni would be happy to be on a shirt or a hat or a hoodie, and better yet, 2/4 all of the profits will go to the places I listed above. You'd be able to buy merch of underrated heroes while contributing to a good cause, and there'd be no set donation amount, so if you want to give 10 yen or 1,000 yen, you can do so. Please vote in the poll below and tell me whether or not you'd be interested. 3/4 poll. I would buy a piece of hero merch if all of the profits went to charity. I wouldn't buy a piece of hero merch if all the profits went to charity. I'd donate, but I don't need anything in return. 4/4. So what now? We wait. It sounds a lot more dramatic than it actually is. Instead of hovering over his phone for hours, Izuku turns it off, puts it in his pocket, and heads out the door. He has a free PRD after seeing Nezu on some days, and this is one of them. But unlike other free PRDs, he doesn't intend to spend this one doing homework. Izuku walks by the desks of the a teachers, gazing over the cubicles and offering a hello to whoever he sees. Then, he finds the teacher he's looking for. Politely, he knocks on the wall of their cubicle, drawing their attention. Aizawa said you could help me learn about guns. His phone vibrates, and right as he's about to drift off, too. Grimacing, Aizawa reaches a hand into his briefs pocket and pulls out his phone. He hits accept and presses it to the side of his face. This is Eraserhead. Talk. One of the guys Midoriya arrested talked. From the second group of gunmen, not the first. Aizawa's tiredness instantly dissipates at the sound of the detective's voice. What did he say? They were hired by a third party. The man didn't know much, but the game plan was to shoot a couple families and make off with the children. They were paid in cash and chosen because they were the same group that broke into the station a while back. Anything else? Aizawa sits up in his sleeping bag. Any descriptions? Points of interest? A motive? The gunmen are low-level thugs and part of a small wannabe gang. Apparently, they're only hired out so the leader can make some spare change. No motive, and no one but the head met face-to-face with their employers. The detective sighs heavily. There's nothing that connects them to the mass kidnapping, it's just not that group's MO. But the fact that they were told to take the children to a meeting place to talk with the ones who hired them, a meeting place that's one of the points of interest I showed you. Then it's plausible that this group of 6 could grow into a whole ring of child traffickers, Aizawa finishes. We have to get a lid on this thing, and fast. Have you arranged for help from other agencies yet? A few. Most won't be able to help until we can put together a raid, though. Night Eye Agency owes me a favor, Aizawa recalls. I could probably get that old prankster to lend us a hand. The detective stays silent for a moment, pondering. Maybe, he settles on. They're good but don't have a lot of numbers. 3 more people doing their own investigations won't add much, but I'll take what I can get. But, don't they have their own case right now? Drugs smuggling, Aizawa confirms. Heroin and amphetamines mostly, the real nasty stuff. I'm not sure how willing he'd be to drop it, since it's time-sensitive, but if I call in the favor, he'll stop everything and make our case his main focus. Call in the favor, the detective agrees. Night Eye has probably had an eye on this thing since the beginning, so there's probably no need for an in-depth briefing. And they'll be a great help on the raid. If there is one, Aizawa says morbidly. He's not often one for pessimism, but when 50 kids have been taken with barely any progress made in the investigation, it's illogical to ignore the possibility of the worst outcome. I'll contact Night Eye later in the day. I have teaching duties to attend to right now. I'll let you know about his answer. Thanks, Eraser. Take care. The line goes dead, and Aizawa slips his phone into his pocket again. He sits there, staring at a wall. He can feel the exhaustion in his muscles. He really needs some sleep. Maybe Night Eye joining in would help give him some free time, though he doubts it. Unzipping his sleeping bag because he really does have a lesson to teach, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 prepares for the usual cheerful greeting Midoriya gives when he walks into class. But it never comes, not even when the bell rings. It's a little odd, but there could be some pressing assignments from other teachers he's doing. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 waits a few more minutes patiently. After 5, he walks out of the door. There are a few places Midoriya uses in his free time. The library is one, mostly to skim through some of the rarer volumes they have stored in there. Study rooms are places he frequents too, mostly to plan out projects. But he's not in either of those, which leaves one place. The sparring areas. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 makes his way across campus, ignoring everyone who crosses his path. He enters the first sparring hall and walks through, looking into the many rooms for green hair and a gym uniform. He doesn't find him and moves on to the next one. There's nothing there either. He goes through 2 more before running out of buildings to check. Except for one, the range. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 had told Midoriya about seeing Snipe not even 24 hours ago, and chances are that he's already working on it. Really, it should have been obvious. The boy is motivated like so few are. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 opens the door of the firing range and is met with the sound of gunfire. He grabs a pair of earmuffs by the entrance and slips them on. Expecting to see Snipe showing off his skills, he has to blink twice when he looks at the firing position. He does not see Snipe shooting the stem off an apple at 100 meters but rather Midoriya, holding a pistol and shooting a target. A target that already has several holes in it impressively close to the center. Walking down to the shooting area, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 makes sure his steps are almost completely silent. He slinks behind the 2 of them, carefully avoiding their peripheral vision. He waits until the gun is safely out of Midoriya's hand to say anything. "You're late for class." Snipe jumps, reaching for his holster while shielding Midoriya from view. "Oh, it's just you." 𝐒𝐲𝐽 raises an eyebrow, not quite able to see Snipe's expression through the gas mask he always wears. "Sorry, Mr. 𝐒𝐲𝐽." Midoriya apologizes, pulling off his earmuffs. "I lost track of time. We can go now if you'd like." "No. I'd like to have a word with Snipe here quick," 𝐒𝐲𝐽 says, making the man shift uncomfortably. "It was smart of you to ask him about guns. I just need to make sure I know exactly what he taught you." 𝐒𝐲𝐽 turns on his heel, Snipe following behind, a little unsteady. "So, how's it hanging?" he asks, his fake Southern American accent disappearing. "You gave Midoriya a gun," 𝐒𝐲𝐽 says simply, stopping far enough away from his student that they won't be overheard. "Yeah, I did," Snipe says, unabashed. "I dunno why you're so worked up about it, though. The kid wanted to know how they worked, and so I showed him." "You gave Midoriya a gun," 𝐒𝐲𝐽 repeats. Midoriya. Nezu's personal student, who's undergone more intensive training than some 3rd years, who can already apprehend multiple villains at once. "You gave him a gun." "It's not that bad," Snipe tries. "I taught him how to fight against them first, but you can't just give one side of the encounter, so I gave him a prop for him to hold on to, but that wasn't enough, and we ended up down here, shooting 22s. You're having him shoot live ammunition." "Just a 22, Snipe defends. "And you gotta get him used to the real deal, you know. Can't just give a kid a toy with no batteries." "The #1 problem child now knows how to shoot guns," 𝐒𝐲𝐽 sighs tiredly. "It's not so bad. Guns get a bad rep, but they are DMN handy. I've captured lots of villains with them, and, get out." "You got it." "Coffee. Lots and lots of coffee. And naps, too. Really long ones." 𝐒𝐲𝐽 really hopes Night Eye comes through for the case. Otherwise, he's going to be dead on his feet in a matter of days. "Hey, I'm sorry I haven't been down here for a while. I know that it sounds like a lame excuse, but I've been really busy. There's this whole project I've been working on at school, and patrols, and I was in the hospital Monday, so." Iron bars obscure his view, but Izuku can still tell what he's looking at. Chance lays on their bed, curled up in their hoodie. They were given some new clothes to wear as their stay drew longer, but they never took off the hoodie. "Why were you in the hospital?" Chance asks, not looking at him. Izuku doesn't mind. He broke a promise after all, and they have the right to be mad. "I was shot," Izuku says bluntly. "I took 2 bullets to the stomach and had to have surgery." Really? It's more of a statement or a warning, like they don't believe Izuku's story. That's fine. He has some proof he's willing to show. Standing, he pulls up his shirt. He walks forward, scar exposed. Right here. He taps his stomach even though Chance still isn't looking at him. But after a few seconds, they do look at him, turning a little to catch a look. I bet you cried. No, but I was scared. Izuku lets the hem of his shirt fall and leans against the bars. The ride to the hospital was rough, but an EMT kept me awake and alert the whole way. I wish I could have thanked them, but they ran off too quickly after we arrived. Why the hell were you shot? Guns aren't really a thing anymore. They tilt their head from side to side, reconsidering their words. They ain't that common, anyways. The guns were stolen, Izuku explains. Everyone was really surprised when they turned up. It was the same as the night I met you. And they were about to hurt people, and I stepped in front of them. Were they shooting at your girlfriend or something? Chance leans back against the wall, hood pulled tight against their head. Or was it your mom? Nope. I didn't know them, Izuku says. Well, I do now. I'm going to eat dinner with them in a few hours, actually. But at the time, they were total strangers. You took a bullet for people you didn't even know. Yes. Why? Because I knew that it was going to be them or me, and I don't think I could live with myself if I chose them to take the bullets. You. They trail off, breathing heavily. It takes Izuku a while to realize that they are crying. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a ring of keys. He unlocks the cell and steps in, slowly sitting down beside them. He rests a hand on their shoulder, and they latch onto him in a tight hug. They sob, good and loud. He lets them, running a hand through their hair and down their back. They try to get a sentence out, maybe to tell their story, maybe to thank him. But he gently shushes them and has them cry everything out. You're safe now, he says. I am here. Dressing nicer, Seekus. Okay, maybe not. But it's definitely not fun. Izuku's a sweatpants and t-shirt kind of guy, and even the a uniform doesn't feel quite right on him. He likes to move and feel free, so waistcoats and dress shoes aren't his thing. But his mother has the final say, so he dresses up in khakis and a light blue button-down. It's tight on him, even though the tailor and they can afford tailored clothes now. Investing the check from the Hero Commission is already paying off. Had spent a while making sure it actually fit. He's pretty sure he could flex the thing off, which would be funny but also a great way to get yelled at, so he refrains. His hair is awful, too. Somehow, through dark magic and mass amounts of hairspray, his mom had managed to tame it, styling it flat and making sure none of it touches his face. He hates it. The way the hairspray makes his hair stiff feels wrong, and the familiar sensation of it brushing against the top of his neck or his forehead is missing completely. Izuku, sweetie, either stop touching your hair or mess it up again. You can't go halfway on it, his mother says, pushing his hand away from his head. The train jostles, and Izuku rakes all of his fingers through his once curly locks. I'd rather have it look like normal, he says, rapidly moving his hands back and forth to loosen everything back up. Making it behave makes it look bad. And who told you that? His mother asks, checking her own hair in the mirror. There wasn't anything that suggested dinner was going to be a fancy affair, but that wouldn't stop her from trying to look perfect. Not that Izuku could blame her, they rarely got the chance to look nice. Well, my friends all like it, he remembers. And Nejiya says it matches my style. MK. His mom smiles. She looks at him oddly, smiling a bit and raising an eyebrow. I'm sure Heido knows best. The rest of the train ride passes by quickly. It's not a long ride to the station closest to the Asua's house, but they do have to change trains once. A couple people recognize Izuku and wave at him, which is such a foreign experience and completely unexpected. He ends up looking behind him to make sure the people are actually greeting him, which makes his mother laugh and his cheeks go pink. Luckily no one tries to come up and talk to him. Izuku's not sure what he would do if they did. Probably freeze up or babble on about nonsense for an hour. The Asui home is large and old-looking. The paint is faded and the yard has clearly seen better days. 2 stories and an attic overlook the street below, standing out among the single-story flats that make up the rest of the neighborhood. With 3 kids, it makes sense that not everything would be in perfect condition, so Izuku doesn't see a problem with it. His mother leads him up the front steps and rings the doorbell. She steps back from the door and waits patiently, turning to straighten Izuku's collar and make sure her necklace is even. There's the sound of quick footsteps, and the door swings open to reveal the oldest of the Asui children, Tsuyu. "You're early," she says blankly. It's weird being around people who aren't super expressive. Izuku blames all the time he's spent with Nejiya and Mirio for getting him used to big smiles and lots of emoting. "The trains were a bit fast." "I'm sorry if you're not ready for us," his mom replies. "No, it's okay." Tsuyu steps back and opens the door a bit more. "You'll just have to wait a bit longer for dinner, is all. Come in." Ribbit. Izuku steps inside behind his mother and quickly slips off his shoes. The entryway opens right into the living room, which has an older model TV tuned to a rerun of a movie, 2 couches and an armchair, and a half-finished Lego set. "Zu, is that them?" a young voice asks. Sami walks out of the opening that leads deeper into the house. Izuku can't tell if it's to the kitchen or the hallway. "Mom and Dad want to say hi." "Hey there, Sami," Izuku says, walking into the living room. The boy meets him halfway and timidly reaches out with both arms. "It's good to see you again." Izuku gently ruffles his hair and kneels down and gives a quick hug, which the boy returns. "Where's your little sister?" "Downstairs playing," Sami says, pulling away. "Would you like to go down?" Sure," Izuku agrees, looking over to his mother and Tsuyu to make sure it's okay. "What kind of stuff do you have down there?" "Lego. Lots and lots of Lego of all kinds." Sami, or maybe Satsuki, clearly has a favorite toy. There's a large card table in the middle of the room, with a miniature city on top. A few plastic drawers line one wall, neatly marked and sorted by color. Pieces litter the floor, some in half-made structures, most on their own. Izuku nearly steps on one but is saved by quick reflexes. Satsuki sits under the card table, happily pushing toy cars and trucks around, occasionally running them into each other and giggling every time a piece breaks off. "Did you ever play with Legos?" Tsuyu asks from behind him. Izuku would have jumped at how sudden she spoke if he wasn't used to Aizawa's sneak attacks. "Not a lot. I was more of an action figure guy," Izuku says, leaning down and picking up a minifigure of a firefighter. Up ahead, Sami joins his sister under the table and plays along with her little demolition derby. "I did have a couple sets, though. Mostly cars and stuff my toy heroes could use to fight with or things they could save. My dad is the one who buys them mostly," Tsuyu says, pointing one long finger to a glass case in the corner of the room. Inside is a appealing sculpture of a triangular prism, about 4 feet tall. A line of clear bricks goes in one side, and a rainbow of colors comes out the other, somehow blending into each other perfectly despite the fact that everything is square or rectangular. It's his hobby, but he lets us play with them a lot. That's nice of him. Izuku takes a closer look around the room. There are a few more Lego sculptures on shelves and a lot more toys on the floor. A doll here, an action figure there, all of it reminds Izuku of how his room used to look. There's also a low couch against the far wall, which has cup holders and a few dark stains. But what confuses him are the beds. 3 mattresses, each smaller than the last, take up a quarter of the floor. Bed sheets are carefully tucked under them, though a few lumps in the middle give away that they were made in a hurry. Baskets of clothes sit beside them, along with backpacks. Mom and Dad are worried because of the kidnappings, Saisu says, seeing his line of sight. They can't come home early enough to be with us right when we get off school, and the children taken are usually in their bedrooms, so they moved us down here. That's really smart of them. Izuku nods. My homeroom teacher is on that case, and they're working night and day to make sure they lock those people up and return the children safely. But until the people doing it are in jail, you should sleep down here. Do you know anything about it? Tsuyu asks. The news isn't saying a lot, and Mom gets really nervous when she doesn't know things like that. It's several villains working together, Izuku says seriously. I'm not sure how many have been kidnapped, but it's a lot. They don't know the motive, but they are getting more heroes to help out. Thank you, 𝐶𝐬 says. Would you like to play with them? Of course. The serious and slightly scary conversation they had does little to dampen their fun. Izuku helps Sami and Satsuki build a few towers and breaks apart bricks that are stuck together. He builds a miniature All Might out of bricks. The final product isn't perfect or very detailed, but you can tell who it's supposed to be, and that's all he cares about. 𝐶𝐬 plays too, mostly making sure no pieces go missing and helping her younger siblings with smaller bits that they can't quite get right. After about a half hour, they are called up to eat dinner. Izuku lets the Asuis go up first, unsure of where exactly the dining room is. He follows the three siblings through the living room and through the door Sami walked out of earlier. Inside is the kitchen, which smells strongly of freshly made food. A pot of soup sits on the stove, and a basket of fruit rests on the kitchen table. But the dining room is through yet another doorway, and only after walking through that does Izuku sit down beside his mother. The dining room is well lit and cozy, with a large round table under a simple chandelier. Plates of food are arranged on the table, some portions smaller than others. Izuku feels a little embarrassed when he sees that his is the largest there, but he ignores it and takes a sip of water. His mother and Asui Baru talk happily across from each other, mostly about their jobs. Ganma sits stoically at the seat furthest from the door, back to a window. He nods politely at Izuku but returns to his relaxed position, staring at his hands which rest on the table. The Asui children sit last, 𝐶𝐬 to his right and Satsuki and Sami on either side of their mother. Dinner is beef soup with udon noodles. There are sides too, fruit and roasted vegetables seasoned to perfection. Warm tea is served in chipped mugs along with cups of water, and Izuku happily takes in the amazing smells. He waits patiently for people to start eating, but finds himself confused when he sees everyone looking at him. His mother gently elbows him. The guest eats first, honey. Oh, Izuku says, reaching for his chopsticks and carefully gathering some noodles. He takes a small bite and lets out a small hum of enjoyment. It's really good, he says after swallowing. Whoever cooked should be really happy with their work. Thank you, son, Ganma says, picking up his mug of tea which has paintings of frogs and flies on it that were clearly done by someone young. We all pitched in. Even Sami cut the veggies and Satsuki helped Baru make tea. How nice of them, his mother replies. I'm glad I got Izuku to help me around the kitchen when he was little. It's really paid off. It makes meal prep go way faster, and he can mostly watch over himself. Yes, 𝐶𝐬 is quite the cook herself. Baru smiles. It's a good thing too, otherwise Sami and Satsuki would have nothing to eat. I can make myself food, Sami says confidently. I made a sandwich yesterday after school. And I made Tsuki one. He had to climb on the counter to reach the bread, 𝐶𝐬 says, blunt but with a light teasing tone to it. It was quite the spectacle. You have to use a chair to reach the top shelf, Sami points out. You're only a little taller than me. Yes, but it still counts. Izuku smiles into his sip of tea, which is a touch too weak for what he's used to. It's Nedzu's influence at work, everyone at you. A knows he likes his drinks strong and hot. This is really good, Satsuki. Izuku compliments regardless because it is good tea, he's just used to the strong bitter black his teacher makes. What kind is it? Oolong, Satsuki says, poking her food, which has been carefully cut up into smaller bites. I added the leaves and waited for the kettle to steam. She did a good job of that, Baru says, a happy rib bit following her words. Satsuki is quite patient for her age. Izuku wasn't at 6. His mother chuckles. It was always go 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 with him. It still is, really. He nearly gives me a heart attack every other week. I'm not that bad, Mom, Izuku says bashfully because he's totally not, even if he's been shot, carried 2 ambulances to the hospital, held up a building, led his friends to victory against Shiketsu, and, okay, maybe he is that bad. Speaking of hero stuff, Ganma speaks up. It's hard to tell what he's thinking, but Izuku can definitely tell that he is thinking about something quite intensely. Zu is interested in applying to a couple schools next year. I told her she'd better ask a hero student a few questions before making her final decision. That's a smart idea. I know I wish I had a heads up about a few things before my first day. Gran and all might subscribe to the sink or swim method for his first day. He went in all but blind. Then again, with Mr. Aizawa, that was probably the goal. To see how the students act in a crazy situation. Go ahead and ask. I was in your position not that long ago, after all, he says, turning to Tsuyu. What's the entrance exam like? She asks, carefully setting down her chopsticks. Intense, Izuku says. You're in a group with about 100 other people and told to get as many points as possible. The only rule is that you can't hurt others. And you get points from breaking robots, right? Tsuyu asks. Izuku nods. How hard are they to break? Izuku thinks for a moment. You can't do it with normal human strength, but a physical quirk like yours should be enough to get a good amount of points. I don't know how many you need, though, since they only have 20 spots, and only the top test takers are accepted into the hero course. What are classes like? Hard but fun, Izuku says. I probably do active combat and rescue training for around 4 hours a day, and I have regular high school classes on top of that, and weightlifting. The teachers are great, though. All of them are real pros and are good at what they do. Okay, Tsuyu says, looking away from him and at the table in front of her. She blinks once and looks back at him. Was it scary? I'm sorry. Being out there, fighting villains and getting hurt. Is it scary? The table has gone quiet. No chopsticks swishing through broth, and no clack of a mug hitting wood. Yeah, Izuku admits with some difficulty. Every time I've been on patrol, even quiet ones, there's this fear that something is going to go wrong and that I won't be able to do anything, or that I'll fail and someone will get hurt. Or that I'll get hurt, even. I know that my ambulance ride to the hospital was really scary. But I signed up for it. And when I'm out there, I know that I can make a difference, even if I'm scared. I'm another hero out on the street, keeping people safe. And when I get back home, that fear slips away, and then I feel happy and fulfilled because I made it through another patrol, helping people all the while. Thank you. Tsuyu dips her head. You've given me a lot to think about. No problem. Izuku smiles, picking his chopsticks back up. I'm glad I'm helping you with this. Being a hero isn't a small thing, and you should think about it. And there's no shame if you decide it's not for you, he adds. I know it's not for everyone. Dinner is relaxed after that. Izuku mostly focuses on eating, because it's good food and he doesn't know what to say, but he ends up talking with the Asui children a lot. Mostly about what he does at school or interesting things that happen in class. He's pretty sure he gets Satsuki to fall in love with Mirio and Nejaya just from recounting stories about their shenanigans which, in all honesty, is fair because all of his friends are amazing like that. Izuku also talks a lot about his quirk because a super powerful emitter is a very interesting thing among a family of mutant types. Baru also works in a doctor's office, one that specifically helps classify newly manifested quirks. She's curious and intrigued about his late bloomer status but accepts the lie that it laid dormant until his body could handle the power. Izuku has to fight to keep from sighing in relief when she does, and takes a rather large sip of tea to hide the obvious tension in his face. After dinner comes dessert, which is a simple yet delicious chocolate cake. Izuku only has half a slice to comply with his diet, though it's a near thing because his mom and Baru clearly want him to eat more. Though if he sneaks a little spoonful of frosting just because, no one says anything. They relax in the living room once they're done, stomachs full and the dishes conveniently forgotten for the time being. Well, not by Izuku since he offers to help wash, but since he's a guest, the answer is a firm and instant no. But that's fine. He enjoys building Legos in the living room with Sami and Satsuki much more than scrubbing away at ceramic, and the All Might movie playing in the background makes it even better. Hey, where's your bathroom? Upstairs. Just go through the dining room and you'll see the way up. It's the first door on the right. Nature calls, and Izuku goes, washes his hands, dries, and gets ready to hurry back downstairs. One last look in the mirror confirms that his hair is still messed up and doesn't look stupid, and that his shirt is still neatly tucked into his waistband. He walks out of the bathroom and takes one step down the stairs. But then, a chill goes down his spine, his body hair stands on end, and a wave of adrenaline rips through his veins. Danger, 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 danger. One for all goes wild inside of him, and Izuku takes an uneasy look over his shoulder. He hears a crack, followed by a puff, and then what sounds like millions of tiny shards of ice hit the ground. All from the room marked Sami. 2 heavy thuds of shoes on hardwood only confirm his fears. He sends a text to his mom before doing anything, and the soft sound of a movie and happy laughter stops echoing through the home. Inside Sami's room, the closet opens and shuts, and there's some soft cursing. Izuku thinks, plans, and then acts. He knocks on the door, low and at a fraction of his usual strength. Sami, he says, intentionally light and airy, somewhere between childlike and over-the-top feminine. Mom and Dad say that you can have a midnight snack with us if you want. Can I come in? The people inside seem to freeze for a moment. Then Izuku hears footsteps, backing away from the door, much too heavy for a normal person. Izuku quietly steps to the side, away from the zone of impact. He does so just in the nick of time. A massive person, so tall they could touch the ceiling with their head if they got on their toes, crashes through the door and slams into the drywall. They let out a growl of anger, but Izuku doesn't let them react any more than that. He snaps them up in black whip, head to toe, and looks inside of Sami's room. Someone's trying to climb out the window, and Izuku dives after them without hesitation, his human cargo trailing behind. The person, who's covered in fake hands, rolls on the ground and stands back up, slashing at Izuku with one of their hands. Their fingers splayed in a way that only 5-point type quirk users do. Izuku leans back, aiming a kick at their jaw. The hand villain, who is a skinny, pale male, blocks with his other hand, and Izuku's shoe starts to crumble. The hand villain starts to attack with his hand again, and then Izuku throws the big man at his partner, hard. Both of them go flying into a nearby tree, groaning in pain. Black Whip binds them, and one hand navigates the HN, asking for backup, transport, medical, and just about anything else Izuku can think of. He even calls Mr. Aizawa because everything fits. The disintegration quirk for removing windows, going into a child's bedroom, no signs of transport to or from the home. If they're not the kidnappers, then Izuku will happily eat his shoe. Problem child. Izuku relaxes a bit at the sound of his teacher's voice, but his grip on the villains doesn't slacken. In the distance, he can hear sirens. I think I caught those kidnappers you've been looking for. There's a sharp intake of breath and then a lot of rustling. I take my eye off of you for 2 days and this happens, the man grumbles, his words bouncing as he runs. Maybe cool it with the incidents. There's already going to be so much paperwork because you caught them. I'm sorry, sir, Izuku says, watching as the 2 men struggle against Black Whip. It's completely futile, but they never give up. They're desperate to get free. That's dangerous, and Izuku backs up a bit to keep safe. They are both secure. I have people on the way to assist. You can probably see my requests on the HN if you look. Both are male, one Japanese, skinny and pale. The other's African, with an obvious lion mutation. The Japanese man has a disintegration quirk, 5-digit activation. Good work. The sound of a car door closing comes over the line. Hold them there, and whatever you do, don't let them go. They are deadly child traffickers. We cannot afford to have them walk free. Yes, sir. Stay on the line. The sirens are getting even closer now, maybe a few blocks away. Why were you in the middle of a random suburb? Dinner with the Asuis, remember? Izuku says, watching as the 2 men gradually give up on breaking out of Black Whip. I'm glad I was here. Me too, Aizawa admits. How did you make the capture? I heard them in someone's room, so I faked like I was their sibling and baited them into attacking, Izuku replies. Hold on, the police are here. A cruiser, followed by a police van and a paramedic, pulls to the side of the street and right up through the lawn. It parks under the tree and 2 people hurry out, one from each side. One rushes to open the door of the police van and the other jogs over to Izuku. The officer takes one look at the angry faces of the criminals and nods. A smile breaks out on his face, satisfied and happy. Those are the BSTs, all right. The small one's the leader and the big guy is the muscle. If we get them, then we can track their warper, the kids, and whoever else they hired. Good work, kid. Thank you, sir, Izuku says. But how will we handle transport? One of them can disintegrate everything they touch and the other is really strong. That van won't hold up with both of them. Quirks, suppressants and sedatives, the officer simply replies. Dope them both up and they'll be little angels the whole way back to the station. There's a little debate on if it's ethical to use them, but with those two no one's going to complain. Hey, document, yes, officer. The paramedic, who was carefully taking stock of their supplies after seeing that there's no wounded, looks up. Quirks, suppressants and sedatives, please. Lots of them. How big are they? The paramedic asks, pulling out a small kit and digging through for syringes and vials. The officer only looks to Izuku. 65 kilos for the decay villain, and 140 kilos for the mutant, he estimates. Sir, if you need me to, I can fly them both right to the station right now. It'll be faster than you can go and we won't have to worry about them breaking free. No thanks, the officer shakes his head. It's not that I don't trust you, I've heard enough from Eraser to know you're good, but they need to be brought in by the police. We've failed to get them for months, and if some fresh-faced hero delivers them instead of us, it'll look bad for the entirety of police in Japan. And then crime will go up. Izuku nods, unhappy. I understand. Can I at least ride with you? For extra security, I mean. Of course. Hell, I'd even let you in the back of the van with them, the cop chuckles. I can do that, Izuku agrees. It shouldn't be too danger, snap. Izuku's attention snaps to the tree and the villains under it. Cracks line the trunk of the tree, running up and down and forming patches of gray that flake off in the light breeze. He hears the officer swear next to him as the tree starts to groan and lean to the side. Right in the direction of the Asui home. There's another snap, but Izuku's already in motion, dashing behind the tree and grabbing as much of it as he can with Black Whip. But it's not enough. The tree is massive and old, 40 feet tall and still healthy. He pushes more of Black Whip out, grabbing at the top of the branches as his body strains. It's not bad, but it's definitely uncomfortable and is going to leave him sore until he gets a good night's rest. Let it down, someone screams. Lay it parallel to the house. Izuku tries to comply, guiding the mass of wood, which is gradually getting lighter, to the right. It's hard work, because the tree wants to crash right down on the roof of the house, but after a few seconds, it gets light enough that Izuku can move it away and drop it on the ground. He's breathing heavily, and he can feel the rush of adrenaline still going. The tree is disintegrating and is about halfway gone. The house is perfectly intact, and the first responders around look relieved. Black Whip still has the villains bound up tight. Everything's fine. Until it isn't. A cloud, or maybe a mass of them, swirls out of nothing under Sammy's bedroom window. Purple. And inky black, it demands everyone's attention. The villains exchange a look. Their desperation returns, and Izuku makes sure they are wrapped up tight. The paramedic approaches them slowly, holding a tray with 2 needles on it. The lion mutant sees this and opens his mouth wide. An ear-splitting roar rips through the air, echoing off the house and drowning out every other sound. Izuku flinches but holds tight. The paramedic drops his tray, and an officer bends down to pick the medicine up. It's just what the villains want. The lion mutant stops roaring and sways to kicking up dirt. A clump makes it all the way to the portal and passes through. Izuku eyes the small mass of clouds warily, waiting for something or someone to slip through. But it's not the other side of the portal he has to worry about, it's the villains before him. Pain, burning, searing pain, makes him gasp out in shock. But it's not on his body. It's outside of it, and in his mind. One for all howls in agony and rage, and the bits of Black Whip coming from his hand wither and die. They gradually go gray, traveling right to his arm. Izuku drops Black Whip, and the pain goes away. The villains break free. Izuku, still in shock, freezes as the pair shatter the stone-like remains of his WHPS and dash for the portal. An officer fires their gun, but it misses, kicking up dirt a few feet to the right of them. They make it through and the portal starts to close. But Izuku isn't going to let them get away. Pushing through his shock and shoving away one for all's rage, he dives for the portal, embracing the cool, thick darkness. He feels it start to close in on him. Whoever's warp quirk this is, they definitely don't want him in here. but is already in motion, and the warp villain can't react fast enough. 𝐒𝐿 ends up on the other side and tackles the first person he can get. The lion mutant grunts as 𝐒𝐿 hits him, stumbling and nearly collapsing to the floor. But he rights himself and grabs 𝐒𝐿 by a leg and throws him, one-handed, into a concrete wall. 𝐒𝐿 hits it hard, and the air is forced out of his lungs. He thanks his past self for putting so much power into his quirk because otherwise he'd have been knocked out from his head hitting solid rock. 𝐒𝐿 gets back up, raising his fists and taking stock of the area. The room is wide but short, with a low cement ceiling and lots of dim overhead lights. To his far right is a heavy metal door that's locked shut, and to his left is a staircase. Before him stand 3 villains, the 2 from earlier and a cloud person who's probably the warper. Shigaraki Tomura, the warper says in a rich baritone. "I see that your hunt was unsuccessful." The skinny man snarls, his 2 real hands shaking with fury. "This punk decided to play hero. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked? Now I'll have to kill you and spend more time grabbing brats." "Easy," the lion mutant says, stepping forward to block Shigaraki. "Let's take this easy. Boy," he addresses 𝐒𝐿, "you can walk away with your life right now. You may have gotten the 2 of us, but with Kurogiri and the rest of the men, you don't stand a chance. This is our last night out. Once the others are back, no more children will be taken." "I can't do that." 𝐒𝐿 holds firm, flaring one for all and letting his green lightning fill the room. "I'm going to capture all of you and rescue the kids you've taken." "Oh!" Shigaraki leans forward, a single finger reaching up and scratching his neck. "And how will you manage that? We're 3 high-level players. You're just some kid, and you've already got a debuff." The villain points to 𝐒𝐿's feet, and he risks a glance down. Half of one of his big toes is missing, severed just below the nail and spilling blood everywhere. It's enough to make his stomach churn because he hadn't noticed. His body is blocking out the pain because he's in fight or flight, he realizes. It won't last for long. He has to end this now. Without a word, he charges, kicking up to the ceiling and ricocheting off. He swings his leg in an axe kick, aimed right at the top of the lion's head. The man raises his arms, bracing for impact, but 𝐒𝐿 pulls away and delivers a massive uppercut to Shigaraki's jaw. The villain slams into the opposite wall and crumples to a heap. Bits of teeth fly out, along with crimson wads of blood and spit. 𝐒𝐿 keeps on attacking. He targets the warper next, using a full-on Delaware Detroit smash to push them back before rebounding off the walls and diving right at their center of mass. His shoulder hits metal, and he tackles something solid. With ease, he slams the warper into the ground, repeating the action again to make sure they are dazed. The lion tries to grab him from behind, but 𝐒𝐿 backflips over and grabs both of the man's arms with Black Whip. Predictably, the villain pulls. 𝐒𝐿 lets him, and pulls at the lines too. He slams into the man's back at top speed, laying him out. But this villain is way above average. With a spin, the lion puts 𝐒𝐿 off balance and kicks him away. Separated, they begin to circle. 𝐒𝐿 is at a disadvantage. Disabling the warper eased that somewhat, but even if it's just the lion to deal with, he's injured and losing blood. He doesn't have his phone, and his clothes are less than ideal for this. To top it all off, he has no idea where he is. The lion, by contrast, can wait for him to bleed out or for his adrenaline to stop. Either way, 𝐒𝐿 will falter and be easily defeated. From the way the man calmly paces, it's clear he knows this. 𝐒𝐿 has to attack. Drawing back a fist, 𝐒𝐿 watches as the man braces himself for a gust of wind. Instead, 𝐒𝐿 shoots a WHP right between his eyes. The villain instinctively claws at his face, and 𝐒𝐿 closes the distance. He throws a 22% haymaker to the man's solar plexus, but it's to little effect. 𝐒𝐿 ducks under a left hook and counters with a kick to the knee. The man collapses on him but uses it to his advantage. 𝐒𝐿 can feel him try to go for a chokehold, but he slips away and puts some distance between them. The lion eyes him carefully as they go back to circling. Hits to the torso won't work on him, 𝐒𝐿 thinks. He's too dense and sturdy. But big guys like him all have one common weak point. 𝐒𝐿 lunges, bursting with float and casting Black Whip at the villain's face again. This time he dodges, but that's just what he wants. Izuku sharply turns, right into his path of evasion. He slams the heel of his left foot into the man's knee, as hard as he can. There's a pop and a roar of pain that bounces off the wall and makes his ears ring. Pulling back, Izuku watches as the man tries to get back up, first to his feet but failing that, his hands and knees. His leg is contoured in a disgusting way, bent all out of shape and with his knee going backwards. Izuku almost feels sorry for the desperation and pain in his eyes. Almost. The thought of what they would have done to Sami if they had gotten their hands on him keeps him from trying to comfort the villain. Kurogiri, the lion villain, chokes. There are tears running down his face now, fat and slow. Wake up. We have a deal. Someone, please help. Help. Izuku can't stop himself from speaking or showing his disgust. You're villains. Traffickers. I don't know what you plan to do with those kids, but I know it's awful. One for All screams with him, swirling around inside of him, shaking with rage. No one is coming for you. Nothing. I'm going to knock you out and carry you to the station, and then you'll rot in prison for the rest of your life. The villain sobs, crying out in some language Izuku doesn't understand. Under any other circumstances, he'd find it gut-wrenching, but his bleeding and missing a piece of his body. Slowly, he walks forward, ready to knock the man out. But then, the metal door at the end of the hallway creaks. There's a thump on the other side, and a dent appears on it. Izuku feels his heartbeat pick up and his breathing become more ragged. Something is on the other side of that door, and judging by how heavy and secure the thing is, it's supposed to stay there. Something scratches against the metal, the awful sound penetrating through and making Izuku wince. There's a low rumble that shakes the floor, and even the lion villain looks nervous. Something hits the door again, making the dent bigger. It repeats it again, and the dent grows, the door straining against its hinges. On the third hit, it opens. Izuku's vision clouds, the only thing left to see being the door, which opens up to a yawning black hole. Suddenly, he feels tears running down his cheeks. He raises a hand to wipe them away, but then a weight settles in his mind. But it's not one for all. It's something different. Younger. Hostile. It's angry. Suddenly, his little again, being teased in the lunchroom. Then his 12, with Bakugo kicking him down into the dirt and burning him with explosions. More and more follow, all from memories he's tried to forget. The feeling of bullets digging into his flesh, BLD that isn't his staining his skin, gunshots ringing in his ears. But there are memories that aren't his, too. His kneeling, looking up at a man in a suit with a cruel smile, and he feels his quirk leave his body. Then his being shoved into a wall, with hands covering his face and a quirk that isn't his being shoved into him. He feels his entrails leave his body and a life snuff out inside of him. Then burning pain, all over his skin, along with the sensation of BLD leaking into his lungs. It keeps coming, seeming endless and only growing in clarity, until finally, he feels a massive drill-like object dig into his side, and half of his entrails are ripped out, slowly. One for All must realize what's going on because it flares. It kicks and screams like it never has before, attacking whatever's inside of his mind with everything it's got. Izuku collapses to the floor. Is it real or just another memory? And clutches his head, trying to ride out the war inside. And then, after what feels like hours, the fog is lifted. Izuku gasps, shaking to his feet. His whole body is quaking, and he swings around, looking for whoever did that to him. He doesn't find anything, but One for All goes still. Behind. Izuku ducks, kicking a leg out and driving his foot into something soft. It impacts the wall, and he chases after it, using Black Whip to try and capture it. He feels the thing try to probe his mind again, but he blocks it. With one final flurry of kicks, whatever broke out is stopped. Sensei's work has progressed much faster than I had ever imagined, the warp villain, Kurogiri, says. Izuku kicks out a wave of air at where it came from, but it misses. It's a shame that it wasn't able to finish the job, but you are weakened now. A pair of portals open. Out of one falls 6 armed men, all holding 2 children. They're surprised for a split second but quickly catch on. The other portal stays as it is, nothing passing through even as its twin disappears. One of you, wake Tomoya up. Another, drag Lionel to the medical area, Kurogiri orders. The rest of you, kill him. Two people break off to help their downed comrades. Izuku doesn't bother with attacking them because he's really not sure if he can fight. He's shaking from head to toe, and his mind is going wild. There's nowhere to run, and he might, no. He's got to pull through. There are a dozen children, barely 6 years old at most, counting on him. He has to pull through. The four villains all rush him at once, flanking around and lashing out with a combination of quirks and knives. Izuku dodges as best he can, trying to get his bearings so he can strike back. But everything is just off. His balance is shot, and a knife cuts against his ribs. A punch rattles his lungs. Something blunt and cold hits his thigh, and he goes down. Up, up, up. One for all screeches. Izuku tries, but a boot stomps on his back, flattening him again. But he can't give up, so he tries again. He ends up back on the floor too, but he keeps trying. And eventually, he gets it. Izuku balls a hand into a fist and punches the floor below. Children scream as it cracks, tiny fragments of concrete flying everywhere. Izuku grabs a particularly large chunk and throws it in the air. The villains around him scatter, not wanting to take the hit. Izuku rolls out of the way and stands, ignoring as the chunk of rock hits the ground. He can't feel his right foot, but everything else is on fire. There's a cut on his forehead that refuses to stop bleeding, blinding one eye. What's taking you so long? The voice of Shigaraki rasps. Izuku feels his heart sink as the man comes into view. He has to fight him again. He should be dead by now. Izuku doesn't let them respond. Instead, he uses their moment of distraction to lash out. He digs deep within himself and pulls out what remains of his energy. Black Whip explodes, not one bit of it under his control. It grabs the children and moves them to a safer area before hitting the villains in the back of the head, knocking them out. Shigaraki dodges, but one catches him in the back, and he slams into the wall again. Izuku falls to one knee, exhausted. He crawls to the children, gathering them around and doing a head count. They are all scared and bawling, which Izuku wishes he had the energy to do, but right now he needs to think of a way to escape. There are still two villains left, Kurogiri, too. The lion is down for the count, luckily, but it's a small comfort when the warper do you really think you're done? Shigaraki stands, the hand covering his face long gone. BLD sticks to his face, along with bits of teeth. He smiles, wide and bloody. Izuku instinctively huddles the children nearer to him, but that only makes the smile wider. The villain steps to the side and tugs on a tiny hand. A little boy, not even 2, steps from behind his legs. Izuku looks around frantically. He still has all 12, which means Kurogiri knows this place like the back of his hand. Shigaraki spits out a wad of BLD. This little guy was taken 2 weeks ago. And I'll kill him if you don't let me kill you. No. Izuku wheezes. He'll save them all. He has to. Let him go. No. Kurogiri. A cloud of smoke with yellow eyes materializes beside Shigaraki. I want that piece of filth, he points to Izuku, gone. Open a portal so I can dump his dust. A portal opens to who knows where. Izuku has no intention of finding out and stands. There's barely anything left in him, but one for all casts out a few WHPs to back him up. He prepares to lunge, but Shigaraki is faster. All 10 of his fingers touch the boy's abdomen, and Izuku feels himself snap. Cold fills his body, and everything sharpens. He sees red, though he can't tell if that's his hate blinding him. He lashes out at Shigaraki, just as he throws the child into the portal. Smash! Uncaring for the damage to himself, a 100% punch goes off, blowing everything and everyone away. Except for the kids behind Izuku, who are safely wrapped up in Black Whip. And then, for the second time today, Izuku dives through the portal. On the other side is a forest, and Izuku crashes to the ground, barely remembering to cushion the landing for the children in his care. He looks around desperately for the 13th one, but by the time he finds him, it's too late. I'm here, buddy, I'm here. You're going to be fine. I am here. He cradles the boy on his lap, brushing hair out of his eyes and holding his hand. He smiles, or at least tries to. The boy opens and closes his mouth over and over, but not a sound comes out. Don't worry, help is coming. We'll get you to a hospital and everything will be okay. Just hold a little bit more for me, oh okay. Please, stay awake. Don't close your eyes. Stay awake. For me, your mom and dad. Anyone. Please, don't go. Help arrives but much too late. And the squad of park rangers is greeted with the sight of Izuku, surrounded by crying children, trying to force a pile of dead dust back together. The amount of devastation is quite impressive. The entire bunker system has collapsed, trees have fallen on each other, and a large pit takes up a massive section of the surrounding area. It's quite impressive and very clear that One for All has grown in power considerably. A single punch, the origin of which was underground, knocked down half a forest and triggered a massive response from heroes and government officials in the area. Which is a shame. It means All for One can't grab the 9th while he's in the area. Though, he supposes, there's some poetic satisfaction in having Tomura kill the boy when the time comes. All for One just has to find the body of his successor first, which would normally be a Herculean task but is trivial for him even in his weakened state. A tracking quirk, simple so as to not put too much strain on his body, tells him exactly where Tomura is, along with Kurogiri and a few other life forms. He warps them to his position, ignoring the bad taste it leaves in his mouth. Tomura is dead. Or at least on the brink of being dead. It's a shame All for One can't make the boy more durable without ruining his already fragile mind or making him a full-on Nomu. The 9th is clearly strong and didn't pull any punches at all. Interesting. Bruises cover Tomura's body, the damage to him so severe that blood leaks out of purple skin. All of his teeth are missing, bloody gums taking their place. His chest is caved in, and his limbs are twisted with bits of bone poking out. His eyes are swollen shut, and his breathing is ill-bred and gurgly. Blood in his lungs, obviously. Not to mention how damaged his other vital organs must be. Tomura's henchmen are only slightly better off. Most of them have been broken beyond repair. But All for One is not above scavenging for spare parts and decides that he'll take them, too. Kurogiri and Lionel are fine. Nothing a few seconds of a healing quirk won't fix, though Lionel's leg looks nasty. 9 apparently has no qualms with severe brutality against his enemies, something All for One can understand. Kneeling down, All for One places a hand on Tomura's chest. He takes decay and gives super reconstruction. He watches as his successor gradually heals, purple fading to pale white. His teeth cannot be regrown, which is a shame but not the worst outcome. When super reconstruction has done its work, he takes it back. Then, with a simple liquid manipulation quirk, he forces the blood out of Tomura's lungs. Then and only then does he return decay. Forced quirk activation is used next on Kurogiri, and a portal is opened back to his main laboratory. He prepares to guide everyone through, but the crunch of a stick stops him. A hero, fresh-faced and young, stares him down. All for One kills them without a second thought, using a transformative power to extend his arm and impale them through the chest. He takes the hero, the henchman, both dead and alive, along with his successor through the portal. More quirks and bodies are always needed for his and the Doctor's projects. The dead are placed on some of the Doctor's exam tables while the living are taken deeper into the complex. Tomura gets a private room, but Kurogiri and Lionel are housed together, and All for One relaxes in his seat, sighing in satisfaction as his helmet comes off. As he plugs himself into the various machines, he calls the Doctor. The man will always make time for him, so it's no surprise when he picks up at 8 p.m., right as a rush starts to work its way through the emergency room. "My lord," the Doctor greets. The camera is lit poorly, the man's office is always a mess, so it's not a surprise, but All for One has found sight to be a trivial thing for a while now. Has something happened? Tomura has made direct contact with the 9th, All for One says plainly. He was beaten soundly and nearly died. We're still not at our goal, but I have managed to pick up a few new toys. Are they of the appropriate age? Unfortunately, no. All of them are adult males, aged 20 to 35. All for One shifts in his seat, making sure the many tubes sticking in him sit correctly. Too much pressure on the wrong one could be disastrous. But then again, Doctor, the first 10 passed, did they not? In fact, All for One activates his warp quirk, pulling the subject from a pile of rubble hundreds of miles away directly to him. Its invisibility quirk does little to hide it from All for One's heat sense. Like 𝐼𝐸𝐺, it's broken and battered but still in working condition. With time, it will be ready for another deployment. This one held up nicely. I'm quite certain that without it, 𝐼𝐸𝐺 would be in prison right now. Or in a morgue. I agree, but 10 is too small of a sample size. The Doctor opens a desk drawer and pulls out a leaf of paper. For our plans, especially for the high and special ends, we need to make sure we have everything right. I am hesitant to think that moving forward at this time would be beneficial. I will need to work with the rest of the subjects we currently have, and perhaps some more. Yes, yes. All for One strokes his chin. The high ends must be perfect, I agree. More work will need to be done. But the specials? I think we have the formula down. I trust your judgment, my lord, the Doctor says carefully. But I feel you are too hasty. If you wish to start work with all of them, I cannot promise you will end up with 60 units. 59. All for One sighs in disappointment. 𝐼𝐸𝐺 killed one, or at least it has gone missing, and the workers failed to produce any more. Number 45 is the missing subject. The boy with no quirk manifestation yet, but I could tell it was going to be some sort of fear inducer. A shame, the Doctor grumbles. If we hadn't sunk so many resources into that 𝐼𝐸𝐺 boy, I'd suggest you cut him loose. Getting one over on him is a small thing when it means putting up with the boy's gross incompetence. Oh, Doctor. All for One chuckles. Villains have always been petty, and I will continue the tradition. 𝐼𝐸𝐺 needs some work, yes, but he does learn. Why, I know for a fact he's been working on his quirk. Decay has grown stronger since I've dispatched him. Although maybe I'm too easy on the boy. The 9th is way out of his league. How big is their power difference? I told you that he nearly killed 𝐼𝐸𝐺, All for One answers. Whether that says more about his willingness to do the unspeakable or his desperation after fighting the special, I do not know. But the 9th also defeated all of 𝐼𝐸𝐺's henchmen and has proficiency with 2 of the past holders' quirks. And he generated enough force to cave in the entire bunker system. He would make a fine 𝐻𝐸𝐺, the Doctor says. The quirkless base, multi-quirk skills, and the willingness to be ruthless. The 9th would be an excellent high-end, yes, All for One agrees. But arranging that is much too difficult to do. All Might would turn over the ends of the earth to find him, and we can't handle that much attention. I've already had to clean up after 𝐼𝐸𝐺's mess once, and there will be more interest now since it's obvious there's another player on the field giving orders. And what will we do now, the Doctor asks. With your help, I can start production within the month, and we need to keep the boy out of jail. Or we could give him the boot, he adds, mostly to joke, but, jail, growth, power disparity. Doctor, are you aware of a man named 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐵 Jin? Of course. He's been on the list for years. Good, good. Bring him to me. I have a plan, and the deal of a lifetime to offer the young man. Though 𝐼𝐸𝐺 won't be happy about it. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 doesn't remember falling asleep, but he must have because he wakes up in bed. His body feels heavy, and his surroundings are dead silent. There's no pain, but his right arm feels stiff and his mind feels tired. He opens his eyes to total darkness, feeling a little nervous until he gets used to the dark. He's in a hospital room, a small one with a single visiting chair and one window which is covered by a curtain. There are machines off to the side, unplugged and silent. He tries to think of why he fell asleep or how he got there, but it's fuzzy. Crying, lots and lots of crying. Screams too, of pain and fear. His breath hitches as he remembers the life fading from that boy's eyes. It replays over and over in perfect detail, like punishment for his failure. People found him, he thinks. Or knows, because he's in a hospital bed right now. But why was he asleep? The last thing he wanted was to lose sight of the 12 children. He shouldn't be passed out even if he was completely exhausted. Izuku sits up, ignoring the dull throb in his chest. He wants to cry, or maybe break something. It's hard to tell everything apart, either because he's tired or because he subconsciously refuses to. He just feels numb. His emotions stay packed somewhere far off, waiting to be touched. But Izuku doesn't want to touch them. He wants to see the other children and figure out what's going on. He swings a leg out of bed, carefully testing how it feels to stand. His right foot feels wrong, and he dimly remembers the sight of his injured big toe. He looks down and swallows. His barefoot, but the part of the toe he lost is bandaged. It's hard to tell, but he thinks that it looks shorter than usual. His thighs hurt a bit, too, but not badly. He slowly walks over to the line of light sways on the far wall, ignoring the pain in his foot and how awkward it feels to move. He flicks on a light and blinks as light blinds him. There are toys in his room. Little cars, dolls, and coloring pages with crayons or markers. The walls are painted a light blue and green, with animals of all kinds decorating every spare surface. It gives him hope that the 12 are okay, and Izuku carefully turns the knob of the door. He steps out into the hall. It's well lit, and it's clear that he's at the start of whatever wing this is. A waiting area is to his right, with a large desk operated by a few nurses and lots of chairs in the waiting area. A sign directly in front of him reads Pediatric Wing, rooms 101 to 200 with an arrow under, pointing down the long corridor. Excuse me, Izuku says, coughing. His vocal cords feel awful, like he tried to swallow sandpaper and then washed it down with hot sauce. The nurses at the desk look up at him, and one nearly falls out of their seat in shock. What feels like a small army of healthcare professionals materialize out of nowhere, forcing him back into his room and inspecting every inch of him. One takes his temperature while another makes sure his knees are all right. A woman asks how his arm feels in the cast while a man checks his heart rate. It's all very overwhelming, and Izuku tries his best to answer every question, but between his grogginess and his sore voice, it's really hard. Eventually, a straw is forced between his lips, and Izuku takes a sip of warm but not hot tea. It's sweet, with lemon and honey. Where are they? He asks, throat soothed enough to speak real words. Are they all safe? They're okay, a nurse answers. Shaken up, but okay. They felt better when they were in here with you and even played a bit. The first responders had to practically pry them off you with a stick after they put you under for transport. Izuku takes a moment to process. I was sedated. You were very distressed and refused to part with the dust, another nurse says delicately. They gave you a good deal of quirk suppressants and sedatives. Izuku lets out a shaky breath, torn between laughing and crying. They managed to knock him out and pump him full of drags, but not Shigaraki and the other villain. The irony is an awful burning thing in the forefront of his mind, mocking him. Can I see the kids? He asks instead of laughing or crying. They come before his feelings. Izuku knows that they are probably scared right now. You can, but we need to know something first. Izuku looks up at the oldest nurse in the room, a graying woman with pale gray scrubs to match her eyes. What is it? The first responders found you sobbing over a pile of bloody dust, she says carefully, like speaking too fast would set him off. They've somewhat pieced it together from what the children have said, but the police need a definite answer. Izuku swallows. He's not sure if he can say it, the word sticking to his tongue and adamantly refusing to leave. It was a boy, about 2 years old, he forces out. The nurses say nothing but look at him with somber expressions. One even rests a hand on his back. The villain had a disintegration quirk, and... I understand, the old nurse says. I'll inform the police. They'll want to talk to you in person about this, but we won't let them or anyone else in until you feel ready. There is no rush. Are you sure you want to see the children? Izuku nods. Please. 5 minutes later, the kids are ferried in by a group of soft-spoken nurses who herd them through the door and do their best to keep them from being too excited. Some of the kids look scared and nervous, others seem perfectly normal and happily talk to each other. But there's a few that wear no expression and look at him with dull eyes. Izuku feels his heart break when he looks at them because that's how he feels. Numb, confused, and unsure of how to react. He scoops one up into his bed and gives them a tight embrace, ignoring the tiny voice inside of him telling him to cry. Tears later, comforting the kids now. What's your name? Izuku asks, patting the kid on the back. They answer, and moments later Izuku is swamped with children telling him their names. There's Oki, Matsu, Momo, Ki-chan, Nobi, and so many more. And all of them refuse to call Izuku anything other than Mr. Deku. He tries to get them to drop the Mr., but it's hopeless. They are practically imprinted on him, and he can't do a thing about it. Not that he would. These kids have seen hell, and him at his worst. Izuku intends to make sure they never have to go through anything like what happened to them again. Which brings him to his next thought: how can he make sure that Shigaraki and the rest never see the light of day again? By all means, Izuku should have beaten them, but that thing. That monster from behind the door has him worried and even a little fearful of any future encounters. Did he cripple it? Kill it? What even was it? Are there more? There are just too many unknowns, and not to mention what he felt and saw while it was in his mind. The other users were him, or he was the other users. Everything was in the first person, and he saw what some of them would have seen. That cruel man with the smile, ripping his quirk from his body, it had to be all for one. And the person having their quirk taken must have been the person who had the stockpiling quirk first. And the rest of the feelings. The next time Izuku sees All Might, he's going to ask about how much his injury hurt, because if it was as bad as he felt. Later. Stick to the known variables. Shigaraki is probably the least threatening. Even if he can break Black Whip, Izuku can work around it, and he has a trick up his sleeve, just in case. He'll have to thank Tamaki for the book he got for Izuku's birthday. Hopefully it will come in handy, but if it doesn't, Izuku is more than willing to do worse to that murderer. The warper is by far the most dangerous, and the most unknown. Whatever passes through travels some distance, but not a lot, just a few steps. There's no telling what can and can't pass through or how the warper knows where to make the portals. Are they based on coordinates? Past interaction? Either way, it could very easily be deadly. Izuku might pass through and wind up above an active volcano, or on top of Everest, which means he has to avoid Kurogiri at all costs. But evasion is one of his strong points, and Izuku knows where to hit when the opening arrives. The lion mutant poses an interesting problem. Assuming he's been healed, and Izuku will always assume the worst, better safe than sorry, then he won't let Izuku get a shot at his knee again. And he can tank a 20% hit. Perhaps evasion would work on him, too. Keeping him guessing would make him raise his guard higher, sure, but he'll be unprepared when Izuku hits, meaning there's a better chance the fight will end with a single hit. Speed is of the essence throughout all of it, because every moment Izuku spends fighting is one the captured children spend away from home or worse. Sir. A nurse pokes her head through the door, gaining Izuku's attention. And he looks over, pushing his plan aside for now. The nurse stares at him for a moment, drinking in the odd sight before them. A few of the children play or color on the floor, but 5 of them are on his bed. 2 sit near his shoulders, running fingers through his hair, one even trying to tie it with a toddler-sized scrunchie. He holds another in his unbroken arm, keeping him steady as he plays with a pair of toy animals. 2 more sleep or rest on his legs, motionless. There's police officers here for you, they say. And we've gotten in contact with your loved ones. They're all very worried but relieved that you're safe. UA has chartered a plane to bring them here. They'll arrive within the hour. A plane. The nurse nods. Where am I, Okinawa, sir? Would you like something to eat? Soup maybe. For my throat. Izuku gestures vaguely to his head with his left hand, which is still partially occupied with keeping a child from spilling onto the floor beside his bed. The nurse leaves and Izuku resumes his planning. The best time to strike would be during the day. The villains operate in the night and should be asleep for most of the afternoon. But a raid can't happen if he doesn't know where to hit. The bunker he fought in was probably destroyed by the 100% smash, so that's out. Maybe a warehouse. Or an empty lot. Somewhere people avoid that's big enough to hide the children. Kurogiri's warp makes it hard to figure out where their bases would be. Even if Izuku knew where the kids were taken from, Kurogiri could simply have moved them somewhere completely unrelated. But then again, all quirks have limits, even Kurogiri's. Perhaps he keeps the distances small most of the time so he has enough energy for a big jump to escape. Or maybe it's the amount of things he transports that limit him. Or the amount of portals opened could be the limit. He needs more resources. Grasping at straws won't do anything but make him feel even more useless. Aizawa knows more about this than he does, so Izuku will talk with him. He learned a lot from his short fight, and the information he gathered combined with what the police have should be enough to get the kidnappers for good. Mr. Deku, can you tell me a story? One of the kids on his legs looks at him with tired eyes. How long have they been awake? Did they have trouble falling asleep? They need rest, clearly. He'll tell them a boring story so they pass out. Sure, buddy. Izuku reaches with his casted hand and gently taps the child on the head. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, there were these two space wizards on a ship manned entirely by robots, and Izuku spends the next half-hour plotting revenge and retelling the Phantom Menace from memory. The children are out before the second act. When his mom and friends arrive, there are tears and hugs and careful touches. They treat him carefully, like he'll break at any moment. It's frustrating, but Izuku doesn't say anything about it. He'll show them that he's still strong and that they have nothing to worry about. Of course, it only bothers his loved ones more that not a single tear is shed from his eyes. He hasn't smiled. The room is warm and tea-scented, with nice mahogany chairs and an appealing painting on the wall that depicts three men on horseback, muskets raised high and aimed at some unseen enemy. It was donated to the school, probably for a tax write-off, but some wealthy alum. If Toshinori had to guess, he'd say they were from the business course. And it's not that I expect him to smile. Lord knows that the last thing I want to see is a happy grin when, after that happened, but Midoriya Inko sighs, her shoulders slumping down towards her mug of tea. He hasn't cried either. Izuku just wakes up and goes. He doesn't talk to me, he doesn't look at anything other than his notes, and I know he's not doing anything fun. I just don't know what to do. We all grieve and deal with loss differently, Aizawa says. It's hard to tell what's going on in his head. Teenagers are weird, even more so than regular people. Some could brush something like that off and others would break completely. Has he lost anyone else in his life before? No, the saddest he's ever been was when the doctor misdiagnosed him, Midoriya replies. But this is the quietest he's ever been. I wish I could ground him or do something to get him talking, but he's behaved perfectly. He took that mandatory time off without a complaint and even asked to go back to school. His behavior here is also quite worrying. Principal Nezu chimes in. With the click of a remote, a screen turns on. It shows a live feed of Izuku sparring with his friends, 3-on-1 and holding his own. It would make Toshinori proud on any other day, but this is a terrible exception. There's almost no life in his face. His eyes are dull, the high resolution of the feed sparing no detail. He fights at maximum efficiency, with no flair at all and no super move callouts. The four teens call for a break, but Izuku keeps working on his own as his friends watch on with worry. There's more. A few more clicks and the screen sways to show a feed dated yesterday. It's Izuku sizing up a third-year hero student in the ring. Both fighters are in gym uniforms, and when the bell rings, they pounce on each other. Izuku lets them take the initiative, ducking and weaving around punches like he knows where they'll be before they're even thrown. But at some invisible signal, Izuku counters, spinning away from his bigger opponent and driving the tips of his fingers into their deltoid as hard as possible. The third year flinches back and lashes out with the arm Izuku hit, and the boy lets it land. But no quirk is activated. The third year looks shocked, but Izuku wastes no time in knocking them out. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 has a 5-point activation quirk, just like Shigaraki Tomura, Nezu explains. I asked him what that move was, and he said that all 5-point quirks originate from a cluster of nerves or an organ in the upper arm or deltoid area. He hypothesized that if hit hard enough, it could be shocked into not working. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was fine after treatment from Recovery Girl. His hyperfocusing. Aizawa shakes his head. He thinks he'll be on the raid team and that he'll be the one to keep the kid safe. Will he be? Midoriya Inko asks. Will he? Because my son shouldn't be involved in such a thing. I won't allow it. I don't either, Aizawa agrees. I've been making him see our school therapist, but Midoriya hasn't said a word in any of his sessions. Until he shows improvement of his mental state, he won't be allowed on active duty. Thank you. Has he said anything to you too? Yagi, Torino. Toshinori looks over at Nezu, not bothering to hide how tired he feels. More training, Toshinori informs. It's all he asks for. Make me stronger, he says. I want to be better. I have changed his regimen, but it's about the same difficulty. He thinks he's working harder when he isn't. I wish I didn't have to resort to such tactics, but I don't know what else to do. And you, Torino. Tsurahiko doesn't look away from the window. If anything, his interest in it only deepens. You think he's hiding how much he hurts right now. He is, but it's not for the reason you think. When I was a kid, a little younger than him, my mother was murdered. I didn't cry. I had to take care of my old man, who was crippled. I couldn't afford to shed tears for the woman that raised me. I had to pack everything away and move on. But I couldn't. I couldn't forget that some bastard out there killed my mom. So instead of crying, I got mad. Furious. Cessed. Whatever you want to call it, I was it. And it wouldn't go away. So I did something about it. I walked to the station, asked for information about the case, and I did my own little investigation. I found the guy that did it and I kicked his teeth in. And then I handed him to the cops. They slapped the cuffs on me, too, but I didn't care. Tsurahiko looks down at his wrists, as though he can see the shackles still there. That first night in jail, I cried for my mother. Your son is mad, he says bluntly. He's smart, too, so he's hiding it. He knows that if he doesn't act perfect, there's no way in hell they'll let him on that case. But I can guarantee you that every time he fights, he sees that murder. I bet he even thinks about how he'll fight him too, scheming all sorts of ways to get him good. And since I taught him, it's far from pretty. You said he hasn't cried or smiled, that's exactly how I was. Your boy isn't going to feel a DMN thing other than cold-blooded anger for a while. No tears, no joy, nothing until he finds the son of a bitch that killed that kid and makes sure he never hurts anyone again. I'm not letting him on that case until he sorts out his feelings and improves his mental health, Aizawa says firmly. Midoriya isn't well, and heroes who aren't in top form end up dead or worse. Tsurahiko snorts. You think he cares if you let him do his thing? The silence is telling. Midoriya is stubborn, stupid, and a tiny bit selfish. He feels like he is responsible for that kid's death, and that he has to be the one to atone for his failure. He'll play goody-goody for a while, but there's no way he'll take no for an answer. And, if he has to, he'll go rogue to do it. He wouldn't possibly. Can you honestly say that? Midoriya Inko freezes. This is Izuku, the boy who held up a building to save a single life, who dove into an enemy portal on the off chance that he'd find some of the missing children and get the bad guys when there could have been anything beyond. Can you honestly say that there is no chance that he'd take matters into his own hands if he felt like he had to? No. Exactly, Tsurahiko sighs. He's strong now and he knows that, but your boy also thinks that he has to be the one to fix his mistakes. It's a dangerous mindset for him to have at his age. Even if he's preparing himself for the inevitable confrontation. There's not going to be a confrontation, Aizawa argues. I'll talk to him about this. I will not let him risk his life for this case again. There's already plenty of skilled pros helping. If I tell him that, he'll know he won't be needed. Izuku probably doesn't care about whether or not he's needed, Toshinori counters. It pains him inside to admit that his old teacher is probably right on the money. If I had to guess, I'd say he'd be happy that they're taking the case seriously, but he won't take that the way you think. If anything, he'll argue that since he's had direct contact, he should be on the strike team. Aizawa's glare shows that he understands how right Toshinori is. I still don't want to let him on. That's a good thing, Tsurahiko says. Means you care for him. But Midoriya won't be happy about it. You'll only make him feel worse and prolong the state he's in by forcing him to the sidelines. So you're saying I should let my son fight the monsters that took a piece of his foot and killed a little boy right in front of him? Miss Midoriya spits, somehow maintaining her polite air despite how venomous she sounds. He is 16. I was already worried when I heard that he'd be doing real patrols. Now I'd consider pulling him out of school if it means that this is the type of thing he'll be getting into. Your son would turn to vigilantism in a heartbeat if you did that, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says without hesitation. We all know that he can't sit still when there are people in need. It may take some time for him to disregard the law, but he will eventually. It's best he stays here where there are teachers to watch over him. Miss Midoriya doesn't respond to that but takes a sip of tea, perhaps to soothe her mind. I say you should let him on the raid. 𝐒𝐿 looks away from the window. Put him on a team with a bunch of solid pros and have him do one thing. Maybe he could be backup or ferry rescued kids to the hospital. He'll be cessed that he wasn't the one to put the villain behind bars, but he won't feel like he did nothing. No. Aizawa shakes his head. I won't let him on the field until Hound Dog has cleared him. You say that. 𝐒𝐿 smiles thinly. It's completely devoid of joy. But if you refuse to budge, Midoriya will go around you. That's just how he is. That idiot is going to be the death of us all with his stubbornness and hero complex, and there's not a DMN thing we can do to change it. 𝐿𝐿 wakes up feeling fine. It's strange, but he's not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. He sits up in bed, which is really just a mattress on the floor, and looks around. He's in a dark, clean room. There are no windows, and the door looks worn out and old. It's not a hospital or a cell, which is good, but he's alone, which is bad. Was he left behind? It's possible, though unlikely. He'd be a security risk if they dropped him, and if they wanted him gone, they'd slit his throat. 𝐿𝐿 gets up and walks over to the door. It opens without much effort and reveals a wide hallway. There are a couple of doors, big enough to drive a full-size truck through. Everything is well lit and clean, which is a stark contrast to the usual hideouts. Deciding to look around, he walks down the hall. The rooms are numbered even though there are only 6 of them. The hallway leads to a large circular room that's less well lit. Tanks of liquid are hooked up to pipes and wires, with glowing displays monitoring all sorts of activity. There are also clipboards with notes scrawled under titles and designations. Inside of the tanks are children, all asleep and clothed. Some look deformed, with growths or missing limbs. 𝐿𝐿 looks away before he can fully comprehend it. Ah, 𝐿𝐿. Just who I was looking for. The African turns around to see a tall, thin man in a white coat holding a clipboard. His smile is wide but doesn't reach his eyes. I'm sorry. 𝐿𝐿 backs up, ready to flick out his claws. Who are you? Shigaraki's benefactor, the man replies. You may call me sensei. I was working on Tomura's teeth. He took a rather nasty hit, you know, but I've done all I can for the time being. Right now, though, I need you to move a subject. 𝐿𝐿's eyes drift over to a tank, one filled with small-looking organs. I can do that. Good, good. Follow me. Sensei takes him all the way to the other end of the lab area, looking at all of the tanks with pride. 𝐿𝐿 makes sure to keep his expression passive, even though his instincts are telling him to run. This is it. Sensei points to a medium-sized tank with a child floating in it. 𝐿𝐿 is forced to take in every detail, and when he does, his heart freezes. A little black girl sleeps, clear tubes shoved down her nostrils and throat, with her face screwed up in pain. There's clearly more equipment running through her, but it's obscured by her shirt, which is bone-chillingly familiar. A Nigerian football jersey. Green, white, and black with the proper logos and everything. 𝐿𝐿 had one just like it, back when he was a young teen. It was one of the few good things he had back then, since owning a jersey like that made him cool to be around. Because of it, he was always captain of whatever pickup game he played, and always got to play striker. Had this girl been the same? Had she, too, worn a bright smile despite how poor their country is, finding joy in a simple game of football? Was she ripped from her home like 𝐿𝐿? Does she hate how everyone in this DMN country looks at her like she doesn't belong? Appealing, isn't she? Sensei says proudly. Young 𝐁𝐿 has an amazing quirk and shows the most promise. I'll be starting work on the final experiment tonight. 𝐿𝐿 says nothing, not trusting his mouth. He nods instead and obeys Sensei's instructions to move the tank to an unoccupied room full of medical equipment, most of it painful looking. Sensei thanks him for his help and tells him he's got a few nights off and one more run until he'll be sent home. It should be a relief. It should make him happy. But it doesn't. Later, he lays in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The image of young 𝐼𝐺, laughing as she kicks a football back and forth with her friends before she's taken by Shigaraki and forced into the tank, never leaves his mind. He leaves before the sun rises, having made his decision. He doesn't want to make more people like him, the sum of the world willing to do anything for their own desires. He doesn't want 𝐼𝐺 to live on. Only as some sick experiment. Lionel knows it's a stupid idea, and that he'll probably die or rot in a cell for the rest of his life, but he can't help himself. His body moves on its own. It's a shame that he never learns that 𝐺 isn't named 𝐺 and is far from being African, and that Sensei has no face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Duck, pivot, punch, air blast, burst, pull, dash, kick, grab, swing, punch, feint, tackle, bind. Izuku gets up, making sure his opponent has been bound properly. Wrists and ankles are secure, the waist can't move freely, and the hands are pressed into the mat below. It's a successful capture. He drops Black Whip and helps 𝐺𝐺 up, murmuring a thanks. "You're fighting harder," 𝐺𝐺 says, catching a towel 𝐼𝐺 throws at her and wiping her forehead with it. She's sweating hard, probably from how fast Izuku was going. Intentionally setting the pace so fast she can't react and keeping close to limit her effective range is a really efficient way to win against 𝐺𝐺. She's gotten better at holding on since he first started doing it, but it's clear that all she can do is stall. Izuku is thankful that she still tries, though. It makes him better, and will make any future fights against villains much easier. "Izuku," 𝐺𝐺 says, nudging his shoulder. She looks worried but forces a smile as he looks her in the eye. "You're getting better. And faster, too. Have you gotten to a higher percentage recently?" "My max is somewhere between 28 and 30%, Izuku answers, sitting down on a nearby bench between 𝐼𝐺 and Tamaki and grabbing a water bottle. He takes a long, messy sip, ignoring how some of the water dribbles down onto his tank top and Jim breathes. "It's hard to get an exact feel now. 28 feels fine, but 30 feels too painful. 29% is right in the middle, but if I use it for too long, I get sore." "I thought you got stronger," 𝐼𝐺 chimes in. "Your muscles are bigger and more defined than they were this summer. I can tell that just from looking at the pictures we took on the beach and then looking at you now. It must feel great to see all the improvement you've made." "I guess." Izuku shrugs. He failed to save that kid with everything he had at the time, and the difference from 22 to 28 isn't all that much. It's his skill that needs improvement, not his raw power. He can't just go in and Detroit smash the kidnappers away. They've got a complex system and multiple bases, and probably a lot of income, too. Taking them down will take finesse. "What do you mean you guess?" 𝐺𝐺 sits down on the blue mat in front of him, crossing her legs and leaning her elbows on her knees. Like him, she's in her gym uniform sans the coat. "You're growing, which is sweet. It means you'll be a better hero. Heck, a few more months of your training and you'll probably be in the same class as All Might when it comes to raw power. Not like us losers down here with our B-list quirks." "Yours are all A-class," Izuku snorts. "Except permeation, which is S+. You guys can all make them a lot stronger and find new ways to use them, just like I can with mine." And the thought that Izuku will one day be training to make one for all more powerful instead of to wield it without breaking is overwhelming. What he wouldn't have given to have that kind of strength last Sunday. "Let's go again," he says, standing and tossing his empty water bottle aside. "We've been here for 2 hours and you haven't taken a break longer than a minute." 𝐺𝐺 shakes her head. "Let's call it a day and go home. Maybe we could watch a movie. It's Saturday, we should be goofing off." "Just one more round," Izuku insists, walking to the center of the mat. The whole room is padded, purpose-built for quirk fights. There are obstacles, like the bench they were sitting on and support beams. "And then you guys can go. I'll stay and practice on my own." "Until when?" Tamaki asks, looking right at Izuku's face. "How long will you be here and how hard will you work?" Izuku shrugs. "As long as I need." "That's not an answer," 𝐼𝐻𝐼 says carefully. We're not going to leave you here so you can go until you drop, Izuku, 𝐻𝐼 adds. You need rest. Let's just back up and go see a movie. Please. Her eyes seem to soften, and she lets her shoulders droop a little. Her face changes from something serious and firm to an impossibly soft expression. It's obvious he's being manipulated by 𝐻𝐼's over-the-top cute face, so he looks away. It doesn't solve anything since 𝐼𝐻 is doing it too, and Tamaki. Tamaki just looks tired and worried, but it's enough to tug on his heartstrings. One more. And then we can go wherever. Just one, 𝐻𝐼 repeats, standing up and rolling her shoulders. No matter what, this is the last one. There's not an excuse in the world for us to go any longer. Sure, Izuku shrugs. 𝐼𝐻, Tamaki, you guys too. I want to do another 3-on-1. Mentally, he gives one for all a poke, making sure it's ready for another round. The warnings it gives are invaluable in combat, and it started to give them more and more frequently. Izuku doesn't know if it's danger sense or the quirk being more aware and telling him what it sees, but either way it works. Ready? 𝐼𝐻 asks, falling into a fighting stance. Tamaki stands behind him, posture as loose as usual, but Izuku has known for a while that he's ready to move in an instant. 𝐻𝐼 stands to his back, ready to let off a blast or duck under an attack. Yeah. Go. Izuku ducks under a golden spiral, bending over backwards to catch sight of 𝐻𝐼 lifting off into the air. His hands make contact with the mat, and he swings his legs as hard as he can, directing a strong gust of wind at 𝐼𝐻 as he flips and dodges another spiral. 𝐼𝐻 lets the wind phase through and sinks into the ground, but behind him Tamaki has to dodge, using an octopus tentacle to pull himself aside. Izuku goes for 𝐻𝐼 first, wanting to eliminate her ranged attacks so they won't be a problem later in the fight. She expects this and easily rolls out of the way of a WHP shot from his fist before countering with a massive but low-powered shot to push him away. Behind, one for all whispers. Izuku dives to the ground immediately, narrowly dodging 𝐼𝐻, who was either thrown by Tamaki or launched from the ground. Hitting the mat with a roll, Izuku pushes off, aiming to catch 𝐼𝐻 while he's still mid-air. Tamaki blocks him with a trio of massive tentacles reinforced with clamshells. Izuku is then forced back by another shot from 𝐻𝐼, this one intended to knock him out of the air. Izuku bursts away and latches onto a wall, tiny bits of black whip poking through the skin on his palm to keep him up. He watches as his three friends rearrange themselves, 𝐼𝐻 in front with 𝐻𝐼 and Tamaki supporting from his rear. It's a solid formation meant to keep him from getting in close. They've done it before, but Izuku broke it by diving into the middle of them and taking away their shots at finishing moves. But they are aware of that weakness now and won't let him exploit it again. So Izuku has to find another flaw, which is fine. He'll just keep them moving until an opportunity presents itself. With a grunt, he kicks off the wall at top speed, aiming himself right at 𝐼𝐻. The blonde boy only smiles and holds his ground, knowing that if Izuku tackles him, he'll be swamped by attacks and that 𝐼𝐻 will be able to slip away underground. Izuku knows this, too, and stops short, freezing mid-air with a burst of float and then pulling himself to the ceiling with Black Whip. The three of them immediately huddle close together, looking up at him from the safety of their proximity. With a grin, Izuku kicks off, but he doesn't go right down. Instead, he aims for the left, twisting to hit the floor on his side and letting Black Whip rip. It's one of those weird moments where neither of them is in control. Izuku simply tells one for all that he wants it to do something in that general area, and the quirk happily obliges. Strands wrap around limbs, restricting movement and cutting off attacks. Their force of impact is so great that it sends the three stumbling, even 𝐼𝐻 too caught off guard to react in time. The WHPs keep coming, poking through the skin of his arm and beginning to wrap around their torsos. Izuku figures that this is plenty and decides to pull. Honolulu Smash. Izuku heaves with all of his might, using three of his limbs to generate a massive amount of force, all of it going into his right arm. On the end of his WHPs, enough torque is generated to stun his friends, who barely get a chance to look surprised before they are thrown all the way across the room. 𝐼𝐻 is lucky enough to activate his quirk in time to phase through the wall. 𝐻𝐼 and Tamaki, however, hit it full force. Izuku winces as they hit the floor, regretting that he used so much force. Going all out like that isn't what you're supposed to do in a spa and, heads up. A fist hits his lower jaw, rattling his teeth and sending him stumbling back. Izuku uses a WHP to haul himself up to the ceiling again before Mirio goes for a full combo. "Why didn't you warn me?" he mutters, watching as his friend waves with a massive smile. "One for all" does its equivalent of a shrug. "Because I felt like it." Huffing, Izuku lets himself fall from the ceiling. He aims an obvious feint at Mirio's head and watches as his foot phases through. Then, with one foot on the floor and another still partially in Mirio, Izuku flicks off a Delaware smash, right through the older boy and into 𝐒𝐲𝐻, who had managed to get back up a few moments prior to press the attack. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 takes the jet of air right in the chest, grunting as it hits before countering with a shot of her own. Mirio sinks into the floor as Izuku rolls out of the way of twin spirals. He looks around for Tamaki, but one for all warns of an attack from behind and is forced to dodge. Looking for some breathing room, Izuku backpedals. If he has enough space, he can take to the air without worrying about being attacked mid-jump, so he moves quickly. But then, Mirio launches out of the ground in a perfect draw me like one of your French girls position. The fact that he's wearing nothing but what's basically a Speedo doesn't help, and the little wink he does makes Izuku's jaw drop in shock and confusion. "Sun Eater, now!" The force of a speeding truck slams into Izuku's back, the boy too stunned to react to the warning his quirk gives. He hits the mat, shaking off whatever thoughts Mirio's pose put in his head and weaving away from a pair of tentacles. Then, he hears the telltale sign of 𝐒𝐲𝐻 charging up a blast not 10 feet above him and he knows he's screwed. He dodges, but only barely. The edge of 𝐒𝐲𝐻's attack clips him on the lower left part of his back, shaking his balance. He quickly rights himself, barely doing so in time to dodge a gigantic crab claw. More golden blasts rain down from above, making it impossible to escape Tamaki's flurry of attacks. Izuku ducks and weaves, throwing more than a few counterattacks, but Mirio always cuts in before he can get a good hit in. It's the exact situation he hoped to avoid. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 is protected from engaging in melee by Tamaki, who can take more than a few hits if he's sufficiently prepared. Mirio stops him from trying anything fancy with his harassing attacks, never staying in range long enough to be at risk but always forcing Izuku to miss out on key moments. Izuku tries for one last-ditch effort by letting Black Whip completely free. It lunges for 𝐒𝐲𝐻 and Tamaki, but instead of backing away or being caught, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 blasts the WHP and Tamaki goes in for a tackle. Chimera Minotaur. Izuku is hit with all the force of a raging bull and a half-dozen other animals. Tamaki holds nothing back, wrapping enlarged arms around his waist and driving him into the floor. The older boy goes for a pin, but Izuku has had way more training for wrestling than Tamaki has, so he manages to avoid being crushed under the added weight of the manifestations. But he doesn't escape the grapple. Izuku desperately tries to free his legs, straining them against Tamaki's arms while pushing himself with his own arms and looking around to see where the other two went. A shadow forming over him tells him everything he needs to know, and within milliseconds, Izuku feels a pair of feet around his neck. Mirio has him in a lock. Technically he could keep fighting, but his windpipe would have been crushed if this were a real fight, so he relaxes and taps Mirio's leg 3 times. The pressure on his neck disappears along with Tamaki's manifestations. He hears 𝐒𝐲𝐻 land and sit. All 4 of them are breathing, and Izuku can feel that his tank top has been completely torn, his sweaty skin sticking to the mat below. "Good fight," he hears Mirio say. Izuku only nods in response, looking up at the ceiling. There's the sound of someone inhaling before a loud noise of disgust. "We all stink," 𝐒𝐲𝐻 says. "Shower before we head out." "Yeah. We should see Recovery Girl, too," Mirio adds. "That's a nasty bruise you've got, and Tamaki, you look a bit stiff." "Hitting a solid wall will do that to you," Tamaki says, using his arms to push himself off the floor. Izuku really didn't hold back with that one. "Sorry," Izuku says, rolling his head to look at his friend. "I got carried away. I should have dialed the power level back." "Nah, it's fine," Mirio insists. "It was a new move, right?" Izuku nods. "Yeah, you hadn't used it on anyone before. It's totally cool that you went all out." You're only saying that because you didn't slam into the wall back first. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 snickers, covering her mouth with her hand. And really, 𝐼𝐸, I get that you needed to distract Izuku, but was that the only way you could think of? Hey, it totally worked, 𝐼𝐸 defends. Though his bashful smile tells everyone that he's at least a little embarrassed by it. Don't knock it till you try it. Sure. Next time we fight, I'll drop down from the ceiling in my underwear. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 shakes her head, smiling wide. Draw me like one of your French girls, Izuku, she says in an over-the-top falsetto. How could you do that with a straight face? Oh wait, your face was hardly straight, right, Tamaki? It was a good distraction, Tamaki says, looking away from everyone. Ooh, very poor choice of words. 𝐒𝐻𝐲's smile widens. But yeah, I bet it was an amazing distraction. I'm sure you would have dropped the ball if Izuku wasn't between you and him. Tamaki doesn't even bother to deny it, or maybe, and probably more likely, he can't find the words to say. Either way, the silence makes the corners of Izuku's lips twitch up. Alright, that's enough of that, 𝐼𝐸 says, more than a little amused. Should we shower or head up to the nurse first? Because we clearly need both. Recovery girl won't be happy if we walk into her office covered in sweat, Tamaki points out. Shower it is. The cold water on his skin feels nice, though he's not as sore as he is tired. His arms hang down by his side, and his neck has a hard time keeping his head from slumping. Izuku leans against the wall of his shower stall for support and thinks. Of course, looking down doesn't help him. His right big toe is missing at the first joint. There's a short nub, but there isn't a nail anymore. Running and walking is awkward without it, and every now and then, it flares up in pain. There was talk about a prosthetic, but the doctors said that it would be mostly cosmetic and that he could just get an implant in his shoes to get the same effect. The implant does work, but it also makes his right foot heavier, which is really annoying. And on top of that, staying in his shoes for too long leaves him sore and in pain. And it looks ugly. Izuku tries not to think about looks too much, it's just how he was raised. Cheap clothes, a less than ideal diet, and a literal stick figure made up most of his life. But that missing toe sticks out. His stomach scar looks rugged, and he often finds himself tracing it, proud of the actions he took to get it. But every off-balance step he takes, and every shot of pain he feels, is just a reminder that he failed and that an innocent boy is dead because of him. With a sigh, he applies the body wash, making sure that he scrubs away all of the sweat. There are some fresh bruises from today's matches, courtesy of his friends. There are less than the last time they did this, though, so Izuku knows he's getting better, which is good. He wants to be stronger than he was last time when he sees Shigaraki again. An extra % or two, new super moves, and a higher degree of skill will make sure he walks out of whatever hole the villains are hiding in without a scratch and with them bound in black whip. Izuku is the first one out of the shower, drying his hair with a towel and sitting down on a bench. He puts some breathes on before checking his phone. There's nothing new, but he texts his mom that he's going to see a movie soon. Suddenly, one of the showers sways off, and Izuku politely looks away as 𝐒𝐻𝐲 steps out. How's the foot? She asks, opening up a locker and pulling out a fresh set of clothes. Fine, Izuku replies. I'm pretty much used to it already. Even though he's 5 feet away and looking in the opposite direction, Izuku knows that 𝐒𝐻𝐲 can smell his lie. MK, she says, her tone slightly warning. I read up about people who've lost body parts, and there's almost always a side effect, besides the usual loss of balance and stuff, of course. If you need to talk. Thanks, Izuku says, a bit harsher than he means it. Sorry, it's fine, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 insists, walking over and sitting down next to him. Her hair's in a shower cap, and some of the water drops down onto Izuku's arm. Whoops! She quickly brushes it away with the towel around her shoulders, her fingers brushing yet another scar. They linger for a bit. One of the villains had a knife down there, Izuku says, catching the silent question. He got me once. Was the blade clean? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 asks, pushing away and leaning forward to look at the straight and thin line. A lot of knives criminals use aren't, and they cause all sorts of problems because of it. I don't know. Izuku shrugs. They gave me some antibiotics before they healed me, so it was fine. He looks over at 𝐒𝐲 for just a half-second before looking away. Please put a shirt on. In one of the shower stalls, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 roars with laughter, and the sound of a bottle hitting the floor follows. You've seen me in a bikini, it's not that different. 𝐒𝐲 chuckles but stands up and grabs a top anyways, slipping it on and sitting it back down. And I've seen you shirtless too. That's different, Izuku says, still refusing to look at her. That's very different. Sure, 𝐒𝐲 says, dragging out the word in an obviously sarcastic tone. Hey, wait a minute, you've seen, whatever it is, it's different from now. Izuku risks a glance and relaxes upon seeing that she's fully clothed. I don't know why. It just is. 𝐒𝐲 shrugs. Fair enough. She directs her attention to the occupied stalls. Are you guys almost done in there? I want to actually be able to get popcorn at the theater. I'm just finishing up, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 says, turning off the water. He pokes his head through the curtain. Won't be long. Could you guys start looking up movies? I want to know what's there before we have to buy tickets. 10 minutes later and they're out of UA. Of course, it's only after a visit to Recovery Girl, who is the opposite of welcome and gives them lip every second they're in her office. She still heals them though, so it's not that bad. And she treats Izuku more politely than usual, which should make him feel great, but since he knows it's because she thinks he's fragile, it has the opposite effect. There are a couple of movie theaters in the area, all of them showing a similar set of movies. They decide on a cookie-cutter action thriller and load up with popcorn and junk food before watching. There were a couple other movies that almost made the cut, though. A sequel to a kids' movie that came out when they were all around 8 was only decided against because Tamaki saw a family of 5 with 2 infants walk into the theater. There was also a hero movie that caught Izuku's eye. It was a remake of an old-school hero movie from hundreds of years ago. The description talked about a vigilante with a sentient and malicious symbiote hunting down a ring of drug dealers. 𝐒𝐲 immediately vetoed it with support from 𝐼𝐼𝐼. It was obvious why they did it, but Izuku said nothing. He didn't want to see Venom for the reasons they thought. The idea of watching someone with a similar power as him, even if it was in a basic action movie made for a quick buck, was appealing. And the poster only made him more interested. A man standing tall with a stern face as a swirling mass of black engulfed him. It gave Izuku ideas. But he agrees to see what his friends want to see, only in part because he is outvoted. But as he sits through the movie and tries to follow the story, he finds that he can't focus on the gigantic screen. All he can think about is that black suit of living armor and what it would be like to punch Shigaraki with it. The police precinct is as busy as always. Officers keep watch outside while paper pushers and interns run around trying to keep everyone in whatever loop they need to be in. Criminals and villains wait in cells grumbling or cursing or crying. Izuku himself talks to one specific person in the cell, happily listening as they talk about how their case is going to court and that their lawyer is certain that they'll win. It's great to see that the system can work and that the police are competent at what they do. The past week had him a bit annoyed or even mad at how the officer back at the Asui residence was insistent that the police bring Shigaraki in, but Chance assures Izuku that everyone here is doing their best to help them. Of course, Izuku's not here just to talk to Chance. There's a meeting today, one he'd like to be a part of. As he walks up the steps from the detention level, Izuku greets a few officers, these ones familiar with him and the fact that he's technically off duty. They all try to get him to leave. Subtlety, of course, but he finds it obvious that they've been told to keep him away. He lets one of the officers take him to a private conference room and takes a seat. Izuku props his feet up on the table and takes out his phone. Not 2 minutes later, the door swings open. Problem child. Erase ahead. Izuku shuts off his phone and slips it back into his pocket. He does not take his feet off the table. How's it going? Aizawa doesn't dignify the question with a response, instead opting to shut the door and lean against it. Why are you here? The raid meeting is today, Izuku replies. A bunch of different heroes and the police are going to plan the takedown of the child trafficking ring. I want to be a part of it. Aizawa sighs, his right hand reaching up to tap the bridge of his nose before he forces it back down to his side. How did you figure this out? Mirio is an awful liar. Izuku can hear someone SCK in a breath from the other side of the door, along with a light chortle. He wouldn't look me in the eye for a few days, and when I asked about his work study, it was obvious that he was on this case. After that, figuring out what day was easy. This is all Nezu's doing, Aizawa mutters. He has been teaching me about how to read people, Izuku agrees. Though it was your idea to give me extra lessons. You're not going to be a part of this, Aizawa says, ignoring Izuku's statement. It's clear that he wants to get him out of here and actually have the meeting. You're not well, your mother will be worried, and as your teacher I cannot send you into the field knowing that you're at risk. At risk for what? Izuku asks. Aizawa keeps quiet. Why can't I do this? He tries again. I nearly got them last time, and I know what they are capable of. I can help. And it's only logical that I go, since I've had direct contact. Aizawa's face twitches into something slightly angry, but he resumes his neutral expression. You're 16. And Mirio is 17, Izuku counters. That's only a year's difference and he's still going. That's difference. Eraserhead, if I may have a word, a voice says from the other side of the door. Aizawa mumbles a rather rude swear and leans off the door to open it. Sir Night Eye stands in the frame, as clean and stern as the last time Izuku saw him. What? Aizawa looks the taller pro in the eye, his shoulders set. Outside, Night Eye says, away from prying ears. Mirio, entertain your friend. The two men walk out and Mirio steps in, smiling and waving like he isn't the reason Izuku's here in the first place. Hey, men, he says, sitting down across the table. Fancy seeing you here. Izuku can't help but crack a small smile at that, though it quickly disappears. Yeah, it sure is. Do you know anything about the operation? Nope. Mirio shakes his head. Not a thing. Sir might, but me and the sidekicks are in the dark. It's the same way with Tamaki. Tamaki's here too. Izuku asks, surprised. Yeah, Mirio laughs and rubs the back of his neck. I guess he's better at hiding stuff than me. And it's not that we were trying to lie to you, he rushes to deny. But Aizawa's really protective of you. He didn't want to tell you a thing about this until every single villain was locked up. I'm not fragile, Izuku sighs tiredly. I know I'm young, but I'm not a kid. I don't need to be protected. I know, Mirio says. We all know that. But that doesn't stop us from worrying. You've been down in the dumps for a while, and you've been focusing on nothing but combat for the same amount of time. It's not fun watching you push yourself like this. Not to mention that it's not good for you either. I can take a break after the raid. Izuku crosses his arms. After I do what I have to do, I'll do what Aizawa wants me to do. But why does it have to be you? Mirio asks. Do you not think we can take care of this? No, Izuku says. I know you guys can handle this. I just don't think I could live with myself knowing that I sat by and did nothing. I understand. Thank you. Aizawa and Night Eye walk back in moments later, refusing to look at each other. Aizawa looks tired, more so than he was earlier. Night Eye has an air of smugness, and calmly orders Mirio out of the room and follows his charge. You're allowed to fight, Aizawa says, forcing the words out as quickly as possible. Izuku happily takes his feet off of the table and leans forward. But I have one condition. Yes. You get therapy after it. Aizawa looks Izuku in the eye, his gaze stern. And not I'm going to hound dog but not saying a word therapy. You have to actually try to get better. Got it? Sure. Good. Follow me. Aizawa leads him down the hall and into a large boardroom full of heroes, detectives, and officers. Detective Tsukochi stands at the front of the room in front of a large whiteboard with a projector over it. He holds a remote in his hands and raises an eyebrow upon seeing Izuku take a seat between Mirio and Tamaki, but keeps silent. Thank you all for coming, Tsukochi starts. The collaboration between heroes and police is what will make this operation possible, and the participation of all of you will ensure that this goes smoothly. I've worked with all of you before, and I trust in your skills. The man presses a button on the remote and the projected image changes. Now instead of a blank white screen, it shows a map of Japan with 3 red dots on it in various locations. There are our targets, the detective explains. 1 in Hosu, 1 in Tokyo, and the final one in Osaka. Our goal is to hit all 3 locations at once and arrest as many of the villains as possible. Intel suggests that there are international ties, but ending major operations in Japan should put a stop to the kidnappings and leave the rest disjointed enough for other heroes to clean up the stragglers. And where does this intel come from? Across from Izuku and a few seats to the left, Best Jeanist speaks. Can we rely on it? Yes, we can definitely rely on it. The detective hits another button and the image on the board changes again, this time to a mugshot of a man Izuku recognizes. Lionel Leo came forward a few days ago after getting an in-depth look at what the children are being used for. He gave us the list of locations and an estimate of the number of workers involved. I personally verified his statement and the man told nothing but the truth. Very well. Best Jeanist nods. You may continue. Of course. Now, we don't know when the villains will go out again, but when they do, it will definitely be in the day. Therefore we'll... The briefing takes about a half hour and leaves all parties involved grimly determined to do their part in the operation. The reports of what the children are being or will be subjected to leave many green in the face, but they are heroes, and as such they only take it as another reason not to fail. After the briefing, Izuku is taken aside by Sir Nightai, something that makes his pulse quicken. I do not agree with All Might on his choice, the man says, voice barely a whisper. Mirio is far more worthy of taking up the mantle than you. But I respect your skill and creative use of the quirk, along with your willingness to risk it all for a life. Do not make me regret convincing your teacher to let you go. Izuku only nods and accepts the offered handshake. He doesn't see how Nightai's eyes turn a deep purple and begin to spin. For all the intensity the briefing brought, the actual night of the raid is relaxed. Izuku sits with Eraserhead and a half-dozen other pros in the back of a van, watching the streets fly by as they make their way to the villain hideout, which is a filthy, old factory building with a chain-link fence around it. Izuku helps the heroes and police over, keeping an eye out for anyone that's not on their side. His nerves start to hit when they climb into the roof. One for all anxiously floats around, pushing against his skin to ask to be let out. Like him, it doesn't like to wait and loathes the dead silence of the old building. He wants Mirio there with him, and Tamaki too. Or even Nejaya, who's stuck somewhere with Uwabami. It doesn't really matter, Izuku just misses the comfort a close friend brings right at this moment. They clear the roof and head down through the old staircase, Eraserhead first to cancel any potential abilities and Izuku behind to grab anyone or anything that moves. The pressure of the heroes and police on his back makes his heart rate skyrocket, and he has to fight to keep from shaking. The stairs lead down to a small platform that intersects 4 catwalks overlooking the massive floor of the factory below. Their group breaks off, and Izuku goes with Eraserhead towards the center of the area. Everything is poorly lit, so they tread carefully, stepping over empty bottles and other bits of trash. Once they get to what's roughly the center of the area, they stop. Izuku slips on his respirator and goggles, looking to Eraserhead. The man silently pulls out his phone and types something. A few seconds later, he puts it away. Everyone's in position, he whispers. We don't know where they're at, though. Hold tight while someone checks the perimeter of the building. Izuku nods in response and kneels down on the catwalk, looking down at the floor below. It's mostly open with a few conveyor belts going from left to right. There's no heavy machinery, but control panels dot the lines along with stands for whatever is used to make the product. A few minutes pass in eerie silence. Izuku keeps his breathing quiet and even, and Eraserhead carefully keeps in touch with the others. But then, almost invisible in the dark, a portal opens. Izuku takes in a shaky breath as he watches Shigaraki step through. Eraserhead rests a hand on his shoulder and gently squeezes it. Wait, he murmurs. Everyone needs to be ready. Izuku nods, but his eyes never leave Shigaraki and his unit of henchmen. Now, Eraserhead says. Izuku obeys. A flashbang, given to him by the police department, is thrown downward, right in the middle of the group of villains. It goes off, Izuku barely affected, having closed his eyes and covered his ears. Both he and Eraserhead jump down in unison, hurling themselves over the rail of the catwalk. Izuku lets Black Whip loose and Eraserhead launches his capture weapon. The henchmen go first, knocked out and tossed aside in the blink of an eye. Eraserhead hits the ground first and flares his quirk at Shigaraki and Kurogiri, both villains frozen in shock. Izuku strikes from above, avoiding his teacher's field of view and pulling the pair towards him. One for All pushes against him, and Izuku willingly lets it go. A mass of tentacles expands out of his thigh, wraps all the way down his left leg. Grinning, Izuku drives his foot into Shigaraki's gut. The man vomits. The villains are bound up tight after that. Kurogiri is held by both Izuku and Eraserhead all the way back to the station, and Shigaraki has 2 sets of gloves put on, one with just the pinky and thumb spots and other with the middle 3 fingers over that. He also gets a set of metal restraints that go all the way up to his elbows. The rest are put in simple HNDCFFS. The ride back to the station is filled with cheers and happy jokes. The other 2 raids were also a success, and 40 of the 50 missing children have been saved. But the second everyone is gone and the villains are thrown in cells, Izuku quietly finds an empty room and cries well into the night, his mind never once leaving the one he failed to save. It's remarkable how trivial most security systems become after you've lived for hundreds of years and have almost every quirk imaginable at your disposal. Short circuit for the cameras, darkness to make sure no one can see anything, cloak to muffle the sound, and mental pause to make everyone in the entire precinct forget the 5-minute window from 2:56 a.m. to 3:01 a.m. No fancy gadgets, no meticulous planning, nothing but quirks. It brings a smile to his face, something that's picked up on by the men beside him. You're in quite the mood, sensei. Wipe that disgusting grin off your face. It's making me nervous. Ah, Jin, All for One says, looking down at the man. For the time being, he has foregone his full mask, opting for a smaller variant instead. It can't keep him alive for longer than a half hour, but it has the added benefit of keeping his mouth on display. A plan is being set in motion, one that will have amazing rewards for us down the line. And it all starts with you. You know it. Of course it is, I know how good I am. Jin looks around at all of the cells around them. Will we get caught down here? Oh, not in a million years, the doctor chuckles. Lord is quite adept at stealth. They won't even realize that we were here until... Well, we all know the plan. Yes, of course. All for One nods, activating yet another quirk. Tomura and Kurogiri are a few feet away. I'm glad you're both happy with my little scheme, even if your distaste for Tomura isn't fair, Doctor. The boy is worthless, my lord. He, All for One, holds up a hand and stops walking. This one. He points to a cell door that, like all the others around it, only has one tiny barred window at eye level. He places his hand on the door and activates another quirk. He sinks through it with his underlings, ignoring how the metal scrapes against his skin. Oh, that hurt, you could have killed me. I'm just a clone, you know. Do it again but harder. Silence, All for One orders, approaching his successor. The boy looks up, disbelief in his eyes. It's quickly replaced by joy. Sensei, he greets, trying to bow. It's made impossible by the fact that he's strapped to a chair. That fact that he hasn't been gagged is a surprise but definitely a welcome one. I knew you'd come for me. All for One doesn't bother with responding. Twice. Jin steps forward, muttering the thoughts that run through his broken mind as he measures Tomura. Eventually, he steps back and activates double. One Tomura remains in the chair, another stands beside it. Both look absolutely shocked, and open their mouths at the same time. What the F, Doctor? All for One cuts them off. The doctor dutifully moves forwards and slams a needle into Tomura's clone. It hits the ground out cold. Good. Now hold still. All for One reaches out and touches Tomura's clone. With memory alter, he changes the events of the boy's life. It's a simple edit as he only bothers with changing the times where Tomura saw his face and the last few months. He makes himself look like the bog-standard Japanese salaryman and makes it seem like he gave up on getting more children after the 9th destroyed the Okinawa bunker. Then, with body swap, he sways Tomura for his clone. Well, All for One says, admiring his handiwork. I think that this is a success. Sensei, what, how, Tomura, All for One interrupts, intentionally adding more than a little anger to his tone of voice. You failed me. Tomura's eyes widen and the boy falls to his knees. Sensei, it wasn't my fault. That stupid lion ratted us out. Then pick better henchmen, boy, All for One scolds. Back in my day, I had an army of meta users ready to follow me into the lungs of hell. You recruited 2-bit murders and a man willing to do anything to return home. It was a foolish decision and you will be punished for it. Sensei, please, the boy begs. My mind has already been made up, All for One affirms. You are banished from Japan until you become a man worthy of taking my name. You will have nothing but yourself, Kurogiri for transport, and the clothes off your back. If I find out that you've been caught and ruined young Jin's hard work or that you entered my country, I will kill you. The boy pleads and begs, sobbing as he tugs on All for One's perfect, pressed slacks. It's a pathetic sight. Either return to me a king, the lord of the underworld orders, or die in the process. The boy is weak. The 9th is strong. If the legacy of All for One is to survive, then it cannot rely on the weak. Sometimes tough love is just the right medicine. Come on, push. Smile through and push. All the way, all the way. I know you can do it. The bar digs into his hands, the massive amount of weight being felt throughout his body. His bare feet rest on the ground, his form and balance near perfect, which is an absolute must for a lift like this. His quads scream out in pain along with his shoulders and core. But he keeps pushing, forcing himself upright. Amazing! Izuku smiles at All Might, who's buffed up and giving him a big thumbs up. The weight of the bar over his head now tells him how much his hard work is paying off. Izuku likes the feeling much better than the one he felt while trying to get it up there. You can drop it now. The weights slam onto the ground with a loud thump and Izuku lets his posture slump. 225 pounds, All Might says proudly. He slims down with a puff of smoke and steps over the bar to pat Izuku on the back. Keep it up and you'll be doing twice your body weight at 19 like me. Izuku laughs, starting to overcome his fatigue and straightening up. I dunno about that, he says, looking down at the bar. I could barely get that thing above my head. Oh, that's a load of nonsense, All Might replies, giving Izuku a hearty slap to the shoulder, which is bare. Look in the mirror. You've already come so far since you finished cleaning Dagobah. Really, I think your arms are twice as thick, and not to mention how powerful your legs are. Our genetics are different, so you probably won't have my chest or back, but I could definitely see you having stronger legs than me. Thank you, Izuku relents. He's long since gotten used to his mentor's praise, but seeing definitive proof that it's warranted is a different thing. He doesn't know anyone else who can clean and jerk that much weight. Maybe Mirio, but he doesn't really talk about weight training a lot. There's no need to thank me, All Might chastises. You and only you are responsible for the fruits of your hard work, never forget that. He lets his words sink in for a moment. Now, he continues, I know that you're starting therapy today. Yeah, Izuku admits. It's common knowledge at this point, at least in his circle of friends. Everyone's made it clear that there's no shame in it, but he can't help but feel embarrassed. I'm kind of nervous. Don't be, All Might says, gently grabbing him by his shoulders. It's like going to a doctor, only instead of them giving you medicine or surgery for a busted bone, they help you through the troubles in your life and mind. And you know that hound dog likes you and won't think anything different of you for needing his services. I know, Izuku sighs. Really, I do, but what if there's things I can't talk about? All Might looks at him carefully for a moment. I see. Patient confidentiality exists and is very much enforced, but if word gets out about our secret, then the law won't undo the damage. That, and I'm scared to tell someone else about what happened with that thing. Izuku looks away from his teacher, remembering the burning in pain he felt from the memories of the others. My boy, All Might says softly, resting a hand on his left rib cage. That is a pain that only you and I know. I was already exhausted when I received that wound, and I barely remember anything from that particular time frame. But you do, and you felt how the rest died, or at least how they suffered. You can always talk to me, but if you want professional help. All Might reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He navigates the screen quickly, opening a contact. This is Dr. Amelia Hansen, my therapist from back in the day. He holds out the phone to show a portrait of a woman with red skin and milky white eyes. Underneath is a phone number, email address, and a postal code. You went to therapy? Izuku asks. Me and Sarahiko both. All Might nods. After Nana died and we had to flee, we weren't exactly in the best of mental health. We found her, and she helped us get better and come to terms with Nana's death. Her quirk makes it impossible for her to tell another person's secret. That's... Izuku nods, understanding. I get it. But she's American, right? Or maybe Canadian. She's a Louisiana native, yes, but she moved to Japan a while back. Her office is a ways outside of Tokyo. All Might puts his phone back in his. Usually swamped, but I can get you a few appointments. Still go to Hound Dog today after school, but save all the one for all things for her. She'll know what to do. Thank you. And he really means it, because if his predecessors felt that much pain, or if that wasn't the case, then if Izuku has to live with those memories, then he's not sure he'll be able to deal with it by himself. It's the least I can do. All Might gives him another pat on the shoulder and pulls away. Now, a phone call is here. A phone call is here. Izuku feels himself start to smile as All Might pulls out his phone again. He's heard that ringtone plenty of times before, but it never gets old. His smile vanishes when he sees his teacher scowl and decline the call. The small bit of the caller ID he can make out reads Mirai. Who's that? All Might sighs and shuts his phone down. Sir Night Eye. He approached you last week, right? Izuku nods. I know what he said, and you shouldn't let it get to you. Okay, Izuku says. I hadn't really thought of it before. Did he train Mirio to take the quirk? Was he supposed to get it instead of me? And now that he does think of it, it makes him feel awkward or disappointed in himself. Is all of his hard work not enough? I told Night Eye about you when you showed progress at the beach, All Might answers. Not the day I found you. Because, if I'm honest, I wasn't completely sure about giving you the power until the first month of training was through. But when I told Night Eye, he didn't approve. He still doesn't. He thought that some random quirkless middle school student couldn't handle the responsibility. So he started to train someone else to take it. That's Mirio. Night Eye shouldn't have taught Mirio just because he thinks he should take the quirk, Izuku says. It feels wrong. Mirio is amazing, and maybe he could do better with it than me, but I don't know. He deserves someone who wants him to be the best he can be, not someone who wants them for a reason they don't even know about. I agree, and that's another reason he and I don't get along anymore. All Might looks at Izuku, but not in the boy's eyes. It feels like he's gazing at something far beyond the room. Izuku holds still, unsure of how to react. After I defeated All for One, he was there in the hospital. He told me to call it quits. I said no. He said that I would die an awful death if I kept going, and I yelled at him for looking into my future. That is the reason why we split. And he's done the same to you, he continues. His expression refocuses, and his cobalt blue eyes bore into Izuku's greens. Did you touch him in any way that day? I shook his hand. That's how he does it. Izuku says, stepping back in shock. Skin-to-skin contact. He saw. He needs eye contact, too. There's anger in All Might's eyes now, but he keeps it reserved. Izuku's not sure if it's a good thing for him to keep it bottled up, but is not exactly an expert on the matter. That man is very good at what he does. It's just a damn shame that he uses it to fulfill his selfish desires. Izuku holds his tongue, knowing it's not his place to speak. And has been calling me non-stop, saying I should take the power back and kick you to the curb. He didn't even try to get me to replace you with Mirio, which is what he did the last time we had an actual conversation. What did he see? Izuku asks. He can't help it, who could? Knowing the future is such a powerful and amazing thing. Maybe he can use it to his advantage. I didn't listen to him after the second sentence out of his mouth, All Might says. But he said that he saw you turn and take another's hand. As ominous as that sounds, you have to realize that the further into the future he looks, the more fuzzy it gets. For all we know, it could be your spouse's hand and you could be turning to lift your child. Okay. Izuku bites his lip, still worried and curious. But, try not to think about anything related to that man, Izuku, All Might suggests. I can forgive him for worrying over me and wanting the best successor for one for all as possible, but him invading your privacy, using his quirk on a minor in a non-combative situation, and then having the audacity to call you unworthy. He shakes his head. Mention it to your therapist if it bothers you, preferably Ms. Hansen over Hound Dog. All right, Izuku agrees. I'm still not sure how I do feel about it, though. His Sir Nightai, a living legend like you. He thinks I'm unworthy, but you think I am, and his opinion doesn't matter, All Might says, cutting him off before his rambling can truly begin. Amazing as he is, he has not held one for all or been in combat against all for one. I know you're worthy. Gran Torino knows you're worthy. You know you're worthy. And the quirk itself acknowledges you as its user. That's enough. Izuku feels his eyes start to sting, and he lets out a soft sniffle. Thank you. Again with the waterworks. All Might reaches up and brushes away a tear with his thumb. His tone is anything but harsh. I thought we went over this. If you cry too much, then no one will respect you. All Might, Izuku laughs between his sniffling, wiping away more of the tears with his own hands. I can't help it. It just happens sometimes. All Might sighs fondly and shakes his head. Gently, he pulls Izuku in and presses the boy's forehead to his shoulder. It's fine, my boy. Tears mean you're feeling things, and that is always a appealing thing. Lunch Rush swiftly puts his order together, adding the amount of seasoning he usually gets to the meat and making a show of pouring his water. The tray of food is slid down the line, and the hero waves the next person forward before Izuku can say thank you. Not that it stops him from thanking the person who makes a third of his meals. Lunch Rush has always, well, rushed everything. Feeding the entirety of you. Is no small task, even if they work with a small army of assistants. But the food is always good no matter how fast it's made. A quirk is at work, obviously, and Izuku's always been curious. As to exactly what quirks are being used and how they're being used. All attempts to find out have been met with failure, and it's all still a mystery. But Izuku will find out one day. He just knows that the answer is interesting, and there's no way he'll let Lunch Rush keep it a secret. Are you plotting against the lunch staff again? Nejiya asks as the two of them grab a set of chopsticks. Mirio and Tamaki are a bit ahead of them and have already sat down at their usual table. No, Izuku denies. Because it's not really plotting if he's not intending to enact a plan. All he wants is to ask Lunch Rush a few questions and receive honest answers back. The fact that he's considering sneaking in after class does not make his plan a plot. Right. I was just thinking about how good the food looks, that's all. The ingredients they use must be better than what you can get at a supermarket. Do you think they have some kind of deal with a company? Lunch Rush isn't going to let you peek in on the kitchen while they work, Nejiya says, somehow knowing exactly what Izuku's thinking. Which means you'd have to sneak in there or do some spy stuff and set up a camera. Do you think Aizawa would be happy if you did that? No. Exactly, so you'll just have to live with not knowing. Nejiya leads him over to the table and sits down. Izuku sits to her left and greets Mirio and Tamaki before taking a bite of food. You've got more on your plate than usual, Mirio notes. Almost as much as Tamaki. I'm on a new diet, Izuku explains. The more muscle you have, the more calories you burn, which means I need to eat more as I grow. And, my mom thinks I'm going to grow again. Why? Nejiya asks. I mean, you already put on 3 or 4 inches in a couple months this year. I feel like having back-to-back growth spurts is a little ridiculous. And unfair, she adds. I haven't grown since middle school. You and Mirio both shot up your first years. At least Tamaki is going to stay short. I'm not short, Tamaki sighs. I'm perfectly average. And Mirio's always been tall. It's just gotten worse since we started high school. You say gotten worse like it's a bad thing, Mirio chuckles. I really don't see a problem with being tall. I mean, sirs, like, 2 meters, and All Might is even taller. Being tall is a sign of greatness. Miruko is short, Izuku points out. And Hawks is around my height. I don't mind being short so long as I can use all of my quirk one day. Yeah, but Miruko can't reach the top shelf, now can she? Mirio points to Izuku with his chopsticks with a slightly smug expression. Don't let her hear you say that, Izuku warns. I don't think she'd let you off easy. Oh, absolutely, Mirio agrees. He quickly looks over his shoulder, miming fear. You don't think she's here right now, though, right? Am I about to get a rabbit's foot to the back of my head? Not unless Tamaki had rabbit stew earlier. Nejaya looks at the boy in question. Did you, she asks. Because I don't think I've ever seen you use rabbit in a fight. You should try it sometime. Ooh, or a snake. No, a scorpion. Have you ever tried goat? I haven't eaten any of those things, Tamaki says, shaking his head. But that might change soon. Why's that? Izuku asks. I'm transferring from Best Jeanist Agency, Tamaki replies. He looks as unsure as usual, but there's an air of comfort to him. Jeanist liked my skills for some reason but didn't like how I acted. So he recommended me to the BMI hero, Fat Gum. Hey, that's great. Izuku exclaims. Fat Gum is an amazing hero and the perfect fit for you. You'll get to try all sorts of new food, and he's really, really nice. Just try not to beat yourself up too much, okay? I'm sure Best Jeanist thinks you're amazing. His agency is just strict compared to others or even school. Mirio said the same thing. Tamaki looks down at his lunch trays, which have a wide variety of foods in large quantities. He usually doesn't eat so much, but there's intensive training later in the afternoon. I just hope I can keep it together. It'll be a new agency with new people. He trails off and shudders at the thought. It'll all be fine, Mirio says, resting a hand on Tamaki's shoulder. They'll love you there because you're amazing like that. Tamaki's not the only one with a new agency, Nejaya speaks up, distracting from the emotional mush going on right in front of everyone. I managed to get out of my contract with Uwabami. I applied to a bunch of different agencies yesterday, but I haven't heard back from anyone yet. I'm hoping to start another work-study before October. What agencies did you apply to? Izuku asks. And don't they all have to be school-approved? They do, Nejaya nods. But it's not as exclusive as it sounds. There's agencies with 4 heroes total that are approved. I sent out my resume to all of the top 10 that would accept work-study students, plus Ryukyu and a few others I thought would be a good fit. I don't expect to start working with Hawks or anyone crazy like that, but it's good to know if they'd accept me or not, you know. Anyways, I want to work for Ryukyu. She knows what she's doing and doesn't seem strict like Best Jeanist is. I think she'll accept you. Izuku sets down his chopsticks and grabs a fork. You're really good at being a hero, and even if you haven't gotten a lot of real action recently, a solid pro like Ryukyu will be able to see it. I just wish I could keep going on patrols myself. Nope, none of that. Nejaya leans back in her seat and grabs Izuku by the arm, forcing him to look at her. You're getting therapy. Don't worry about patrols or hero work. Focus on getting better, yeah. You'll be back out there in no time. Izuku nods wordlessly. Good. Now eat. I want to get to class early. The rest of the school day passes as usual. Izuku trains in combat and rescue with his friends and finishes up in the design studio showing Power Loader some new ideas for his costume. They're nothing special, just some extra openings for Black Whip to come out of that are reinforced. He wants to try out the idea he got from the movie poster again, and if it becomes another piece of his arsenal, then he wants to make sure there's something on his costume for it. And it should keep the quirk from breaking through his suit in too many places, which is a concern now that he's getting kind of close to 35%. As much as Izuku would like to stay in the studio drawing up whatever ideas pop into his mind, He knows that he can't. He has a promise to Aizawa, and his mom, and, well, just about everyone he cares about to go to therapy. So 10 minutes before his appointment, he packs up his bag and treks across campus. There's a whole building dedicated to the teacher's offices. It's 4 stories tall and almost entirely made of windows. The door is well-polished glass, and the lobby doubles as the break room. Izuku passes by midnight as he walks through, waving politely before getting on an elevator. He hits the button marked Floor 4 and taps his foot as the doors close. He walks down the hall and stops in front of the 3rd door on the right. Private counseling, it reads. Izuku's seen it before, every day for the past few weeks. But the last time he went in, he had the intention of not talking. He said hi to Hound Dog, told the teacher his day was good, and then clammed up. The pro didn't seem to mind, really, and simply let him work on school things while occasionally trying to ask a question. Looking back, it's embarrassing and makes him unsure of walking in. Would Hound Dog be mad at him? The man is almost always somewhat harsh and abrasive, but Izuku knows it's friendly, and he doesn't want to find out what that aggression would be like if it were genuine. There's only one way to find out, though, so Izuku gingerly knocks on the door. "Get in here," the man says. Izuku twists the knob and steps over the threshold. "Oh, look, you actually showed up." "Hi, Hound Dog." Izuku waves, setting his bag down by the door and shutting it behind him. He takes a seat on the couch and looks the room over. It's towing the line between cramped and cozy, with a big plush couch, a few armchairs, a coffee table, and a desk. The window runs floor to ceiling and wall to wall, providing lots of natural light. The carpet is fuzzy, and cute paintings of dogs decorate the walls. "Eraser told me you're actually going to try today." Hound Dog doesn't even bother with greeting Izuku back and leans forward in his chair. The muzzle he usually wears is off, and he's foregone his hero costume for a pair of tattered blue jeans and a ragged flannel. He's not snarling either, though Izuku knows that it means he's focused on doing his job and not striking fear into anyone who tries to skip class. "Did he lie to me?" "No," Izuku says. He sinks into the couch, not comfortable with lying down but perfectly fine with having bad posture. "Part of the deal was that I talked to you instead of what I was doing before." That's a very vague way of saying I threw a tantrum until I got my way, but at least I'm man enough to follow through on the deal. The pro rolls back in his chair and leans down. He comes back up with a coffee maker and a jug of water. "How was your day?" "Good. I maxed out on the clean and JRK this morning, and classes were as fun as usual," Izuku recalls. "Oh, and I had breakfast with my mom." "You lift weights 6 days a week, right?" Hound Dog asks as he plugs in the coffee machine and pours the water in the top. He adds some grounds and hits the on button. "Yeah," Izuku replies. "And how does lifting make you feel?" "Fulfilled," he says instantly. "Even after a rough day, I feel like I've done something worthwhile when I walk out of the gym. It also helps wake me up, and on the days I don't do it, I feel off." "That's mostly normal." Hound Dog pulls out a thermos from under his desk along with a small pack of sugar cubes. "Humans are meant to be active, so when we work out, we get a big hit of dopamine. You're just so used to it that when you don't feel it, you don't feel quite right. If you want, talk to your trainer about working out 7 days a week. He'll probably have you go easier than you are now, but you'll still get that hit every morning." "What was your max this morning?" 225, Izuku recites. Sorry, that's around 102 kilos. All Might likes to use imperial measurements. The first time Izuku heard him ask how many miles away he lived, he almost had a brain aneurysm, but now he's used to doing the conversions. "And are you proud of that?" Hound Dog opens his thermos and looks inside. He takes a whiff and flinches back but places the container by the coffee pot anyways. "Yeah. I used to be really skinny, so being able to lift that much above my head feels amazing." Izuku watches as the coffee starts to leak from the brewing machine into the pot below. A relaxing gurgling sound accompanies the drops of dark liquid. "Good. You should be proud of that." Hound Dog taps the glass of the machine, causing the coffee to fall faster. Now that Izuku is looking closer, he can tell that it's old and well used. "How often do you eat breakfast with your mother?" 2 or 3 times a week. I wish it was more, but sometimes her shifts make it impossible. What does your mother do for work? She does custodial work at a few buildings downtown. Her work hours are weird, but we usually have time together every day. What did you do in your classes today? The usual. I'm getting pretty good at English, so present MIC is having me read a book in the language. I turned in a paper for my literature class, and 𝐶𝐿mentos really liked my work. My lesson with 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was about coding, which is really interesting. And then for hero stuff, we practiced fire scenarios and fought robots for a few hours. I'm still kind of sore from it. At least you're not slacking in your schooling. Coffee. Izuku looks over to see Hound Dog pouring some into his thermos. No thank you, I prefer tea. That's 𝐻𝐻𝐻's doing, isn't it? Izuku nods. Figured. That old bastard can't get over his hot leaf juice. Do you like learning? Yeah, Izuku says, caught off guard by Hound Dog's rude comment about the principal. I mean, who doesn't? No one. Some people just hate how they are being taught. Do you feel tired at the end of the day? Yes. I usually work on some school things when I get home after training, and then I eat and pretty much go straight to bed. Do you dislike feeling tired at the end of the day? No. I mean, muscle soreness isn't fun, but it's a good kind of tiredness. I usually feel accomplished when I lay down to sleep. What do you do on your days off? Read about quirks, maybe look at hero forums or Twitter. I usually hang out with my friends a little. How do you feel after days like that? Fine. Not tired, but I don't think I have that same kind of satisfaction that I do after a school day. I see. Do you think you need this therapy? Izuku stares at Hound Dog for a moment. Be as brutally honest as possible. You won't hurt my feelings, the man presses. Maybe, Izuku says after a little bit of thinking. I think that I'm okay to work, but there's some things I just can't get out of my head. And I know they are bad things. Okay, Hound Dog says. Thank you for coming to see me. Aizawa and the rest will be happy that you did this. Come back tomorrow and we'll talk some more. That's it. Izuku asks, more than a little shocked. It was barely, he looks at the clock, a half hour. I didn't think, it's the first day, kid, Hound Dog chortles. I'm not going to pick your brain. When you started to lift weights, did you start with the clean and jerk? Or did you do kettlebell swings and squats to build up to it? I built up to it, Izuku answers. You can't rush that sort of stuff because if you go to lift heavy and your form is bad, then you could be hurt pretty badly. It's like that. You ignored me for a while, Midoriya, and while it was immature, I respected it. I knew that you weren't ready to talk. Now you are, but we'll start slow. Now get out of my office before I have to chase you. There's other patients behind you, you know. Lionel knows his fed. There's no way around it, really, and he's not so much of an idiot to hope for a way out. But that's fine. He made his bed and he fully intends to lie in it. So long as young 𝐂𝐿 is safe, he's fine with his life. Being prosecuted by the Japanese even though he should be given to Nigerian officials. Whatever. The harshest possible sentence even though he pleaded guilty and turned Shigaraki in. Infuriating from a moral standpoint, but fine in the grand scheme of things. 9 to 9 years in a maximum security prison without parole. He'd have a roof over his head and 3 meals a day for all of that time. So long as 𝐂𝐿 is alive and back home, he can suffer in a box for the rest of his life. Get in the effing van, you animal. Of course, taking a rifle but to the back of his skull when he can't even fight back is awful, but Lionel doesn't react and remains upright. He takes some satisfaction in the way the officer swears at him as he walks up the steps without a word. Lionel's been arrested before, but not like this. He has 6 pairs of HNDCFFS going all the way to his elbows, a weight wrapped around his upper body, a muzzle, and cuffs around his ankles. Japan has enough money to restrain him like this but not enough to track down villains who've kidnapped 50 children without the help of a traitor. It's almost funny enough to make him laugh. Almost. The ride is rough. Every high-security prison in Japan except for the world-famous Tartarus is in the middle of the countryside, so it's not a surprise that he's being jostled as the van rolls over rough backroads. The officers in the back with him hold their guns tight and ready to aim at him the whole way. Lionel considers twitching to see their reactions, but he decides against it. It's a good way to get a bullet to the head, and does he want that? He considers for a moment. No, he'd rather live in prison for a while. Maybe one day, after he's been forgotten by the criminal underworld, he'll break out and try to get back home again. He could find 𝐼𝐼 and see how much she's grown. Yes, that sounds much better than dying on the way to prison because of some petty joke. His plans go wrong when the van sharply turns and hits something before rolling into its side. The officers crash into Lionel, cursing as they try to get up. Someone manages to open the door, and moonlight trickles in. The men get out one by one, weapons trained and safeties off. Lionel feels his heart sink. It's obvious what's happening. There's a flash of light and a volley of automatic gunfire that rattles his ears. Then screams of pain and fear, followed by bodies hitting the floor and silence. Lionel struggles against his restraints, but he knows it's futile. Even if he broke out, he'd surely die fighting, though that would be better than what's going to happen. Something walks up to the back door of the van and pulls the doors all the way off its hinges. Lionel's gut turns over as a 6-foot beast with blue skin and an exposed brain grabs him by the shoulders and drags him out into the night. Really, I should be thanking you. It's the voice of Sensei, but when Lionel looks, the man's face is completely scarred over and the man is he a man. The air of death and the stink of corpses that hovers around him makes Sensei feel like a monster only has a mouth. Tomura needed that wake-up call. If I were a good man, I'd let you free. But I'm not a good man. In fact, I'm quite selfish. Sensei leans down and cups Lionel's face with a hand. Lionel tries to scream, but the muzzle keeps his mouth clamped shut. Mutant type with extra strength, enhanced vocal ability, senses, and reflexes. You'll make a fine pet. The last thing Lionel sees is Sensei's feral grin and the snarling mouth of the beast that killed the guards. He's standing in his kitchen, patiently waiting with a glass of strong alcohol in his hands. He knows he shouldn't be drinking, but it's the only way to stop the impending sense of death from driving him up the wall. A strong gust of wind blows past his house, rattling the picture frames and causing the building to dangerously. Tree branches tap on the wall in an off-kilter rhythm that does little to settle his fried nerves. Quietly, he sets his glass down on a coaster and walks over to look at one of the pictures. He feels his heart twist as he sees his husband and his eyes linger on his once slim stomach that can't be right. He used to be so appealing back then. Lush hair, well-built muscles, and a proud strut. Now he can't even get up in the morning without vomiting. It's disgusting. He hates the house he has to live in because it's not even a house. The DMN thing can barely stand, and the lights flicker every time thunder strikes. Part of him hates his husband for it. The politics, the cloak and dagger tactics, the running, the hiding, the shitty place of living, and just about everything, really. But that wasn't his intention, and they would have never done this to him. Not that it makes the night any warmer or his stomach less empty. With a scowl, he cracks open the pantry. Year-old cereal, mushy bananas, and a pack of cigarettes. He grabs the cereal and the bananas, and leaves the cigarettes to stay. He may be drinking, but even someone close to death has standards. There's no milk, so he ends up eating the cereal dry or mashed up with the bananas. Whoever used this place before him had weird tastes. Top-shelf liquor left behind with stale Lucky Charms and rotting fruit. Not that he's complaining. Food is food and he's really hungry. Drinking while tea. And here I thought my brother knew how to pick them. He doesn't even bother turning around when he hears the overly cultured voice from behind. Instead, he knocks back the rest of his drink and shoves a fistful of cereal into his mouth. Get on with it. Oh, darling. He flinches at the way he says his name, the tone of voice sending fear down his spine. Do you really think I'm here for petty murder? I'm in my nice suit, and getting BLD on these shoes would be a sin. That hasn't stopped you before. The man chuckles and steps closer, and the stink of corpses fills his nostrils. Instinctively, he activates his quirk, shoulders broadening and feet becoming too big for his shoes. As sassy as always. I still can't believe you fell for a weakling like my brother. He had twice the amount of bravery that you will ever have, he spits. Even in death, he will have more honor than you. How rude. The man draws closer, and he can feel when he starts to reach for his shoulder. Young women like you should learn to hold their tongue. Before the hand can make contact, he spins around and turns his quirk on as much as it can go. He throws a powerful hook at the man's face, but it's not strong enough. He's put on weight and is simultaneously malnourished. What feels like a stone sits in his stomach, and he's been throwing up all day. The alcohol doesn't help either, and so his punch fails to land. How unsightly. A hand wraps around his neck, forcing him back up and shoving him into a wall. You used to be so strong, ripping other fighters to shreds in the ring. Now look at you. ASLV to a dead man who sacrificed himself for nothing. You should be ashamed of yourself. He spits in the man's face. My love does not make me a SLV, it makes me strong. Your brother deserved a long and happy life, and you ripped that from him. You killed him with your own bare hands. He jerks forwards, trying to crash his forehead into the man's nose, but something makes them freeze in place. The hands were from a gorilla mutant, actually. The man laughs like it's some kind of joke, but all he can feel is fear and disgust. And what a textbook hero you are. Unfortunately for you, the power of love only works in manga series. Now, before I kill you, I simply must know. The hand around his neck tightens, crushing his windpipe. He tries to struggle, but he can't move an inch. Why did you try to hide? Was it to deliver the baby? I would have found you before you were due, and on the off chance my niece or nephew was born, I'd find them easily. You clearly have no regard for your life if you fought as poorly as that. What was your reason for running from me? Like any sane person needs a reason to run and hide from a BS like you. A pity. I really was curious. Casually, like his taking out the trash or reading a quarterly report, All for One transforms his right hand into a knife. Oh well, I suppose the secret will die with you. The knife plunges into his stomach, and Izuku wakes up. It's dark, and that immediately sends him into a panic. His arms flail around wildly, and he pats himself down. He's not PRNT, there's no knife in him, and he feels alert. It doesn't calm him down in the slightest. In fact, it only makes him panic more. It's that thing from the bunker back. He readies his quirk, waiting for an ambush, but nothing happens. In the back of his mind, one for all stirs. No danger, dumbass, it says. Izuku swallows thickly and reaches for the lamp on his nightstand. The light helps him a little, and Izuku sits up in bed, staring blankly at the wall. His breathing is still L-bred and his pulse refuses to slow. He tries some breathing exercises, but they do nothing. Out of fear, he checks himself again. No knife, no fat, just hard, sweaty muscle. He looks over to his window next and shivers when he sees that the curtains are open. Quickly, he gets up and closes them before flopping back down in bed. He's cold, mostly due to his sweat, but also because of the change in temperature. Fall is creeping closer, and he'll have to start wearing more layers soon. A look at the clock reveals that it's 1 in the morning. He'll have to get up and start his day in just over 4 hours. With a sigh, he draws the covers back up and rests his head on his pillow. He's too tired to think about what that dream meant. Even if he feels wide awake and alert, he can't make the connection. He knows it means something, though, something important. He turns off the lamp and curls up under the comforter. Tomorrow, no, later today he'll think about it. Hopefully he feels sharper when he wakes up again. His run should be the perfect time to contemplate the dream. Izuku never falls back asleep. It's just his luck, really. No matter how much he tosses and turns or tries to count backwards from 100, he can't drift off. He feels tired, downright exhausted, even, the whole night, but his eyes refuse to stay shut. That thing could be lurking around, waiting to force the memories back into his mind. The dream could come back, and Izuku would be stuck in another person's body as they lived out their last moments. When his alarm goes off, he lets it blare for a full minute before turning it off. The sun peeks through the crack in his curtains, happy and eager for the day to start just like he isn't. His uniform and school bag hang off the handle of his closet, mocking him as they tell him to get ready. With a sigh, Izuku rolls out of bed. His eyes feel sunken in, and he just knows there are massive bags under them. He slaps his face a few times to try to make himself more alert. When that doesn't work, he opens the curtains and takes in a face full of sun. It only makes him feel worse. He forces down the glass of water on his nightstand and slips into some running gear. Stumbling out of his room, Izuku forces himself to keep awake. Now that he's out of bed, his body is screaming for him to lay down and pass out. But he can't. He has a whole day to get through. The run is awful. Every stride he takes feels like a hammer blow to the bottom of his feet, and every time he stops at a crosswalk, his heart continues to sprint in his chest. He runs slower than usual, and yet his breathing is much more elaborate. Izuku ends up having to cut his run short by a few kilometers to make it to the gym on time. He shuffles up the steps and opens the door with heavy arms. He fumbles for the light switch and blinks when the artificial lights attack his eyes. His workout is awful. Somewhere between loading up the bar for bench pressing and lying down on the bench, Izuku gets a headache. Every strain on his body makes his skull throb, and his muscles scream at him to stop. But he powers through, doing his usual 2x20 set before resting and getting ready for curls. That exercise goes terribly too, with Izuku having to take weight off before the second set and resting for much longer than usual. After suffering through the rest of his workout, Izuku drinks a protein shake, gasping for breath in between sips and feeling dizzy when he finishes. His stomach feels like a lump of lead when he walks out of the door, and it's only by sheer force of will that he jogs back home and gets in the bathroom to clean up. His shower is cold at first, like it usually is, but the sting of the droplets hitting his flesh makes him grit his teeth in pain and crank up the heat. The room fills with steam, and Izuku slumps against the wall, enjoying the warmth the water gives. Cold showers are better for the body, but nothing can feel as good as the heat sinking into him. It almost makes him late, and he has to scramble to get out and towel off. He gets dressed next, not quite tucking in his shirt right and barely trying to tie his tie. His mom frets as he forces down his breakfast and tries to get him to take the day off school. But he can't. He has training and therapy and a whole bunch of other projects that need to get done. He walks out the door with slumped shoulders and a hung head, and nearly nods off on the train. After getting off, he walks up to 𝐴's gates and checks in. The guard that's always there looks at him weirdly but doesn't say a word as he passes. Classroom 1A feels miles away, and by the time he gets there, Izuku can only slump down on his desk. His backpack hits the floor, and he feels his cheeks stick to the hard surface. His body wants to sleep. His mind wants to sleep. Izuku doesn't. He ignores every instinct telling him to lie down and pass out, and forces himself to sit upright. There are a few minutes before the bell, so he pulls out a notebook and a pencil. Maybe he should try to write about the dream. But what if it was about one for all? Actually, there probably isn't an if in that equation. There's a minuscule chance that it was a random dream, and everything felt too real and clear for it to be anything other than a memory. He settles on doodling a picture of All Might instead, drawing the man in a business suit as he strikes a bodybuilder's pose. His tired brain seems to give up about halfway through, and Izuku ends up going from drawing All Might to Toshinori instead, the whole sketch looking wrong and off. The man on the page is caught between his muscle form and his skinny form, with floppy bangs, a broad chest, skinny arms, and misshapen legs. The smile is hollow, and the eyes aren't expressive. Izuku shuts his notebook a few seconds before the bell rings. He waits for Aizawa patiently and greets the man when he walks in right as the bell rings. Or at least he thinks he does. His mouth doesn't want to cooperate with him, and his mind is so fuzzy with exhaustion that he's not sure if he said good morning or great muscles. "How much sleep did you get last night?" Aizawa asks. The man kneels in front of Izuku's desk and looks the boy in the eye with worry. Izuku blinks slowly. Aizawa's eye bags distract him for a moment, and his answer goes from the truth to something much more snippy. "About as much as you." Aizawa sighs and stands back up. "There's no way you got more than 6.5 hours, he says. "You look like you got around 3. Go home and get more. Don't bother coming back today, or tomorrow, either. I can work." Izuku insists. He gets out of his chair but nearly collapses onto the floor. Aizawa helps him back up and forces him to sit down again. "Really, I'm all right." I thought Hound Dog was talking to you about overworking, 𝐼𝐵 says. You've been listening to what he says, right? I have. But we haven't talked about a lot. I just tell him about my day and then he asks about how I feel. Izuku reaches for his backpack. Can I head up to Nezu? Absolutely not. In fact. 𝐼𝐵 reaches into his pocket, pulls out his phone, and types something. Your classes have been cancelled for the day. Go home and sleep. But I can work, Izuku tries again. Please. I can't undo this, 𝐼𝐵 says, showing Izuku his phone. You have the next 2 days off. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now go. Home. Tiredly, Izuku accepts his fate and packs up to leave. 𝐼𝐵 watches him and, when he's finished, walks him out of the door. They don't go more than 5 feet when Izuku collapses again. It's clear that there's no way he can make it to the train station and then his apartment. Not that it'll stop him from trying. Sleep in the classroom, 𝐼𝐵 orders, dragging him back inside. I'll wake you up after a few hours and then you'll have to go home, preferably to get more sleep. I can walk, Izuku huffs, trying to pull away from his teacher. I just need a break, is all. Midoriya, I will literally tie you up with my capture weapon and lock you in this room so you'll be forced to sleep. Don't test me. Beaten, Izuku accepts his fate and lies down on the floor behind 𝐼�'s desk. Suspiciously, the tile there is much softer than the rest of the floor. Did 𝐒𝐻 have this part changed just so he could sleep better? Probably. With that bit of new information at the forefront of his mind, Izuku shrugs off his blazer and undoes his tie. Then, he curls up into a ball and uses the jacket for a blanket. No. 𝐼�'s gruff voice forces him to crack open an eye, just in time to see a mass of yellow being dumped on top of him. Sleeping on the floor with no support for your head is awful for your neck. That has a pillow built into it. Use it. Moments later, Izuku falls asleep wrapped up in a sleeping bag that smells of coffee and cats, feeling safe and content. And then, all at once, he's awake again. His muscles feel stiff but not weak, his mind is sharp, and he feels great. With his eyes still closed, he begins to stretch, only to stop when his arms push against cloth. Right, the sleeping bag. Izuku opens his eyes to look for a zipper but halts when something blue obstructs his vision. He swings his head around, but it follows his line of sight. With a smile, he reaches up and pulls the sticky note off of his forehead. We hope your nap is great. Next time, if you feel bad, stay home. We'll understand. There's a doodle of Izuku's friends underneath the text in place of a signature, and he carefully sets it on the floor next to him so he won't lose or crumple it. Then he unzips the bag. Free of the confining cloth, Izuku stretches his arms. His joints pop, and his muscles pull tight as they get used to motion again. He makes sure to hold each stretch for a while, wanting to make sure he doesn't get a crick. Once he's finished, he stands and stretches his legs. They're stiffer than his arms, having been pressed up to his chest for however long he was asleep. He pats his pocket for his phone to check the time but stops before he can turn the screen on. Seeing his reflection causes him to reach up to his head and grab something from on top of it. Nejia's horned headband sits in his hand, looking out of place against the gray floor and walls of the classroom. Gently, Izuku sets it on 𝐼�'s desk along with his phone and rakes his hands through his hair. There's no way he doesn't have a horrible case of bedhead. Between the headband and resting for a few hours, it's impossible. Once he's satisfied with his hair, Izuku leaves the room. A look at the time on his phone shows that it's 2 in the afternoon, meaning his friends are probably sparring somewhere while 𝐼� watches. He leaves his coat, tie, and backpack behind. Maybe he could join in when he finds them. It's a stretch, but Izuku feels well rested now. He can fight and he can think. Hopefully 𝐼� will see that. He walks to their usual training ground, passing by the locker rooms as he does. He considers changing into his gym uniform but decides against it. If he walks in on them ready to go, they'll probably try to force him to rest some more. He'll have a better shot at actually fighting if he asks before he gets ready. Stepping out onto a road of a fake city, Izuku strains his ears. There's usually some kind of noise coming from whoever's using the area unless they are doing stealth training. But Izuku's friends don't exactly do subtle things, so it only takes a few seconds to pick up the sound of an explosion. Smiling, Izuku takes to the air and greets One for All as it wakes up from its slumber. He heads right for the spot he heard the explosion come from, which is right in the middle of the city. He flies over blocks of buildings, noting that a lot of them have damage to them. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 the most likely culprit since 𝐼𝐻𝐼 doesn't have a lot of raw power and Tamaki likes to avoid collateral damage as much as possible. A flash of gold catches his attention, and Izuku turns in time to see a spiral ram into the side of a convenience store. A small blue blob flies away from the scene of destruction and lands on a rooftop beside a few more splotches of color. Izuku knows that they're either working on structural integrity or goofing off since that's what was on the schedule for the day. It's not that surprising that they're giving poor 𝐶𝐼𝐺 more work, but it does make him feel a bit bad for all of the buildings he's knocked down. Quietly, Izuku flies down to the street beside the building his friends are on. He ignores the rickety fire escape in favor of climbing up the side. Black whip seeps out of his hands and easily allows him to stick to the wall, and he makes his way up in a matter of seconds. You hit the support pillar dead on with that last attack, and the building may look fine but it's been significantly weakened. Another hit will send it falling over, which is why heroes with lots of raw power avoid going for obvious load-bearing walls or columns. Aiming for weaker walls looks worse because they collapse in, but they don't affect the rest of the structure all that much and are easier to rebuild. Izuku peeks his head over the ledge of the roof and watches as Aizawa explains. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 and Tamaki are the most engrossed, though 𝐼𝐻𝐼 looks politely interested in it as well. Izuku wishes that he could have been here for the whole lesson, but it's really his fault for not being able to fall back asleep. Maybe he can ask Aizawa for lecture notes. Deciding that the best course of action is to just ask, Izuku leaps onto the roof with a completely unnecessary backflip. "Hi, guys. Hey, shouldn't you be asleep?" 𝐒𝐻𝐼 says as she floats over to him. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 and Tamaki are close behind, and Izuku meets them halfway. "I was, but I woke up a little bit ago. I figured I should come find you guys and see if I could join in." Izuku accepts a side hug from 𝐼𝐻𝐼 and happily shoulder bumps Tamaki. "It wasn't hard to do since I could hear you guys working from across the city." "Well, I wouldn't call it working," 𝐼𝐻𝐼 says, casting a look over to a pile of rubble a few buildings down the road. "I mean, there's no way blowing up buildings can be considered a job, right? Demolition teams exist," Tamaki points out. "And pyrotechnics get paid to blow things up. Do what you love for a living and you'll never work a day in your life," 𝐒𝐻𝐼 quotes. "It's like that, except I don't get paid and I get graded on it." "Same thing, really, right?" "No," Izuku laughs. "But I get what you mean. Can I join in?" "You're supposed to be taking the day off," Aizawa interjects. "It takes a while to recover from a night of bad sleep, especially if you've had good sleeping habits for a while." "But I'm all caught up," Izuku argues. "I feel great. And when's the next time 𝐶𝐼𝐺 will let you have us break this many buildings?" "Probably not anytime soon." Aizawa sighs. "Fine. But if you don't get 8 hours tonight, don't bother showing up tomorrow morning. Learning while exhausted is a waste of time." Izuku knocks down 10 buildings, a radio tower, 2 statues, and a fake monument shaped like a cactus. Only the buildings were intentional, the rest being victims of imprecise punches or overestimating how much force was needed. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 had the same problem, and the paths of destruction he saw from overhead were her failed attempts at knocking down a single building without any extra damage. It takes a while, but eventually Izuku gets a feel for it. He gets 3 in a row without a scratch on any other structures and happily high-fives 𝐒𝐻𝐼 afterwards. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 and Tamaki also congratulate him but quickly follow Aizawa's orders and start on their portion of the exercise. Rubble diving. They did it back in the licensing exam and were taught about it last year, but none of it was like the rubble Izuku and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 made. The 2 boys take turns digging through for dummies or random items. It's delicate work since any mistake could start a cave-in. It's for that reason that Izuku and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 follow them around, ready to grab their friends and fly off if anything goes wrong. They finish the exercise by 3:30 and pack up to go home, feeling fulfilled. Well, Izuku packs up to go to therapy, but it's a similar thing, really. Hound Dog can be gruff sometimes, but he's nice enough. Once his friends have left, 𝐒𝐿 heads up to the counseling office. Like usual, he knocks on the door and waits for Hound Dog to let him in. When the man does, 𝐒𝐿 turns the doorknob and steps through. "Good afternoon," 𝐒𝐿 greets as he takes his usual spot on the couch. "How are you?" "You stink of sweat," Hound Dog replies, ignoring 𝐒𝐿's politeness. "Don't you usually shower after you finish with your hero classes?" "Yeah, but they ran long today." 𝐒𝐿 grabs the ready cup of green tea off the coffee table in front of him. "I'm sorry if it hurts your nose. I'll make sure to clean up tomorrow before stepping in." Hound Dog snorts into his glass of water. "I've been around worse than a teenager's BO, kid. Don't worry about it. How was your day?" "Good," 𝐒𝐿 replies. "Was it?" Hound Dog asks before he can go further. "I heard you had a bit of an issue this morning. I do hope the pictures of you in Aizawa's hobo bag I got from MIC are genuine, because I already plan on using them for blackmail against 𝐿. I woke up at 1 this morning and couldn't go back to sleep," 𝐒𝐿 admits. Is Hound Dog joking about the blackmail? It's hard to tell, but 𝐒𝐿 feels like he should be worried for his teacher. "What woke you up?" Hound Dog picks up a pencil and prepares to write. "You don't have a history of insomnia, and neither does your mother. Has something changed recently that would impact your ability to rest?" "Yeah," 𝐒𝐿 sighs. He can't say it. That thing refuses to leave his memories, and he somehow knows that talking about it would only make it worse. "I'm not comfortable with talking about it. But I did have a nightmare because of it." "All right. I see that you're seeing Dr. Hansen as well as me for treatment," Hound Dog notes. "You must have some friends in high places to be seeing her. Would you be comfortable with talking to her about what happened?" "I think so, yes." "Good. What's important is that you're talking about that stuff and making an effort to get better." Hound Dog sets down his pencil and takes a sip from his glass of water. "Now, why did you come to school today if you felt awful?" 𝐒𝐿 opens his mouth to reply but can't find the words. Why did he try to make it through the day on 4 hours of sleep? It doesn't make an ounce of sense. "I don't know." "You don't know, or you don't know how to explain?" Hound Dog prods. "I think it's a bit of both," 𝐒� tries again. "I've been waking up and lifting for so long that I just have to do it. I didn't even think seriously about taking the day off, I just went and hoped I wouldn't crash on the way." "You've had days off before, correct?" Hound Dog asks. 𝐒� nods. "Do you remember how you felt at the ends of those days?" "Not happy," 𝐒� says. "No, wait, that's not right," he backtracks. "I was okay, but I didn't feel as good as I would if I had lifted and gone to school. I didn't feel as fulfilled, and I missed working." "Does your mother work a lot?" "Yeah, she regularly puts in more than 40 hours a week. It's why we don't eat breakfast together every day." "But you're both happy with that, right?" "Right. We're not exactly rich, maybe we are now. With my hero paychecks and the money I got from the commission, we're doing way better. But before, we definitely weren't. All of the work she did let us live comfortably, though. I think," Hound Dog says carefully, "that you've equated hard work to happiness." 𝐒� blinks. "Well, yeah. I mean, that's what we're all taught, right? Work hard and you'll be happy. It's a fact of life." "Maybe for some people," Hound Dog agrees. "And in our country today, a strong work ethic is needed to stay afloat. But working every day until you drop isn't good for you. Sure, you might feel fulfilled, but you'll run yourself ragged and burn out. I'm going to suggest you pick up a non-strenuous hobby, something to take your time away from doing backbreaking work all day." "But I won't feel as good if I don't do as much work, you said it yourself. And I'm only good at school and hero stuff," 𝐒� adds, a bit embarrassed. "I mean, if I had to live on my own, I'd be okay. I can cook and stuff, but I don't have any real skills. A good hobby can be just as fulfilling as a full day of work. And that's the thing, I'm not saying you should drop your career a few days a week. Just ease off a little. Spend a few hours with yourself doing something simple and enjoyable." Hound Dog reaches under his desk and pulls out a basket of yarn and needles. I think knitting would be perfect for you. What? Izuku asks, half tempted to laugh. My mom knits and I'm not sure if I'll be able to sit still long enough to learn, let alone make a blanket. Kid, anyone can knit. It takes a few days to learn, but you'll get there easily enough. I'd say that, in a year, you'll be able to make a decent scarf. Hound Dog tosses Izuku a spool of yarn. And just think of how good you'll feel when you wear something you made yourself. Here. It'll be like lifting or going on patrol, only safer and more relaxing. And hey, maybe you could make some things for your friends or Aizawa. That man needs a good hat for this winter. Izuku looks down at the green spool of yarn in his hands. It's soft and feels great against his skin. Knitting, here. Maybe it's worth a shot. No, sweetie, like this. See how neat my knot is. If you don't have a good beginning to work from, you won't be able to progress very far. Take the yarn off and try again. Like this. It's better, and I know you want to get going, so we'll work on it more later. Now, there's a simple pattern to this. You push the right one into the opening and then you wrap the thread around it. Here, it's like this. Did I do it right? You did it backwards. Take the thread off and try again. How long did it take for you to learn this? To figure out all of the processes you need. 2 weeks. But I didn't get good at knitting until you were, 2 months old. Considering I started when I was 14, it took a while. But that's fine. You can make coasters and scarves and all sorts of stuff without too much skill. Leave the hats and mittens for later, okay? Sure. Does this look right? Yep. Now, pull the needle back a bit. A little more than that, son, you have to pull the thread through the loop. Yes, that's it, now pull gently. Did I do it? Almost. Loop it onto the other needle and make sure everything's tight. Ta-da. That's your first stitch. It's tiny. How many of these will I need to make something? Oh, a few thousand. Don't look at me like that. You have a pair of socks I made you, remember? Those took me a few months to complete. For you to get a good-sized coaster or rag, it'll probably take until next month. Most of that will be because of mistakes, though. But let's just try to get this row done, okay? Then I can show you how to add another. All right. One wouldn't think that knitting would be difficult. Or maybe it's just Izuku who feels that way. He's seen his mom work with the needles at least 3 times a week for as long as he can remember. And she's always been a fast worker, churning out a new hat and scarf for him every winter so he'd have properly fitting clothes. But when Izuku himself sits down to do it, he fails at just about everything. Sitting still is hard. Every fiber of his being wants to get up and get around, which breaks his focus, which in turn leads to more mistakes. The hand movement is totally foreign to him as well. Izuku had thought that all of the work he put into carefully regulating one for all and sketching costume designs would make something like knitting easy. But all of his fine motor control went out the window when his mother first showed him how to hold the needles properly. But despite all of that, it's somehow still relaxing. Izuku might want to go and do something physical, but he finds that he can't leave a row unfinished. All of his mistakes are easily fixed with a smile from his mother, and trying again takes 2 seconds. He doesn't realize it until he's done, but he spends 2 hours knitting with his mother. The fact that he only has 3 rows done doesn't take away from his satisfaction one bit. And that's the thing, too. Izuku feels good when he looks at his progress. Lumpy and uneven it may be, but he made those stitches, and when he's done, it'll be his uneven coaster. It's no weightlifting or a round in the ring with his friends, but it does the job well. He'll have to thank Hound Dog later for giving him something new to do. Maybe he'll give his therapist the first coaster. No, the second. He'll keep the first on his nightstand. But now, there are other things to do. Are you all ready for Dr. Hansen? His mother asks as she puts away her knitting supplies. Yeah, Izuku replies. I mean, I just show up, so it's not like I need anything. Right. That's not what I meant. His mother walks over and rests a hand on his arm. She looks into his eyes. Are you ready to talk about what you won't tell me about? I know you've been having trouble, so I just want to make sure. I'm fine, Mom, Izuku insists. I can talk to the doctor just fine. She looks at him for a moment. Izuku can't tell if it's out of worry or something else. You've gotten so tall. She decides to say. You'll be your father's height by the time you're out of high school if you keep growing this fast. You'll probably have better muscles, too. I'm not that tall, Izuku says, shrugging. Was Dad? Yeah, about 190, if I remember correctly. His mother continues to look up at him, but her eyes seem to focus on something far beyond him. Tall, dark, and handsome. And well-dressed, too. He never went out in anything other than slacks. He used to box when he was about your age before he joined his uncle's company. He kept up with the fitness aspect of it so he wouldn't go soft. Do you know what business he worked for? Shipping, his mother replies. I don't remember the name, but it started with an S-sh something. Or maybe it was Shaw. I don't remember. Anyways, he ran the numbers and made sure it stayed afloat. She chuckles at her unintentional pun but quickly regains focus. When did he leave? Izuku asks, trying to be gentle but not knowing how. Before you were born, his mother sighs. He didn't even know I was PRNT before we broke up. His company changed headquarters so he had to go with it. I used to get letters every now and then, but they stopped about 12 years ago. So you weren't married, then? Izuku had always figured, but it's a relief to know the truth. Yes, though no one really knows about that. They assume that we're divorced. Or at least that's what the people at work and in my knitting circle think. The official documents say otherwise. His mother seems to regain focus and smiles up at him. You have his nose, you know. And the freckles. Izuku reaches up and brushes his cheeks with the tips of his fingers. What was his name? Hisoshi, right. But not Midoriya. Midoriya is my family name, yes. His mother reaches up and pushes a strand of hair away from his face. I have records of my great-great-grandpa changing the name after we got our green hair. Your father, her watch beeps, drawing their attention. Oh. We were supposed to be out the door by now. Let's get going so we don't miss our train. They make it on time, but it's a close thing. They're crammed into the last two seats, and the train pulls away right as Izuku's butt hits the seat. The actual ride over isn't all that bad since Izuku can just look at his phone the whole time. Netsu recommended some informative articles and a few anecdotal tidbits to look into, and has been steadily working through them in his free time. Most are on quirks, though a few are historical. Izuku finds the historical ones to be the most interesting, particularly the handful written by people who came into contact with the luminescent baby way back when the child was first born. After 2 stops, most of the passengers have gotten off. Dr. Hansen's office is out of the way, and not a lot of people live around the area it's in. Since it's just past quitting time for most working people, Izuku finds himself with an empty seat to his left and lots of legroom. He wastes no time in stretching out but quickly pulls his legs back when a shorter man walks on and grabs onto the pole in the middle of the train right in front of him. Sir, you can sit next to my son, his mother says. Like Izuku, she's noticed that the man looks exhausted. There's no reason for you to stand when there's an open seat. There's actually plenty of open seats, and most people keep 2 or 3 between them and the people closest to them. But the man shakes his head with a smile. No thanks. I might end up shocking the poor guy. The man's left eye twitches a little, which seems to surprise him because he gasps and reaches up with his free hand to cover his mouth. My quirk's a little finicky, so unless you're okay with being hit with a few dozen volts, I'll keep my distance. A few other passengers lean away from the man after he says that, and one woman even lifts her feet off of the floor. The man takes it in good stride and leans onto the pole. His right arm reaches up to cover his mouth again, but it quickly drops to his side. Interested, Izuku leans forward in his seat. Your quirk has something to do with electricity. Izuku asks. Yep, I can make it, absorb it, and dish it back out. The man holds up one finger and a small crackle of light appears. He gasps again and covers his mouth, the electricity gone. Course, there's drawbacks. I'm just a battery, so what I put out goes everywhere. And when I'm tired like now, it likes to try and sneak out. That's pretty cool. Izuku leans back in his seat. Are you an electrician? The man smiles proudly. Oh yeah, been working with my quirk since I was 16. Anyways, you look familiar. Would I know you from somewhere? I won the UA Sports Festival. Izuku tries. And I've been in the news a few times. The man snaps his fingers. That's where I know you from. My kid follows you online, and he really likes your workout videos. I'm pretty sure he got a gym membership because of you. That's great. Izuku exclaims. I'm glad he started to work out. Physical health is really important. Oh yeah, I've been trying to get his butt off the couch for a few years now. The man pokes one of his fingers into his stomach. Of course, I'm not exactly spry and young, but Denki hardly did anything other than school and video games until he found you. I was the same, Izuku admits. But I definitely wouldn't have made it into UA if I didn't start working out. Yeah, Denki wants into a hero school, too. He can't pick one, but now that he's hitting the gym, he'll probably make it. The man reaches up and covers his mouth again but doesn't bother moving his hand down to his side. Instead, he rests it on his shoulder. He'll get a kick when I tell him I saw you. I'd swear he'd have a poster of you in his room if they were available. In the back of his mind, Izuku can hear a tiny, disembodied voice that sounds suspiciously like Nezu yelling, "Plug the merch." He obeys, of course. I'm actually working on stuff like that. I guess I might be on a t-shirt or something, but older heroes will definitely be the focus. All of them will be UA graduates, too. Hey, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Or at least tell Denki. He'll scrape up enough cash to buy something, I'm sure. The train lurches to a stop, and Izuku sways to the side a little. This is us, his mother says. Hurry, now. We're on a tight schedule. They exit the train, with Izuku waving and telling the man to wish his son luck for him and receiving a two-fingered salute back. After that, the walk to the office is quick. It's clear that they are away from the main hustle and bustle of Tokyo, but they're not quite in the residential area or a suburb either. It's actually kind of like their neighborhood back home, with a few locally owned shops and public areas. But the building they are here for sticks out like a sore thumb. Big and modern, the structure reflects nearly every bit of sunlight that hits it, and the parking lot is well manicured and full, a rarity for how close they are to a major city. As awe-inspiring as a massive glass box in the middle of brick and mortar is, Izuku's mom doesn't pay it any mind as she leads him through the lot and up the front steps. The door opens automatically, and a security guard tracks them with 2 of their dozen eyes. They walk up to the front desk where an elderly man sits, moving his mouse back and forth as his computer screen reflects in his glasses. Izuku can tell that he's playing solitaire. Hello. I'm Midoriya Inko and this is my son, Izuku, his mother says, setting her purse on the ledge. The solitaire window is quickly minimized, and a blank outline of something takes its place. You have the 745, right? The man asks. His mother nods. I'll need to see both of your IDs, please. The cards quickly change hands and, with a glance up at their faces, the man types on his outline. Young man, one of our ushers will take you to your room in just a moment. You're welcome to wait in one of our lounges. They're down that hallway, the secretary points over Izuku's shoulder, and clearly marked. Someone will come get you when the time is up. Argus. The guard from earlier straightens at his post and starts to walk over. His eyes never stop moving around, though a few appear to be sleeping. He stops just behind Izuku and stares at the secretary with the 2 eyes in his actual eye sockets. Take him to Hansen. You know the drill. The guard nods and motions at Izuku to follow him before starting off down the corridor opposite the way to the lounge area. Izuku tentatively says goodbye to his mother before following. The walk down the hall is quick and silent. Izuku fidgets the whole way and tries not to look at the eye the guard keeps on him. When they make it all the way down, they stop in front of a heavy-looking iron door. Or at least, Izuku thinks it's a door. There's no handle or keyhole even though it's outlined by a few trips of bolted-on steel. The guard raises a fist and knocks on it 5 times. Then the door slides into the ground, and Izuku gets a look at the other side, and at the door, which is easily a foot thick. The doctor is waiting, the guard says, keeping his words short and clipped off. You will not be recorded, but there will be people waiting to intervene if you threaten her. Don't try anything and use your time wisely. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 murmurs a quick thanks before walking by the man and into the room. Unlike the rest of the building, it's completely windowless. The walls are made of metal, and one is dented slightly, like a massive hammer slammed into it. Or maybe a powerful attack. That particular option makes 𝐒𝐿 nervous, so he looks away from the wall. The floor is also metal, but it has a few large rugs that make it seem more homely. The scent of vanilla wafts through the air, and paintings line the walls, all of them cheerful-looking. Expensive-looking furniture takes up most of the floor, arranged so that every piece is facing the middle. There are 2 couches, a rocking chair, and an armchair. "You'd best get comfortable," a cool and calm voice says. 𝐒𝐿 jumps in shock and turns around to see Dr. Hansen, though she's not exactly picture-perfect for what is seen. Her hair has been completely shaved off, for one, and a thick, jagged scar runs from the crown of her head to below the collar of her cardigan. It comes close to covering her left eye, but it sharply turns to cut through the lips and chin. "Sorry." 𝐒𝐿 apologizes, backing up to sit in one of the couches. "I didn't mean to stare." "It's quite all right," the doctor says. Her voice is forgiving, but her face says that she's dealt with this a million times. "I know my appearance is abnormal even in these weird and modern times. I understand that you would be surprised by it. Though I would have hoped that Yagi thought to show you a picture of me. He did. It was just an old one." 𝐒𝐿 shifts in his seat, struggling to find comfort in the cushions of the couch. Is it possible for furniture to be too soft? Because this one certainly feels that way. That couch is much more firm. The doctor points to the one opposite 𝐒𝐿 as she walks over to sit down in the rocking chair. "You can lay down if you'd like, but those that need my particular services rarely feel comfortable with doing so." What kind of people do you help?" 𝐒𝐿 asks as he swaps couches. Like the doctor said, the second one is much closer to what he's used to. "Lots of government officials or field operatives," the doctor informs. "People who know things that the public can't but still need help dealing with the weight of them. Underground heroes are another big demographic of people I get in here. Most of them don't want word of their existence getting out, and some are willing to pay a good sum to avoid it. Yagi's footing your bill, correct?" "Yes," 𝐒𝐿 nods. "Oh, Yagi. All might," he settles on, remembering that she probably knows more about the man than he does, "recommended you to me. He said there was no chance of you telling another person my secrets." "That is true," the doctor agrees. "My quirk is called locked lips, and I cannot repeat what has been said to me and only me. I cannot write the secrets. I cannot say them, and I cannot gesture in a way that would inform another of the secret. Would you like an example?" "Sure." 𝐒𝐿 straightens up in his seat. "How would I?" "Ask me a question about Yagi," the doctor suggests. 𝐒𝐿 thinks for a moment. How much did he pay you after you helped him?" $5,000 per 2-hour session." 𝐒𝐿 reels back in shock. "I thought, his payment is on file at my old place of work," the doctor explains. "It's hardly a secret. Try again, but ask about something personal. Something he hasn't told you about." "What was All for One like?" 𝐒𝐿 asks, his voice barely a whisper. "How?" He pauses to lick his lips, his mouth suddenly feeling dry. "How did that fight go?" The doctor opens her mouth to speak, but it suddenly slams shut with a click of her teeth. She reaches up a hand to try and pry it open, but her jaw won't budge. She tries to point at something with her hands, but her arms slam against her legs, locked in place. She sits rigged for a while, stiff and motionless. Then, without any warning, she relaxes. "See? Impossible. Many have tried to get me to talk, but it's never worked. They've mostly given up now, but every now and then, someone tries again." Dr. Hansen points to the massive dent in the wall. "Your life must be hard," 𝐒𝐿 says. "It is," the doctor confirms. "I'm sorry. I appreciate your sympathy, but I ask that you don't pity me." The doctor laces her fingers together and rests them on her lap. She starts to push against the ground with her legs, rocking back and forth in an even rhythm. "I accepted the reality of it all long ago, and you're here to get help, not feel sorry for me. Yagi told me why you were coming, but I'd like to hear it from you as well. Take your time." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighs and relaxes into the cushions of the couch. He takes a moment to gather his thoughts, unsure if he could even vocalize them without stopping either from nerves or the memories. The time continues to tick by, but Dr. Hansen never once prods. She simply sits in her chair and rocks. Back and forth, back and forth. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 finds himself lost in the pattern, not even realizing that he's talking until the words leave his mouth. I was eating dinner at another family's house. I saved them the previous week and they wanted to repay me, so my mom and I went over. Everything was fine until I went to the bathroom. When I was washing my hands, or was it after? I heard something in the room across the hall. They were villains, and I fought them. I won, but they managed to escape after a while, and I followed them through a portal to their base, and then… 𝐒𝐿 takes a deep breath and clenches his fists. He cut his nails the night before, but if he hadn't, they'd be digging into his palms. There was a monster down in that lair. It made me feel things, awful things. And after it was gone, they tried to kill me. But I didn't die. A kid did. He was only 3.5. 𝐒𝐿's voice starts to shake, and he rubs the underside of his eyes with his fingers, waiting for the tears. He wasn't even in school yet. And they killed him, and I failed to stop it. He could be here right now, but I wasn't good enough, and now his funeral's 2 weeks from now. The doctor remains silent, seemingly content to watch 𝐒𝐿 cry. She waits until his sobs start to slow before speaking. Do you think about the boy often? Dr. Hansen asks. Is his memory more common than, let's say your mother's? I dunno, 𝐒𝐿 hiccups. I don't. If I keep busy, I do okay, like at school and stuff. But when I'm not doing anything and it's quiet, it's the only thing I think about. It's perfectly normal to feel this way, the doctor assures. And it's healthy to grieve. In fact, I don't think you've been grieving enough. Here. Walk me through your day, the doctor instructs. I know it's what you do with Hound Dog every session you have with him, so just make it short and simple. Okay, 𝐒𝐿 says, trying to pull himself back together. It's hard. He can't shake the sight of that boy crumbling to ash in his hands, but he still tries. I wake up, work out, eat, go to school, do some after-school training, then I do homework until I have to go to bed. You're pretty busy, though I understand you've recently been given more free time. 𝐒𝐿 nods, and the doctor hums. Yes, you've definitely distracted yourself from it. For some people, picking up the pieces and going on like nothing happened can work. But, Midoriya, do you think you'll still be mourning that boy 3 months from now? Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 mumbles. He just won't get out of my head. Then you can't keep doing what you're doing, the doctor claims. Grief can easily lead to depression, and your feelings of inadequacy will only make it a steeper slope. Do you want your career to end before it can begin? No. I thought so. I recommend that you take a few days off. Maybe you could still hit the gym or do some easy assignments, but you should spend most of the day doing nothing. Think about how you feel, and don't be afraid to cry everything out. You said the funeral is in 2 weeks. Yeah. Will you be attending? I think so. It would definitely be beneficial for you. The doctor pauses her rocking and leans forward a little, causing 𝐒𝐿's attention to zero in on her. Funerals give us a good outlet for mourning, which in turn makes us feel better. It's ultimately your choice, but it's best if you go. All right. I'll go then. 𝐒𝐿 watches as the doctor nods and leans back again. She sets her hands on the armrests and crosses her legs and sits still for a while. 𝐒𝐿 can't help but stare at her in confusion. Why isn't she saying anything? Is she not happy with how he's behaving? Or maybe she just doesn't want to talk. His mind continues to wander, asking question after question as the silence wears on. But gradually, like a ball losing momentum as he rolls along the ground, 𝐒�'s mind focuses on the boy and the monsters that killed him. The memories of him crumbling to dust, and of that thing burning through his mind, play. Over and over, cycling back and forth. His breathing becomes shallow, and his eyes start to burn again. Midoriya, the doctor says, grabbing his attention. What's your favorite color? Green. 𝐒� says, mind halfway in between the memories and the present. What? How much can you squat? 315 pounds, but why? What did you have for breakfast? Eggs and rice. The doctor nods, satisfied with whatever she just did. Do you see what I just did? No. I left you alone with your thoughts, and it's clear that you would have had a breakdown if I didn't intervene. I asked you questions to drag your mind elsewhere and, in doing so, I kept you from grieving. This is what you've been doing for the past few weeks. The doctor's tone of voice makes it clear that it's not a good thing. Grief and sorrow are natural and even healthy in the right amounts. You haven't let yourself properly go through them, which is bad. Machines break down because they are broken, and so do people. When that happens, you stop, take a break, gather your thoughts, fix the issue, and then go on. You've been skipping most of those steps. So you want me to just go home and cry for a couple of days? Izuku asks, not sure if he should take her seriously. Yes. As I've said before, crying does make you feel better. The doctor reaches into the front pocket of her briefs and pulls out a pen and a small pad of paper. She flips it open and begins to write. Do you have a meditative hobby? I picked up knitting recently, Izuku says. My mom's been teaching me. Good. When you take your days off, knit a lot. It'll help you deal with a lot of your emotions, and it's good for your mind in general, too. The doctor stops writing and tears off the sheet of paper. She holds it up between two of her fingers. This is a doctor's note prescribing at least 7 days of rest between now and the funeral. They don't all have to be consecutive, and in fact I wouldn't take more than 3 off at once. But you need to relax and let your emotions settle. Izuku feels his lips twitch downward but accepts the note when the doctor hands it to him. Thank you, he says, not quite meaning it. You can still stick to your weight training. Exercise is another good meditative hobby. But there's to be no going to school or working on school things when you take your mental health days. The doctor settles back into her rocking chair and resumes her even back and forth motion. Would you like to talk about the monster in the lair today? I'm not against it, but this is a lot to unpack already. Izuku looks at the note, trying to decipher the handwriting, which is a weird mix of beautifully written English and sloppy Japanese characters. And it's not that big of a deal. I'm dealing with it just fine. I'd hesitate to call losing 6 hours of sleep a small thing, the doctor says as she raises an eyebrow. Have you had any other issue relating to this monster you spoke of? It's kind of like the other thing, Izuku sighs. It just pops into my head and I can't stop thinking about it. And maybe it's been in my dreams again. I don't really remember them, but sometimes I wake up feeling scared and I don't know why. I see. The doctor pulls out her notes again and scribbles something down. You may have some kind of traumatic stress disorder, or, I forget the Japanese word for it, but it's like a phobia, only born from trauma and completely rational. It will require more work for a proper diagnosis, but there are treatment options for every possibility. It will take more time than we have left, however, so I would recommend talking to Hound Dog about it or waiting until you see me again. I'll wait for you, Izuku decides. It was only one night and, some of the stuff has to do with One for All. That's fine, though if it worsens before you can see me, say something to Hound Dog. I can't take walk-ins, and your well-being is the top priority. The doctor stands. Would you like to stay for your remaining time or head out to see your mother? I'd like to see my mom, thanks, Izuku says as he stands up. How much time is left? That felt really quick. Yagi paid for a 1-hour session, but you only used about 40 minutes, the doctor informs. Your next one will probably take the full amount of time and maybe even go over if you plan on breaking down what happened in the lair, but your MSTR has deep pockets so he can afford the extra fees. Now please, she hits a button and the door opens once more. Have a good evening, and for your sake, grieve. I'll see you next week. Bye. Izuku follows the guard all the way back to the front desk and then to the lounge area. Neither of them speaks a word, though Izuku fidgets with the paper in his hands. When they get to the lounge area, they spend a while searching for his mother. It's a hard task since that part of the building is 3 or 4 times the size of their apartment and houses a small army of people waiting for something or someone. There are even a few vending machines, and Izuku counts no less than 10 TVs, all fairly new. They find her sitting on a couch with a cup of tea. The guard tells Izuku that they can't loiter for too long and walks off, presumably to guard another area of the building. As he draws closer, it becomes obvious that his mom's talking to someone. Curious, he picks up his pace. His mother sees him and happily points him out. "There he is," she says. "A bit early, but it's his first day." "Yes, that's how it was for us," a man replies. His voice is flat and monotone, and much lower than his mom's or even his. "They like to ease you into it here." Yeah. A lot of medical professionals don't like the whole sink or swim deal most heroes have going on. Izuku stops walking. He knows that voice. He hears a little bit of shuffling, and a head pokes over the high back of the couch. "Hello there." Izuku blinks as he catches an eyeful of perfectly manicured blue hair, sparkling blue eyes, and a bright, happy smile. "𝐒𝐻𝐲." "Well who else?" 𝐒𝐻𝐲 leans over the back of the chair, somehow managing to maintain her balance while half of her body weight hangs off. Or maybe it's just because her dad's sitting on the other side. "I mean, how many people with blue hair do you know?" "One." Izuku says, a bit unsure. "Maybe I've seen another one. But that's not what I meant." "Oh. And what did you mean?" 𝐒𝐻𝐲 extends one of her fingers like she's going to poke Izuku on the nose, but she doesn't quite have the arm reach to do so and ends up flopping over. "Is it such a shock to see me outside of school? I mean, we've been hanging out for a while now, so it shouldn't be. Unless something changed." "No, it's not that. I am here." Izuku chews the inside of his cheek, unsure of how to explain it. "It's just you, and here, and He gestures vaguely to her and then to the space around him. "It doesn't, I dunno." "Here." "Well, all right then." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 hauls herself back up on the couch and props her arms on the back of it. "All types of people need therapy, YA know," she says, her expression taking on a little bit of seriousness. "So it's not really a surprise that you're not the only one of us going." "Oh. No, I didn't mean to insinuate that you, or that I was the only one who needed. No, that's not right. I mean that it's totally cool that you're here, it's just that I didn't think that, that's not it either." Izuku continues to babble on, trying to get the words right but finding the task to be impossible. He just barely catches it between all of his rapid gesturing and hectic mind, but 𝐒𝐻𝐲 relaxes back to her earlier state. "Nah, you're fine. I was just playing." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 leans all the way back so she's sitting on her knees on top of the couch cushion. Her chin rests on the soft top of the back cushion. "You should come sit down. We're here a bit early so it'll be a while before our session." She leaves no room for argument, so Izuku walks around and sits down next to his mother. He looks up at 𝐒𝐻𝐲, who's happily bouncing her knee, which makes the baggy openings of her breathed legs swish around. To her right is Mr. Heido, who he's never met before. "I've heard a lot about you," he says, both his body language and facial expression the perfect example of neutrality. If Izuku's honest with himself, it's kind of hard to see how he's related to his own daughter. Where 𝐒𝐻𝐲 is lean and spry, her father's stocky and broad. His skin is rough and tan, with occasional splotches of red that look like minor burns, a stark contrast between 𝐒𝐻𝐲's pale skin. He just feels static, like every part of him screams immovable object. "All good things, right?" Izuku tries. He laughs nervously at his own joke, which 𝐒𝐻𝐲 must find to be hilarious because she giggles too. "Yes." Though some of them were a little debatable. Mr. Heido tilts his head down ever so slightly, and Izuku catches just the faintest glimpse of a scar through his short black hair. "You're quite rowdy from what she's told me." "Your daughter told you the truth, then," Izuku's mother chimes in. "He's given me a lot of trouble, though most of it has been since he met her." She points to 𝐒𝐻𝐲, who grins and nods her head. "Yep, that's all true," she declares. "Is it?" Mr. Heido raises his brow and stares at Izuku, which makes him fidget in his seat and sends his stomach rolling. "Yes." Izuku says. "I mean, when I met Mirio and her was when everything started to pick up, so." "You forgot about a Magiki," his mother chides. "No I didn't, he's just not as." Izuku moves his hands in front of him, waving at 𝐒𝐻𝐲. "That? You just gestured to all of me, 𝐂𝐲 says with a smile. She leans down so her elbows rest on her knees. Should I be offended? No. Izuku yells and then promptly flushes because he said that really loud. No. It's just, you and Tamaki. Well, you're just really different. That's true, 𝐂𝐲 agrees. Anyways, how did therapy go? The doctors here are great, so I'm sure you had a productive session. 𝐂𝐲, Mr. Hado says in a warning tone. Not everyone likes being open about stuff like that. Let your friend have his privacy. It's all right, Izuku says, waving his concern off. I don't mind. And yeah, Dr. Hansen was really polite and kind. I didn't feel out of place or anything like that. You see Dr. Hansen? Mr. Hado asks. His expression turns slightly interested, and Izuku suddenly feels like a deer in the headlights. You must have some serious connections to get time with her, he continues. She's not exactly cheap either. Dad, 𝐂𝐲 groans. Stop terrorizing Izuku. You just said to leave him alone, right? She prods her father in the ribs with her elbow, which Mr. Hado doesn't even react to. I'm just curious, the man replies. You have interesting friends, and I can't help but want to get to know them better. He manages to say all of that with a perfectly straight face, which completely clashes with his words. Which would be fine if you talk to him like a normal person, 𝐂𝐲 huffs. Asking personal questions right off the bat isn't what normal people do. Interesting that you say that. Mr. Hado turns from Izuku to his daughter, and his shoulders go from being relaxed to squared in an instant. I could have sworn that you've had trouble with asking too many questions for years. 𝐂𝐲 opens her mouth to retort, but sees Izuku, or more importantly his uncomfortable expression, out of the corner of her eye and quickly relaxes. You know, I think it's about time we head to the doctor. Mr. Hado grunts. Yes, it is. It was nice meeting you too. He nods stiffly at Izuku and his mother before standing up from the couch and walking away, clearly expecting 𝐂𝐲 to follow. But she lingers for a bit instead. Sorry about that. She dips her head down, which makes her mountain of hair fall over her face, and she has to push it back with her hands. It's a nice sight, Izuku thinks. We're not exactly the best example of a parent and child relationship, if you know what I mean. That's all right, his mom insists. I wasn't on good terms with my mother for years when I was younger. There's no shame in it, and I think it's wonderful that you're trying to work through it. Thanks. 𝐂𝐲 smiles and stands to go join her father, but before she does, she snaps her fingers and an aha expression slips onto her face. I'm coming here a whole hour earlier next week by myself. If it works out for you, Izuku, we could hang out afterwards. Maybe catch a movie. That would work with my schedule. If that's all right. Izuku looks at his mother, who nods. I see no problem with it. Just be safe and come back home by 10:30, all right? Sure. Perfect. 𝐂𝐲 does a fist pump, her hair fluttering in the air. I'll see 𝐒𝐻𝐴 then. And at school, too. Have a great night. With one final wave, she walks away and Izuku relaxes into his seat, a bright smile playing on his lips. The warmth he gets from talking to friends always feels amazing no matter how short the conversation is. 𝐂𝐲 especially is good at turning a sour mood into something much more enjoyable with just a few words. I'm ready to go now, Izuku says, turning to his mother. He promptly pps his head in confusion when he sees his mother's expression, which seems to say I know something you don't. What's up with that, he asks. Oh, nothing, his mother says, looking away from him and tapping her fingertips together. You seem to really like her, is all. Yeah. Izuku says, confused. She's a really great friend. I can tell, his mother says as she stands up and slips her purse onto her forearm. I quite like her, too. Hopefully your movie after next week's session will go great. Izuku blinks and is slow to get up as he tries to read between the lines. Why wouldn't it be great? I guess if we pick the wrong movie, it wouldn't be fun. Yes, you'd best pay attention to the movie selection. Try to avoid anything that she wouldn't like, his mother suggests. She starts to walk away, and 𝐒𝐿 has to hurry behind her because she has remarkably quick steps for someone with legs as short as hers. Why wouldn't I do that? 𝐒𝐿 asks. Then, because his mother says nothing but smiles at him knowingly, he reaches a hand up to massage one of his temples. What does that even mean? His mother chuckles. You'll know eventually. Now let's get to the train. We have one more stop before we head home. We do. 𝐒𝐿 asks. Yep. I even called ahead so they'd know we're coming, so not showing up isn't an option. They could have walked there. Really, the train ride is only 5 minutes, and most of it is spent looking for a seat among the Friday night crowd. But even so, 𝐒𝐿 dutifully follows his mother all the way to the nearest stop and then down a few streets to a quieter section of the city. A quieter and a much nicer part of the city. The apartments are of better quality than theirs, and the streets are perfectly spotless. His mother turns left onto a street that has 4 identical buildings, 2 on each side, with only 3 floors each. Most of the lights are on, and music drifts down from one of the windows. And at the end of the block is a large, slightly run-down house. Unlike the rest of the buildings, it has a small yard that's dotted with toys and ball. One of the windows is boarded up, but the rest of them are perfectly clean. The door is slightly crooked, and the paint looks like it could use a fresh coat. 𝐒𝐿's mom wastes no time walking up the front steps and ringing the doorbell, which is close to the end of its life if the pathetic chime has anything to say about it. After a few seconds, footsteps thud on the floor, and the knob clicks. With a creak, the door swings inward, and his mom steps in front of him. Hi, I'm Midoriya Inko, I called you about an appointment. 𝐒𝐿 looks down at the woman who opened the door, fighting to hide his interest once he sees that she's barely a meter tall with hair equal to half her height done up like a beehive. If beehives were black and smelt of hairspray, that is. I remember you, the woman says, stepping back and allowing them over the threshold. You're friends with that detective guy, right? His mother nods and the woman continues, you're a bit early so they're not quite ready. Just wait in the den, that's all the way down the first hall. Sorry for the mess. It's fine, his mother says as she starts to walk further into the building. And now that 𝐒𝐿 is inside too, he can hear the pitter-patter of rapid footsteps. Rapid and small footsteps, which only makes him even more confused. Come on, 𝐒𝐿. Let's not keep them waiting. But the woman said that they weren't ready. 𝐒𝐿 walks side by side with his mother, glancing at the walls which are decorated with children's drawings and the occasional picture. He'd call them family pictures, but all of them had upwards of 50 people with none of them looking even the smallest bit alike. And who are they anyways? Does Detective Tsukochi know them? It's still impolite to linger, his mother says. She pauses to admire one particular photo that happens to be hung at her eye level. The frame is cracked and the glass is missing one of the corners, but the actual photo is in perfect condition even if the clothes worn by the people in it are at least 100 years old. And the detective definitely knows them, though not as well as you or their lawyers. Who are they? 𝐒𝐿 asks, stepping through a doorway and into a large and cluttered room. Like the front yard, toys litter the ground, though strangely there's also an abundance of what look like worksheets from an elementary or middle school. You'll see, his mother says, sitting down on the only couch in the room. It's faded, and there are more than a few stains splattered across the cushions. It'll only be a minute. Just sit tight, okay? Nah, don't bother. I'm already here. 𝐒𝐿 looks over his shoulder and does a double take. Chance. They smirk. Yep. Can't believe your eyes, heh. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't respond. Not verbally, anyway. Instead, he rushes over and wraps them up in a tight hug. They let out a quiet grunt, but their arms reach around his shoulders tightly. Yeah, good to see you too, man. Have you been? They murmur into his shoulder. Fine, 𝐒𝐿 says, releasing them. But what about you? You look great. And they really do. Their hair has lost the pink and green dye, but it's blonde and healthy. Their skin has a nice tan, and 𝐒𝐿 can tell from the hug that they've put on a good amount of weight. Chance looks clean, too, smelling of pine wood and with a hint of green eyeliner. It's been good, Chance says, lingering in 𝐒𝐿's hold for a little while longer. There's like 20 of us here, and I'm one of the oldest, so I kinda get glossed over a bit. Still beats the streets, though. I'm sure, 𝐒𝐿 says with a smile. I mean, just look at you. I can't believe I thought you were 10 when we first met. Now. Well, I mean, you look about my age. Chance nods. Maybe a bit younger, but yeah. They back away, and 𝐒𝐿 thinks he sees their cheeks darken, but with the uneven lighting of the room, it's hard to tell. The grown-ups here do a good job of marking us eat. We're all former street trash, YA no. Most of us learned how to conserve food the hard way. Good, 𝐒𝐿 says. I mean, it's good that you're eating, not that you had to save food for later when you were. I understood you, Chance says, cutting him off. You don't gotta explain yourself to me. You were the only one I talked to for weeks. You had Aizawa, 𝐒𝐿 points out. That greasebag. Nah, he just liked to watch me eat. I'm pretty sure he fell asleep a few times that he was down there with me. The other cops. 𝐒𝐿 tries. Chance doesn't dignify that with words and looks at him with a raised eyebrow. Right, my bad. My mom said something about you having lawyers. Sorry that I haven't been in touch. It's been busy. No worries, Chance says. Here, let's sit down. I promise that none of the stains are recent. 𝐒𝐿 nods and sits down. Chance joins him on the opposite side of the couch that his mother's on. They quickly make themselves comfortable by resting one arm on the back of the couch and resting an ankle on the opposite knee, turned inward to face 𝐒�. Has Mom been talking to you? 𝐒� asks. Because she mentioned that she knew you, just not well, right? I've visited a few times, his mother says. Just to talk to Chance and tell them about what you've been up to. Yep, Chance confirms. She's been here twice a week since you last saw me. I heard that you're getting therapy. Yeah, but where is here? 𝐒� asks. Or what is this place, I mean? A shelter, but a bajillion times better than whatever most cities call a shelter. Chance shifts in their seat, digging deeper into the cushions and itching clothes to 𝐒�. It's kind of like a foster home, but it predates the modern foster care system, so it's kinda in limbo law-wise. At least, that's how my lawyer put it. How is your case, by the way? It must be progressing if you've got a lawyer. Chance's smile brightens. It's going great. They locked the BS study up, and he barely speaks when we're at the courthouse. His lawyers never look happy, but mine buy me ice cream. 𝐒� chuckles. That's good. Are they certain that he'll be found guilty? After the jury was shown pictures of me right after you locked me up, and video evidence of him, if he's not found guilty, then the judge and jury are idiots. Chance finishes, a little bit down from where they started energy-wise but still cheerful. I'm sure you'll be fine, 𝐒� comforts. And on the off chance he's not put in jail, you'll still be living here, right? You'll be safe. I'll even visit you and check in. Thanks, I appreciate it. Have you been in the news lately? Chance asks. No. 𝐒� says, though he really can't remember. I don't think so, at least. Why? Oh, no reason, Chance says, admiring their nails. I just didn't realize that you were a celebrity is all. 𝐒� feels his face heat up. I'm not a celebrity, he insists. I'm really popular and have a Wikipedia page, Chance finishes. I have a what? 𝐒� asks, completely shocked. Beside him, his mother laughs. Sweetie, you've had at least 40 articles written about you online, not to mention the news reports. His mother rests a hand on his shoulder and gives it a squeeze. I thought it was obvious. Though to be fair, I only know because I googled you after I got a call from Aizawa that day you took those men to the hospital. You googled me. 𝐒� feels like he should be appalled, or at least disappointed, because who looks up their own family on the internet? Even if it's not inherently wrong, it just doesn't sit right with him for some reason. I did too, Chance declares shamelessly. One of the ankle biters is a fan of yours and got real excited when they heard that I was arrested by you. Ankle biters? 𝐒� asks, ignoring how being arrested by him is apparently an honor. Kids 5 to 7, maybe 8, Chance says, holding one of their arms out about a meter off the ground. The tiny ones. They all really like you, mostly 'cause your hero name's easy to say. Deku, 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 he imitates a young child. 𝐒𝐿 briefly remembers how kids would chant the same way as he failed to climb a tree, but now it's different, and he feels his smile widen. I'm glad I'm popular with them, 𝐒𝐿 says. Are they around or? Oh, I wouldn't talk to them if I were you, Chance warns. Unless you want to be climbed on like a jungle gym or have your hair done up in 10 different styles. I wouldn't mind. 𝐒𝐿 runs the back of his neck. It would make their day, right? And I don't know if you heard, but I'm trying to get some money for places like these, so. I did know about that, Chance admits. It's nice to know that my hero is still as selfless as I thought he was. Then, upon seeing 𝐒𝐿's blush, quit it. We had one mushy moment and that's all I can handle. I'll go up and grab some of them. Don't get mad at me if you wind up missing half your hair. I won't. 𝐒𝐿 says as they get up and head down the hall. You might, his mother says, hiding a smile. I've seen most of the kids here, they are very hyper. And you have a lot of hair, young man. She reaches over and gently pushes a strand out of his face, tucking it behind his ear. It's not long enough to stay there and falls back down. 𝐒𝐿 shakes his head a little, laughing softly. I think I might need a haircut, he says. It's actually starting to get into my eyes when I spar and stuff. I thought 𝐒𝐻𝐼a likes it long, his mother says. Don't you want to keep it that way? Maybe. 𝐒𝐿 shrugs. I don't mind it that much, and I can just get a headband or something. It's getting colder, too, so getting a cut might not work out so well. His mother shakes her head. Like you'd let the barber cut it that short. You've had a puffball for hair as long as I can remember. Like your grandpa. He had curly hair. 𝐒𝐿 asks. He's seen photographs of his mom's family before, but all of them were from before he was born and long after his grandfather lost his locks. Yep. His mother reaches up and ruffles his hair, forcing some of it down on his face. It was really floppy, though. He used gel when he was younger, but he stopped caring when he hit 40, I think. Yours only sticks out because of your father, I'd bet. 𝐒𝐿 pushes his hair back into place. Did Dad have curly hair, he asks. More wavy, his mother informs. And he'd get this awful bedhead all the time. I swear it looked like he was shocked with electricity some mornings. His mother chuckles, reminiscing. But he always managed to get it combed in time for work. What color was it? Black, his mother says. And not black like that woman we saw earlier. Black like a shadow, the same color all over and almost matte. I asked if he dyed it, but he always said no. I have my doubts, though. 𝐒𝐿 opens his mouth to reply, but the sound of heavy footsteps cuts him off. Chance bursts into the room, quickly slamming the door behind them just as a flurry of small and rapid footsteps take the place of theirs. Small fists bang on the door and cheers creep through the wood. Chance looks at 𝐒𝐿 and smiles. Just say when. Interested, 𝐒𝐿 stands and walks over to the door. How many are there, he asks. Anywhere from 10 to 20, Chance estimates. I didn't do a head count. I just told him Deku's here, and well. They gently knock the back of their head on the door to prove their point. All right. Let them in. It's your funeral. The door doesn't swing open. It explodes instead, sending Chance staggering forward and the knob into the wall. 𝐒𝐿 is hit with the full force of what feels like an army of children, only staying upright because he thought to brace himself. The children all cling on to him, most hugging his legs, though a few make their way up to his arms and one claws up to his shoulders. Deku! They scream. And one must have some kind of voice quirk because he flinches at the massive volume. Play Heroes with me. Please. No, sign my shirt, first. Can I have a hug? Let me feel your hair. Up, pick me up. 𝐒𝐿 smiles, overwhelmed but happy. They don't weigh that much, so he has no problem standing even as they try to scale his arms. Hi, everyone, he says. What are your names? It's the wrong thing to ask because all of them shout at the same time. 𝐒𝐿 laughs it off and scoops one of them up one-handed. He bends down to grab another, but 2 or maybe 3 kids jump right on his back. He stands up straight, bouncing a little, just enough to jostle them around. They giggle into his ears, and one paws at his hair. Looking around, 𝐒𝐿 sees that there are about 15 of them, all of them smiling. "Alright, you guys gotta get down," he says gently. "Others deserve a turn, right?" They and groan but don't fight as 𝐒𝐿 sets them back down and lifts another batch up. It goes on like that for a little while, with him being used as a jungle gym as he talks about hero stuff, mostly about who the best hero is, but then one of them asks to be lifted to the ceiling. Seeing no problem with it, 𝐒𝐿 lifts them by the armpits and raises them above his head. It's not quite enough to reach, though, so he has to cheat a little. Getting on his toes isn't enough, so he gently activates Black Whip, the dark strand curling around the child's torso and taking them to touch the ceiling. All of a sudden that becomes the center of attention. 𝐒𝐿 sits down on the floor as they tug at his breaths and has a few strands slip out of his arms for the kids to play with. They take to it with joy and laughter, trying to shape it or waving it around like lassos. 𝐒𝐿 relaxes and tries to keep them all in sight because Black Whip is strong enough to do some real damage if he isn't careful. Though One for All also seems to be focused on keeping them safe because it swims about in the back of his mind like a cat admiring her kits as they roughhouse. "Can you make it look like a horse?" "Here." "Sure." 𝐒𝐿 concentrates, conjuring a strand out of his right palm. He hasn't done shapes before, but the delicate work needed to make something like a horse isn't all that different from making a sling, which is done before in class. In a few seconds, the little boy has a rocking horse, perfectly sized for him. He jumps in delight and gets on, shouting about cowboys. All of the kids want personal toys after that, and 𝐒𝐿 spends a lot of time making animals, cars, and even a tree to climb. By the time everyone has something to play with, 𝐒𝐿 can feel the strain on his body. Most of the creations need multiple strands, and thick ones too. And the sheer volume of them is more than he'd usually put out while in combat. But the kids love them, so he holds his WHPS in place and lets them enjoy their fun. "I didn't know you could do that," his mother says from the couch. "I didn't either," 𝐒𝐿 replies. "Or maybe I did. I've done a lot of fancy things with the strands. Never something like this, though. I'll say." Chance gets up from the couch and nudges the tree of Black Whip, which is really just 3 strands coiled around each other, before helping a girl hang upside down on it. "You're like a portable playground." 𝐒𝐿 laughs. "I guess if the hero thing doesn't work out, I'll go into childcare." "I think you'd be great at it," his mother says. 𝐒𝐿 looks over and sees that she's dabbing her cheeks with a handkerchief. "You'd be the perfect older brother." "Oh, Mom." They get ready to go soon after that. The children all complain, but by then they are already yawning. Chance and a few caretakers haul them upstairs and thank 𝐒𝐿 for his time and tell him that he's welcome back whenever, just as long as he gives them a call before he shows up. 𝐒𝐿 says thanks and rolls the stiffness out of his arms. Sitting still for that long gets to him, especially if he's tensed up like he is when he uses Black Whip. He'll have to stretch when he gets home so he feels fine tomorrow. Right before they go, Chance takes 𝐒𝐿 aside. They thank him again, but they linger for a while, and 𝐒𝐿 has to ask what's wrong. "Nothing," they say. "I was just hoping that she'd come down to see you." "Who?" 𝐒𝐿 asks. Chance looks up at the ceiling, though from their expression, 𝐒𝐿 feels like they're looking through it. "Rose," they sigh. "She really likes you. I think she was the one who introduced the rest of them to your shenanigans, but how much time do you have?" "It's Friday, so a lot, I think," 𝐒𝐿 says. "Why? It's past 10, shouldn't she be asleep?" How old is Rose?" 10, Chance says, and then whines. "We think. She's been here for 4 years, and she looked about 6 when she got here, they say. But she's one of those cases where they don't know. It happens sometimes. People dump their kids because they don't give a SHT and an. It's fine." 𝐒𝐿 gives their shoulder a firm squeeze. "You asked if I had time. Why?" "She stays up reading on Fridays," Chance says. "Could you come up and talk to her? 5 minutes, that's all. I'll talk for an hour, if you'd like." They laugh. "Sure. Thank you. No problem. Lead the way." Upstairs turns out to be the attic since 𝐒� climbs up to the top floor and then up another, narrower set of stairs that has a sturdy-looking handrail attached to the wall beside it. He reaches the top and stops in front of a thick curtain. Chance ascends behind him and pulls him down to whisper in his ear. Rose is tough, but she looks really frail. She's been through a lot, so she's really mature. Just be you and you'll be fine. What do you want me to do, though? Izuku murmurs back. Talk to her, Chance says. Just a normal conversation. She'll be happy to see you. Not that she'll show it. Izuku nods, and with a deep breath, he steps towards the curtain. Knock knock, he says, gingerly pulling back the curtain. May I come in? Sure, a voice says, and like Chance said, it's frail and weak. Izuku pulls the curtain apart some more and steps inside. He's met with a soft red glow of a shaded lamp and the soft scent of vanilla. A dresser is to his right, the top decorated with hero figurines. But most of the space is taken up by a bed. Red sheets, red paint for the frame, and, strangely, green pillowcases. Izuku almost missed the girl nestled between them with a book on her lap. Almost. It's nice to meet you, Rose. I'm Deku. Izuku walks forward and stops at the foot of her bed. Really? Rose asks, shutting her book with one arm because, well, that's all she has. The right sleeve of her shirt hangs down, empty. She looks tired, the kind of tired Izuku sees in Aizawa. Like she's been tired for a long time and will be tired for years to come. Her eyes are dull, though her lips quirk up. It can't be that hard for an imposter to sneak in. I'm the real thing, Izuku insists. He reaches into his pocket and hands her his license. Here, have a look. Rose accepts the plastic and holds it between her fingers, which are long and thin. Her brow scrunches and she leans forward, causing her hair to fall down onto her face. She looks back up at him. It's real, she says, smiling. Izuku nods. It is. Do you mind if I sit down? He asks, intending to use the chair beside her bed. Please, Rose says, pointing to the bottom part of her bed. Why are you here to see me? Because someone told me you'd like to talk to me, Izuku answers as he sits down. And I like talking to new people. It's a bold-faced lie most of the time, but with people like Rose. Oh. What do you want to talk about? Rose shifts and leans forward. Izuku watches as her arm, which is way too skinny to be healthy, moves her book to the nightstand. What's that about? Izuku asks, gesturing to the book. Heroes, Rose says with a smile. I really like heroes. Me too, Izuku agrees. Do you want to be one when you get older? Rose shrugs. Maybe. But. She looks down at where her arm should be. It's not exactly in the picture for me. You can be a hero with a missing limb. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there are ones missing an arm or even a leg. Thank you, but I knew that already. Rose grabs a bottle of water from the nightstand and takes a sip. It's slow and deliberate, and she takes a big gasp of air afterwards. And my arm isn't the only thing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you, Izuku says, almost on instinct. I don't have a quirk, Rose says bluntly, and Izuku seeks in a heavy breath. Yeah, I know, Rose continues. It's hopeless. And the worst part is that I should have one, but... She gestures to her skinny form. Malnourishment can lead to stunted growth, Izuku finishes. And since quirks are physical and take up valuable calories to use, the body doesn't bother to activate it. You've read Marsh's study, Rose states. I have, Izuku admits. First when he was 4, after the diagnosis, though he hardly understood a word of it then. Nezu had him read it again recently, and he picked up a lot more information from it. But there's still a chance that if you eat well and exercise that it'll manifest. The study was about people who overcame the problem and helping those with it to get their quirks. I have one arm, Rose points out. And a bunch of other problems. All problems have solutions, Izuku argues. There has to be a way for you to overcome everything. Rose smiles faintly. I wish. But it's hopeless. It's not, Izuku says forcefully. Rose freezes at the tone of his voice, so he quickly corrects himself. I'm sorry, but seeing someone ignoring their dream because they don't have hope just. I can't let it happen. You're like I thought you would be, Rose observes. Thank you, Izuku says. But that's not what we're talking about, is it? How much do you want to be a hero? Rose sighs. More than anything. Clearly not, Izuku says, voice very matter-of-fact. Excuse, if you wanted to be a hero more than anything, then you'd work for it despite your shortcomings. And I know it would be difficult for you to do anything related to being a hero, but what's important is that you try. Walk around more than you do right now. You're really young and small, so take it easy. After you can walk, run. After you can run, jump. Build on your improvements gradually. And eat well, too. Do you have an eating disorder or anything? I get bad acid reflux if I eat too much. I eat a little throughout the day, not as much as the others, she adds, seeing the question in Izuku's eyes before he can ask. I'm not a doctor, but I'm sure there's a way to make that go away. Medicine is amazing nowadays, you know. Rose says nothing. And you don't even have to do all of this now. You can become a hero at any age, so maybe when you're older, you'll be strong enough to take the tests. Wouldn't that be great? It would, Rose agrees. Izuku smiles. Definitely. I know that you can be a hero, not because everyone can, but because you want to. And that's all you really need. Want, and a little bit of effort. Thank you, Rose says. I want to try, but I can barely make it up the steps on my own. Then don't go up the steps alone. Rose looks at him like he's spouting nonsense, so he quickly explains. We all need help sometimes. I did, Chance did, everyone has. So don't be ashamed to get help. Walk with someone so they're there to catch you when you fall, and you will fall, because that's something we all do, too. Don't be discouraged by needing help or failing because the fact that you're trying at all makes you better than those that don't. Rose's breath hitches, and Izuku thinks for a moment that he made a mistake, but then she smiles. Izuku leaves the home that night with a tear-stained shirt and the warmth of a one-armed hug. His cold. The kind of cold that stings the back of your throat whenever you breathe in the air and makes fingers and toes go numb. He breathes some air into his gloved hands. It helps a little, but nothing can stop the biting wind that pushes against his side. He tries to move a bit more, hoping that it'll warm him up. He's forced to stop when his heart beats irregularly and he feels the need for an inhaler. For the millionth time in his life, he curses his frail body. That's not right. It can't be right. He's strong and muscled. He can't be frail. Right. We're almost there, brother. You can rest once we step inside. He turns to his oldest sibling, his and only child, though he's sure of it, and gazes at his smile. It's all lips and no teeth, the kind he reserves for jokes and entertainment. It's a far cry from his animalistic snarl that he boldly wears in meetings and before combat. He pulls the hood of his parka tighter around his head and looks away from his only family member left. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 picked a better time to go, he says. The dead of night in the dead of winter is an awful time for travel. Not to mention why we're going. He doesn't even try to hide his contempt for his brother's venture. He never has, actually. Ever since he took his first quirk, his actions started to become more and more atrocious. It makes him want to vomit. Brother, I have no idea what you're talking about, the older man says, voice laced with sarcasm and delight. I wanted to show you the beauty of the North Korean mountains. I know how much you love unique landforms and natural beauty. The province of South Hamgyong has such fine sights to see. And the government on the verge of collapse had no bearing on your choice of destination. His brother laughs, a familiar snarl on his face. North Korea has been crumbling since the 1990s, but they had tourist groups traveling through all the way up to the start of the wars. I'm simply getting my passport stamped by one of the rarest countries to do so. A gentleman like me considers himself a world traveler, and you are one, too. Since you tag along with me so often. World travelers don't enslave those weaker than them, brother, he says, making the last word sound like an insult. You whine and complain about how tyrannical our government is, and yet you run around taking advantage of the vulnerable. World traveler you are not, hypocrite you are. But my employees live much better lives under me than the system, his brother argues. In my small territory, there is no more sitting at a desk working 12 hours only to go home to a dead home and an exhausted wife. No, my people smile all of the time. They are free to do what they want 4 days out of the week. Their families are cared for and they'll never have to worry about money again. And if they're willing to get their hands a bit dirty, then more power to them. A man who is not willing to fight for what he wants is not a man at all. You force them to steal from those loyal to their government, he screams. His voice bounces off the side of the cliff and travels through the snow-filled air. 4 days of freedom for 3 days of being a monster is an awful deal. But my people are happy. I'm happy, his brother says like it's the most important thing in the world. My system is so much better than the old one. And in 50 years, when all of my projects are complete, the whole of Asia will be under my rule, living in a utopia designed by me. A utopia for you and you alone, maybe. Perish the thought, you'd have an amazing life as well. But not your employees who you care for and respect oh so much. There will be LBR laws, his brother defends. But the ones at the top should have something extra, no. The working man will have a better life because of me, and as payment, I get to be the king. It's only logical. You're a hypocrite, he says, shaking in rage. You ruin the lives of officials because they waste out taxes, and yet you plan to do the same. You're not a revolutionary, you're a dictator in the making. Just following in the footsteps of all the old greats, brother dearest. He reaches over and fluffs his hair like he used to do when they were small. Stalin, Hitler, Mao, Napoleon, and Castro were all born into awful systems but rose up to overturn them. Of course I fully intend to bring about a better world after my revolution. Genocide is such a waste of resources, you know, and how can you have subjects if they are all starving? Those old idiots had it wrong. You need to make sure the people are free and happy before you take what you want from them. Or at least make it seem like they're free. There isn't much of a difference, anyways. Lenin led the Russian Revolution. Stalin was a murderer who stole his position the first moment he could and ruined any chances for a free and better Soviet Union. When's the last time you opened a history book, brother? I knew your evil plans for the future took up a lot of headspace, but to think that you've forgotten basic history. Stalin was a fine general in the Russian Civil War and was a dedicated socialist before he ever met Lenin. But my point still stands, he went about his rule completely wrong and made mistakes I won't repeat. His brother suddenly stops at a random section of their path. To their right is a drop, perhaps 50 meters to the rocky bottom. To the left is a sheer cliff face, its brown color only visible by the ball of light in his brother's hand. We're here. And then the wall of rock splits in two, revealing a narrow spiral staircase. I thought we were getting the royal treatment, he says, taking in the rusty iron of the steps. Once we get inside, things will be better. His brother steps forward, cautious of something he can't see. Stay behind me. We wouldn't want you to die from a fall, now would we? The walk down is long and dark, and the only light is from his brother's hand. The staircase creaks and mmms with each step they take, swaying back and forth to the beat of a silent song. This is all part of an old missile bunker, you know, his brother answers a question no one asked. The North Koreans had nuclear weapons for years in the 21st century. And Japan didn't do anything about it. They just let a hostile power test their world-ending bombs when they, out of any other country, know the power those weapons have. It was the same with China, too. They didn't raise one word, don't give me that look, you know they weren't at all loud even if they did, about taking the kind of weapons that scarred their national psyche from the two countries that hated them the most. He doesn't respond. He's heard this rant 1,000 times and knows exactly how it will progress. And then guess what? Japan got their own nuclear warheads in 2080. Just for extra defense against China's quirked soldiers. Still, somehow those idiots managed to forget the terror of the bomb in less than 150 years. It's easily the top reason for why the current government should be torn down. It's already been torn down, he spits. By militants like you. His brother rolls his eyes. I'm willing to bet that half of the old officials are in office right now. The coup was a sham intended to give people the impression of change. It's like when you're playing fetch with a dog and fake throwing the stick. The dog runs in the direction the stick should be in, convinced that things are changing, but really the situation is the same. You still have the stick. Careful, He warns, those are your future subjects you're calling dogs. Witty as always, brother dearest. Please, never change. The rest of the walk down passes. The two brothers step off the staircase and into a small hallway at the end of which is an elevator. They get in the elevator and even further down. When the doors finally open, they get a view of what they came for. Or rather what the older came for and what the younger was forced into. Rows upon rows of seats circle a small square ring, perhaps 15 meters squared. Every spot is full, and people cheer wildly. Above hangs a massive screen showing a zoomed-in feed of the ring below. Two people fight, one with fire and the other with rock for skin. Vendors walk around selling snacks and drinks, and at the top of the rows of seats are private boxes and gambling stations. Appealing, isn't it, his brother says. When the government is weak, people will do as they wish, and this is what they wish for. Entertainment, the chance to win money, and all the alcohol they can stomach. This is the human condition, brother. And it's what I will use to make myself a king. I think we should find a seat, Your Highness, he says sarcastically. The people walking around are staring at us. His brother waves him off. Let them stare. They have nothing on me. Though someone from the other party should be sending someone to fetch us. That would be me, a silky smooth and feminine voice says. The two brothers turn around to see a small Asian woman with tan skin and dark brown eyes. Her posture says that she's sophisticated and ladylike, but the way her muscles coil beneath her shirt and strain against the sleeves say that she's a fighter. Unless you're not the Shigaraki brothers. What? That's wrong. It has to be wrong. There's no way he can be. Oh, we are, his brother says, stepping forward. He absolutely towers over the shorter woman, and he tries to intimidate her. He doesn't quite succeed. We were simply getting a read on the messenger, right? He turns to him. I have no say in what he does, he says honestly. I find that it's best if you smile and nod when he's in one of his moods. If you reply, he'll take it as encouragement to keep going, and the last person to debate him for too long lost a tongue. It's one part joke and one part warning. His brother gets it and laughs loudly. She does not and turns around to lead them. Somewhere else. They walk past a bunch of private boxes and even a few restaurants before reaching an expensive-looking door. The woman knocks twice and steps back. Then the door swings open and three men with mutations come out. All of them have matching tattoos on their arms and stare at his brother menacingly. I see I've received a warm welcome, his brother remarks. Well, I shouldn't be long. Wait here for me, will you? And girl, keep an eye on my baby brother. He tends to wander, and his constitution is quite weak. Get a move on, one of the guards orders. A second later, the door locks shut behind the four of them, and is left to stand there with the woman while people rave over a pair of fighters. I'm sorry you have to go through this, she says. I am, too, he says. But suddenly, he is not he. He is someone else, someone older and familiar. He and he divide, and he becomes Izuku. Izuku crumbles to the ground, clutching his head in pain. He and she rush to his side, comforting him with gentle touches. But it doesn't help because Izuku is he and she as well as himself simultaneously. It's a sensory overload, and he doesn't even feel like he's in his own body. You'll make it through this, 9, someone whispers. First person is rough, but we can't help it. You're so close to the quirk that the line between you and us is blurry while you dream. But you're tough and strong. You're going to wake up feeling great, okay. That's an order. Everything fades to black, and Izuku wakes up to the sound of his alarm. Frantically, he hits the snooze button. He regrets it the moment silence takes the room, suffocating him with a lack of ambient noise that he didn't realize he needed before. BLD rushes in his ears, and his heart hammers in his chest. One for all is active beneath his skin, making him glow green and red in the darkness of his room. It seems confused and worried, and Izuku suddenly realizes that it is just as lost as he is on the matter. I was the first in my dream, Izuku whispers out loud. I felt what he felt and did what he did. And last time I was the second, I think. And at the end, I was both. Or we were us. He sighs and rubs his fingers under his eyes. It's so confusing and weird. What am I going to do? One for all strains against him just a bit, like it wants to do something on its own. Then it stops and relaxes inside of him. The message is clear. I'm part of this too. Izuku nods and slides out of bed. Thank you. We'll do it together. One for all agrees and Izuku starts his day as usual. Last time he had a dream like that, he felt exhausted and scared, mostly due to what the dream consisted of. But this time, he feels fine. A little slow to get up and with a fuzzy memory of what happened, but unless you're not the Shigaraki brothers. Oh, we are. No. No, no, no. No 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 no, no. Izuku starts to hyperventilate and shake, causing the floor to creak and knocking over his empty water bottle. He tries to get a hold of himself, but he can already feel himself slipping. Because if Shigaraki Tomura bears the same name as All for One and the first holder, then that means he just barely manages to call All Might. His hands shake so bad that he nearly drops the phone, but when it starts to ring, he slams it against his face and holds it there with his shoulder. He slides down the kitchen cabinets and sits on the floor, on the verge of tears. Izuku. It's 6 in the morning. Why are you calling me? I think All for One might be alive. How sure are you? Pretty sure. My dream, and Shigaraki, and I'll be right over, kid. Just a few moments. I'll be on the phone with you the whole time. Breathe, okay. You're safe. Okay. All Might arrives after the longest 2 minutes of Izuku's life. He knocks on the front door of the apartment, but Izuku struggles to open it. When he does, All Might rushes in wearing a set of baby blue pajamas that barely fit his hero form. Come on, he says, supporting Izuku by the shoulders. Let's go to the gym. Can you walk? My legs, Izuku says, looking down and cringing and how they shake. I don't know if I can. That's fine, All Might says. You're as light as a feather anyway. What? Before Izuku can complete his question, All Might bends down and scoops him off the ground and gently closes the door as he steps inside. He quickly makes for the balcony and pushes the sliding door open all the way. He still had to go through sideways and even that's a tight fit. Brace yourself, young Izuku, he says, bending his knees. Izuku holds onto his arms for dear life as they launch off of the cement and into the cool morning air. They reach the gym in less than a minute. Izuku never once stops scanning the space around them, still wary of an attack even if with his MSTR. But All Might, strangely, doesn't seem the least bit frightened. His perfectly white teeth shine in the dull mix of moonlight and early morning sun. He's smiling. Izuku knows he shouldn't be surprised, but it feels like a miracle. The man's greatest enemy might be alive and waiting, but he's still smiling. They land on the roof of the gym. Izuku tries to wiggle out of All Might's arms, but the man insists on carrying him down the 3 flights of stairs. When they reach the basement, the lights flick on and All Might nudges 𝐵𝐵𝐵 from his bed before guiding Izuku into a chair. He slims down and rolls his shoulders. This is important, he says loudly into 𝐵's ear. Pastries are 70% off at the bakery down the road. They are. 𝐵 sits up in bed, throwing the covers off and grabbing a pair of shoes that sit on the floor beside him. I didn't work as much last month so I won't be able to buy as much. Those BSTers must know what they are doing. Why, when I get my hands on that link working the counter, He stops short when he sees the fear in Izuku's eyes. You lied to me, didn't you, Toshinori? I did. The older man sighs. I'll make coffee. They sit around the table after that, and 𝐵 forces a steaming mug into his hands. He holds it right, soaking in the warmth. He can't bring himself to take a sip. It'll help calm your nerves, 𝐵 says, and it tastes good. Drink up. Izuku slowly brings the mug to his lips and takes a small drink. The coffee is bitter and hot, almost burning his tongue and making him wince. That's awful, he says, smacking his lips and looking around for a glass of water he knows isn't there. You mean perfect? 𝐵 takes his own drink of coffee. He sets the mug down. Milk and sugar are for babies. They take away from the experience of driving it. Coffee aside, All Might says, gently cutting in, we have serious things to discuss. Izuku, You said that you think All for One is alive. Why? Izuku looks down at his coffee, watching as the black liquid swirls around in the mug. He forces himself to take another sip, the bitterness sharpening his mind. I had another one of those dreams, but this time I was the first user. Are you sure? All Might asks cautiously. Is there a chance that you were the third? I'm very sure, Izuku says. I was with his. He clutches his head, the sudden pain forcing him to look down. Izuku! All Might rushes forward and grabs onto his wrists, setting the coffee aside. How bad is it? Cannot be bad, Izuku stutters. He forces himself to take a few deep breaths, but the pain won't go away. See, can I have another sip? A third mouthful of black coffee is swallowed, and Izuku tries to start his story again. I was one of the brothers, he says, toeing around what caused the pain. The younger one. I think I was 20-something. Maybe a bit younger, but all of my thoughts were his, and I couldn't control my body. It was like watching a movie but from the point of view of an actor. What happened in the dream? All Might asks, holding Izuku's hand. Take your time. Izuku explains, recounting his dream in as much detail as he can manage. A lot of what he remembers is fuzzy, but is sure that the two brothers were called Shigaraki and that the woman who greeted them was the second holder. When he's done, the mug is completely empty and the taste of coffee lingers on his breath. Both All Might and Gran look serious, though not at all worried. Shigaraki is a common name. No, it isn't. Izuku interrupts. No one wants death in their family name. No one but a villain like All for One. I wasn't finished, All Might says, voice even and calm. Shigaraki is a common name among villains. Gangsters, too. Or at least the Shapatas. Back in the early days, criminals used fake names to avoid the harsh punishments of the government. I knew that All for One called himself a Shigaraki, and I figured that the villain you caught with Aizawa was using it as a pseudonym, but to think that it might have been his actual family name. Does that really matter? He's alive. We need to run. His brains were spilled. Gran butts in. I kicked a fragment of that BSTRD's skull with my own foot. No one can survive having their brains being crushed. No. One. But quirks rely on brain input, no. All Might says, much more gentle than Gran. If your brain doesn't work, your quirk, or quirks in this case, won't work. No healing quirk would work without a brain. But what about the body? Burned, All Might says. I didn't get to watch the cremation, but Tsukochi did. I'm sure you can ask him about it if you ask. So he's really dead. All Might and Gran nod. But what about Shigaraki Tomura? Is he related to All for One and the first holder? Like I said, it's probably a false name. You don't know how he spelt it, and we don't know how All for One spelt his name. All Might pats him on the shoulder. There's no reason to be worried. It's just some edgy kid using a fake name for extra intimidation. But I am glad you called me, the man says with a smile. Now we know the name of the first user. Tsukochi and I can do some digging, and I'm sure we'll come up with something. Hopefully, we'll learn more about our history. Izuku swallows, slumping into his chair as relief washes over him. He's dead. He's really, actually dead. I would have thought that with all of your faith in All Might that you wouldn't doubt that he could get the job done, Gran says. I know All Might's strong, but... Izuku trails off, thinking about how casually All for One talked about being inspired by some of the most infamous mass murders in history. All for One just felt like something else. Looking back, I felt trapped and scared the whole time I was in his presence. He acted so normal, but I could feel in my bones that he was anything but. And his smile? Izuku shudders. So he was well on his way to being the king of the underworld in that memory, All Might observes. If we can get a date on that, maybe we can figure out why he was in Korea. He's dead, Toshi, Gran reminds. There's no reason to waste time on a trail that ended a decade ago. Ah, you're right, All Might agrees. He stands up and stretches. Forgive me for getting lost in my own interests, Izuku. I don't think I'll ever be able to get over what he did. How are you feeling? Better now, Izuku says. Thank you for helping me. There's no need to thank us, All Might says, stepping forward and ruffling his hair. We're your teachers, our job is to help you. The three of them sit for a while, gazing at empty coffee mugs and the scratched surface of the table Gran finally got for his basement. I should be getting ready for school soon, Izuku says absently. My boy, didn't Hound Dog talk about this in your sessions? When something serious like this happens, you shouldn't try to push through. Yeah, but it was no big deal, right? Izuku shrugs. I was worried over nothing. All Might grabs his wrists. Your feelings are always a big deal, Izuku. You should take the day off. Or spend it doing something not taxing. I know you took up knitting. Or maybe... He looks at Gran. The kid would like it, the older man says. I don't have a problem with taking him. Taking me where? Izuku asks. Nana's grave. I wouldn't want to intrude. You wouldn't be, Gran says. You've got just as much right to it as Toshinori does. I want to go, Izuku says. And I'm really happy that you want me to. But I have an appointment with Hansen and Hound Dog, and there's a test today, and I'm going out with Nejaya, so that's why you're eager to leave, Gran says, laughing. Got a hot date, here. Can't say I blame YA. It's not a date. Izuku cries, face red. We're just seeing a movie. And I'm sure you'll share a large popcorn, and then your hands will accidentally touch, and spending time with friends is good for you, All Might interrupts. And romantic or not, your outing will be fun. But are you sure you want to go to school? I am, Izuku says firmly. Maybe we can visit Nana this Sunday. Or Saturday if that works better. Whenever is fine, there's no need to rush. Now, hurry home. You've told me enough about Aizawa for me to know that he doesn't tolerate tardiness. The school day passes so fast that Izuku barely feels like he did anything. Days spent at U. Aren't what anyone would call relaxing or easy, but this one was. His friends are all as amazing as usual, and they even get to play games instead of purely combat or rescue-focused drills. Strangely, both Mirio and Tamaki shy away from Izuku and Nejaya, and the knowing smiles Mirio sends Izuku's way don't help clear the confusion. And Nejaya acts differently, too. She's always been really affectionate, but it's more prominent than usual. There are more hugs, and whenever they stand close together, she leans on him like a post, saying she's tired of standing for so long. Izuku doesn't mind, though. Not one bit. After school, Izuku heads to Hound Dog's office. He knocks and enters as usual, but unlike usual, someone walks out before he can close the door. It happens so fast that he barely catches a glimpse of white and black before Hound Dog tells him to take a seat. Was that patient privacy, kid? Couldn't tell you even if I wanted to, Hound Dog says, drinking from his thermos. Coffee? No thanks, Izuku replies as he takes a seat on the couch. I had my fill this morning. Why's that? Hound Dog asks. You don't normally drink anything caffeinated other than green or black tea. I had another one of those weird dreams I'm talking to Dr. Hansen about, Izuku admits. Some friends of mine helped me out, and they kind of forced it on me. It still helped though. I'm really grateful that I have them. Midoriya, we talked about this. You're supposed to take the day off when you've had a distressing dream like that. I know, Izuku says. But it wasn't as bad as the last one, and I slept the whole night through. Fine, Hound Dog relents. But you can't do something like that often. The human body and mind need rest. How would you feel if one of your friends came to school after having a night terror? Worried, Izuku instantly says. I'd want them to go back home and sleep. And why should it be different if the person having the night terror is you? But I didn't have a night terror. Izuku looks at Hound Dog. Not today, but you have before, and you might have one again. Why should you not give yourself the same amount of care as your friends? I don't know, Izuku says honestly. I'm not sure. Do you think it's because you were quirkless for all of those years? How do you know that? Izuku asks, unintentionally defensive. I have full access to your medical files, Hound Dog explains. Your quirk manifested in the winter of last year. The amount of skill you have with it after such a short time is quite impressive. How do my years of being quirkless affect me? I have a quirk now. And I'm over what happened before I enrolled at UA. You are? Hound Dog asks. Yes, Izuku says. It was a bad time, but things are better now. That's all I need to feel better. It's good that you're happy now, Hound Dog praises. But I think there's still some remnants from that time in your life. What do you mean? How were you treated in your middle and elementary school years? Izuku thinks back, though he doesn't have to go far. Like a waste of space, he says. Everyone either hated me or thought I may as well not exist. No one wanted to be my friend, and, well, my nickname was Deku, so. Hound Dog nods. I see. That's enough, thank you. When you call someone attractive, what do you think happens? What? Humor me, Hound Dog says. Actually, that's not a good example. When you call someone amazing, what happens? They usually smile. And they thank me. What else? They feel better about themselves. Hound Dog snaps his fingers. Bingo! When you call a person something, they think of themselves as that thing. You call a person great over and over again, and they'll think they are great. Call a person smart, and they'll think they are smart. Call a person a useless waste of space, and they'll think they are worthless. Izuku sighs depressingly. And that has and will have effects on your day-to-day life. How? You rush into danger without a care for your own life. You did it at the license exam, when you were shot, and when you dove through that portal. But that's what heroes do. Izuku says. They risk their lives for the good of others. That's a topic for another time. I'm sorry for deflecting, but that's a loaded statement that we can't unpack right now. It's got to do with more than your time being quirkless. Okay. Thank you for understanding. But do you see how your self-image affects your actions? But I like my body. Hound Dog shakes his head. Self-image is about more than looks, kid. It's about how you think of yourself. And after years of being beat down, you think your own life is worthless. No, I don't, Izuku argues. I don't want to die. That's not the same thing. Hound Dog explains, being suicidal is at times because of a person's low self-worth, but what you have is something different. You want to live life and enjoy it. I can tell from how you talk about your day-to-day life, but you think that you're worth nothing to the world around you. I do, Izuku admits. Yeah, you do. I want to be better. How can I fix it? You're already part of the way there. Izuku looks up in confusion. Hound Dog smiles. You've got friends that tell you how amazing you are. You have teachers who praise you for your accomplishments. That's already going to help a little on your self-worth, but you have to accept the compliments. You can't try to brush them off, all right. All right. You can also try to recognize your own achievements, Hound Dog suggests. Every time you try to do something that you find to be hard and succeed at it, bask in your accomplishment. Tell yourself, out loud, that you did great because you are great. We all think you're a DMN good hero, kid. It's time you start thinking the same. It's weird going directly from therapy to more therapy. It's also weird to have two therapists. But considering how weird his life is, Izuku accepts it and moves on with his day. Saying goodbye to Hound Dog takes 5 seconds, and getting home takes 30 minutes, though that's only because the train was late for the first time ever, if Izuku's memory is right. Once he's home, he changes into something casual, but then he looks in the mirror. The sweatpants and baggy all-might hoodie would normally be fine. Dr. Hansen told him to dress to his comfort at some point, but wearing them to the movies with Nejaya after doesn't feel right. So he changes into a pair of nice blue jeans and a t-shirt that doesn't have a joke on it with a flannel over top. His lightning bolt necklace rests on his chest, and the shirt and flannel aren't wrinkled. He smooths them out anyway because it feels like the right thing to do. And then he nearly misses the train because he tried to fix his hair. But it's fine. He made it by the skin of his teeth and even managed to get a good seat. The compartment has about as many people in it as last time, and Izuku tries to relax and look at his phone. It doesn't help. He can't focus on anything the screen displays, and he ends up putting it back in his pocket. Then, he starts to fidget. The people to his left and right give him some more space when his legs start to bounce. Then they give him dirty looks when he starts to tap his fingers against his thighs. He has to bite his bottom lip to keep from apologizing because even if he knows he's being annoying, he also knows that acknowledging it wouldn't make the people around him see him as anything other than a distraction on their commute back home. Izuku literally sighs with relief when he gets off the train. Partly because it feels good to move, mostly because he's not bothering the passengers anymore. He starts to walk to the building, keeping to himself most of the way. But then some tall kid, a guy because he's built like a man with a teen's face, runs into him. He lands on his butt. Izuku does not. "Oh, my bad," Izuku says, extending a hand. It didn't look like the guy hit his head, but it happened so fast that he can't be sure. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," the guy says, smiling up at him. Izuku blinks and moves his hand around a little. "Do you need help up?" "Sure." The guy grabs Izuku's hand in a strong grip and pulls. Izuku pulls back, too, and the guy does a little hop once he's standing. "Thank you so much," he says, bowing slightly. No problem," Izuku says, awkwardly tugging on the sleeves of his flannel. "Well, I'll be on my, you're that Midoriya boy," the guy exclaims. "Yeah, I am, it's so nice to meet you." The guy bows so low that his head touches the floor. His buzzed hair does little to protect his skull from the pavement. It's an impressive display of flexibility for his size, but the force he does it with makes Izuku wince. "Haha, I'm glad to hear it." Izuku rubs his hands together, looking over the guy's shoulder at the building. Maybe he can see Nejiya before their sessions start. "Can I have your autograph?" Izuku asks in a breath. Normally he wouldn't hesitate, but some quick words with Nejiya would be better than signing a sheet of paper. "I don't have a pen." "That's fine. Here." A permanent marker is shoved into Izuku's hands, and the guy turns around. "Sign the back of my jacket, please. Nice and big if you can." "Are you sure?" Izuku asks, fiddling with the marker. "Yep." "Ooh, and can you write to Inasa on it? Just so that everyone knows it's my jacket." "Sure," Izuku says, uncapping the marker. "Though I don't think many people would mistake their jacket for yours. Because your shoulders are massive and you're closer to being 2 meters tall than one goes unsaid." The guy laughs, and Izuku signs his hero name and the other boy's name. Do you want me to write anything special? Do you want to be a hero? Or maybe you're a fan? I'm applying to UA for the next school year." Inasa, or maybe that's his first name, Izuku doesn't know, declares. "My uncle's recommending me for it. So maybe a good luck wish for that." "Alright," Izuku says, scribbling out a few words. He wishes he could take the time, but again, Nejiya could be waiting for him. After a few seconds, the back of the jacket says, "Inasa, good luck on that test. Remember to always go plus ultra. Hope to see you at school next year. Deku." "There you go," Izuku says, capping the marker. "I gotta get going now, so, sorry for keeping you." Inasa's head hits the ground again, but he quickly gets back up and takes the marker from Izuku. "I just got so excited seeing you. I watched your sports festival fights, and I follow you on Twitter. I actually started to focus on my flying and hitting the gym because of you." "Hey, that's great," Izuku exclaims. Then, before he can give himself the chance to start up a long conversation with him, he says, "But I've got to go now, sorry." "No, it's fine." Inasa insists. "I'm just super stoked to have bumped into you." He laughs, like it's the funniest thing in the world. "I don't suppose I could get a picture?" "No, sorry." "Don't worry about it." Inasa pats him on the shoulder. "I'll be going now. Bye." Then he walks off, stiff and with perfectly measured steps. It's almost like watching a robot walk, and Izuku finds himself wondering what kind of quirk he has. But then he sees a flash of blue from the corner of his eye and remembers. He jogs to the entrance of the building, shows his pass to the guard, and lingers in the lobby. He never sees Nejiya, which makes him feel disappointed. But he is sort of late, so he doesn't have much time to dwell on it. Instead, he singles one of the guards over, tells him he's here to see Dr. Hansen, and follows them deeper into the building. The door is just as interesting as it was last time, and Izuku walks into the room, forcing his nerves to calm. The door shuts behind him. Welcome back. Izuku jumps as the doctor makes her appearance, this time coming from the left, meaning she either hid behind the couch over there for dramatic effect or phased through the wall. How was your week? She walks over to her rocking chair and sits. It was good, Izuku says, taking a seat on a different couch than he picked last time. This one is more firm, and he likes it better than the couch they have back at home. I visited a friend I hadn't seen in a while, I played with a few kids at a shelter, classes were fun, and I had a nice session with Hound Dog earlier. Dr. Hansen nods. Those are all good things, but in our lives, we must also acknowledge the bad. Did anything negative happen this week? I had another dream, Izuku says. Like the one where you were the second holder. Yes. But this time, I was the first all-for-one's little brother. Izuku's hands start to tremble a little. Do you have any tea, he asks, wanting the familiar comfort of a mug of warmth. Black or green? Dr. Hansen asks, standing. Green, please. And if it's not too much to ask, I like it strong. So do I. Dr. Hansen walks over to her desk and flips over a paperweight. It immediately flips back, and a part of the floor next to the desk opens up. A platform with 2 steaming kettles and 2 cups rises out of the floor. That's fancy, Izuku comments. Only out of necessity. Dr. Hansen pours 2 cups. They watch what I eat and drink closely for poison. It's annoying, but it keeps me alive, and for that I am grateful. Have you ever been poisoned? Izuku asks, accepting the cup when she hands it to him. Several times, all unsuccessfully. Dr. Hansen takes her seat again and sips her tea. Izuku does the same, relaxing as the taste hits his tongue. I told you that some people want to get information out of me, but others want to make sure what I know stays unknown. That's awful, but we're not here to talk about me. Did you take some time off this week? Yes. I stayed home and knitted Tuesday and Wednesday. Did you cry? The doctor asks. Then, when Izuku's slow to reply, she says, there's no shame in it. I even told you to grieve. I did cry, Izuku admits. 4 hours on both days. It's why I barely got any knitting done. Did it make you feel better? It did. After I stopped, I sat for a while, and then I got back to knitting. It was like a weight was taken off my chest. I felt relief. Do you think that you're still mourning the death of that boy? Yes, Izuku says without hesitation. But it's not as intense as it was after I finally let myself relax. The doctor nods. Crying releases chemicals in the brain much like accomplishment does, but also not quite. People tend to feel a sense of calm when they've finished crying, which is likely that relief you described. Remember, the more you grieve, the sooner you'll feel better. I know, Izuku says. We went over that last time. Good. Now, would you like to talk about the thing in the bunker or your dream? The dream would be easier, but you wanted to do a diagnosis, right? Dr. Hansen nods. I did. But there is significance to this dream, isn't there? Yeah. It made me think that All for One was alive for a little while. Dr. Hansen straightens in her seat. Why's that? The villain that killed that kid is called Shigaraki, Izuku informs. All for One and the first holder were also Shigarakis. It seemed so obvious at the time, but All Might assured me that he is dead. How did you feel when you thought that All for One was alive? The doctor asks. Horrified. I could barely think and I was frozen in fear. Izuku takes a deep breath. If All for One ripped out All Might organs when he was in his prime, what could he do to me? I couldn't focus on anything else. It was awful. You had a panic attack, Dr. Hansen says bluntly. And actually, do you feel the same way when you think about the thing in the bunker? Yeah, Izuku says. But they are different, right? I had a panic attack for no reason, but that thing is still out there. I know they didn't find it in the ruins of the bunker. Things don't happen for no reason, the doctor disagrees. Well, some things do, but the human body has evolved over millions of years. We have 2 eyes in the center of our heads to better focus on prey and the details of the food we gather. Our arms are much smaller relative to other primates, so we can throw projectiles more accurately. Our sweat glands are some of the best in the animal kingdom, so that we can run for ages without stopping. You had that panic attack for a very good reason. Then what is that reason? Izuku asks. Because I know I should have believed All Might when he told me All for One is dead, no matter what came up. Blind trust is unhealthy and illogical. A sign on a rundown building says "Not a villain hideout." Do you trust it? Well, it could be someone trying to be funny, Izuku points out. Or maybe someone's making fun of the state of the building with the sign. As a hero, do you trust that the sign is truthful? Dr. Hansen risks her question. No, Izuku answers. I trust my training, and my training says that anywhere can be a villain hideout and that the sign makes the building suspicious. So you don't take the sign at face value. It would be kind of dumb of me to do so. So why would you believe All Might when he gave you nothing more than his word? Because he's All Might. Yagi is a great man, the doctor says, but infallible he is not. So, you're saying All for One could be alive? Goodness no. Dr. Hansen coughs into her hand. That man isn't alive. In fact, he's as far from living as you can be. I've seen the ashes, Midoriya, and that was before they were tossed into the ocean. They buried All for One at sea. Yes, but that's not the point. The point is that it's normal to question things. It's smart and healthy, too. You were doing what any normal human being would do, looking at the information available, following them to their logical conclusion, and reacting accordingly. Your panic attack was reasonable, though that's not to be confused with healthy. Stress like that can have severe effects on the mind, especially if they continue for a long time. What do I do about it? You're already doing some of the most commonly recommended treatments. Exercise, calming activities, and avoiding the use of addictive substances. But unfortunately, there's no pill I can prescribe that will make you stop being afraid of All for One and the thing in the bunker. So I just have to live with it, then. Izuku slumps into the back of the couch. I didn't say that. It was one incident triggered by something that would truly be awful if it were true. Many people have one panic attack in their lives and never have another. You could be the same. But I could also be different. You said that I would have had a breakdown if you let me keep thinking about the boy who died and that thing, Izuku points out. That is true, the doctor agrees. But have you felt like you were on the edge of a breakdown recently? Aside from what happened after the dream. No, Izuku says, I haven't. But I haven't had a lot of time to think about it, either. Other than when I cry, it's not present in my mind. I take it that knitting has kept you distracted. That and everything else I do on a day-to-day basis. Do you feel okay like that? The doctor asks. What do you mean? Does shoving away those feelings make it easier to live your life? Not the sadness, obviously, but when you keep yourself from confronting the fear and trauma from the bunker, are you happy? Yes, Izuku says. I smile more than I did before the raid, but I've dealt with them since then, right? By seeing you and Hound Dog. You have, but that small amount seems to have gone a long way with you. The doctor retrieves her pen and paper and jots down a few words. I was worried that I'd have to give you a note saying that you had a form of PTSD, though that would require more time. Physiological conditions like that are hard to pin down without months of continued symptoms, but I think that you may be all right. I don't feel all right, Izuku says. I woke up this morning scared that my dream was another one from One for All. And I still feel that fear when I'm not distracted. That can't be good. It's not. Tell me, were you ever punished as a child? Yes. Izuku says, not following her line of thought. Give me an example, please. When I was 8 or 9, Izuku cringes because it's not something he wants to think about. I stole a few yen from a tip jar at this American-style restaurant downtown. I didn't know what it was, but I ended up spending the money on a toy or something. My mom found out, and I had to give the toy and some of my money to the workers at the store. My mom wasn't mad, just disappointed. That's a wonderful example, the doctor says. How did it make you feel? If you can remember, that is. Annoyed and a little angry, Izuku says, but mostly sad because I disappointed my mom. Did you feel that way a few months later? No. I think I felt better like 2 days after it happened. And would you consider that to be normal? Well, obviously. Good, because it is normal. And I think that in a couple of years, you'll look back on what happened in that bunker the same way. What? Izuku says, the entire notion feeling wrong. You heard me. I lost my sister when I was young. I was sad for years and years, not depressed, but I didn't feel ready to visit her grave, and there wasn't a day where I didn't think of her, but after some time, I felt better. I didn't go to any therapy. I just carried on when I wasn't actively grieving. By the time I graduated high school, I was, well, over it is a harsh way of saying what I mean, but it's pretty close to it. We humans are resilient, and often the only thing we need to overcome our troubles is time. So I don't need to talk to you anymore. Dr. Hansen laughs and says something in English that Izuku doesn't quite catch. I'm sorry, she says, I shouldn't have laughed. The answer is no, Midoriya. Everyone is different. I was able to overcome the trauma of losing my sister without professional help, but you might not be able to get over the bunker the same way. But from what you've told me, how it's less intense from right after it happened, that you're happy with carrying on, I think it might be possible for you to be like me. You should still come every week, though. Just to update me on how you feel. If it's not better in a few months, then we'll do a re-diagnosis and perhaps medicate. Okay. Izuku takes a sip of tea, realizing it's cooled down to room temperature. Then are we done here? Just one more thing. Dr. Hansen holds up a torn sheet of paper. This is a prescription for prazosin. It is a drug that is commonly used to treat PTSD victims who get night terrors. If you start to have one for all dreams that impact your daily life and are mentally distressing, call me and pay a visit to your local pharmacy. It may take some time to get a hold of some, but it should help. Is it safe? Izuku asks warily. I've never heard of it before. Older variations of the drug sometimes didn't work or made things worse. Nowadays, that doesn't happen. Contrary to popular belief, medical science has made leaps and bounds since the first quirked person was born. Decades of war and an unsteady political climate will do that. The worst symptoms you'll get from this are slight nausea, dizziness in the mornings, or perhaps a headache. I do not prescribe drugs to my patients without rigorous research. If you say so. It's this or using medical marijuana whenever you wake up feeling distressed. The doctor gives the prescription a little wave. And cannabis has been known to have long-term effects on brain development. You are a hero in training and 16. My mom says I'm not allowed to drink until I'm married or 25, Izuku says. Marijuana is definitely out of the question. I'll take the prazosin if the dreams start to affect me. Good. Now, unfortunately, we're out of time. The doctor stands up and walks over to Izuku, who also stands. She hands him the note with the prescription on it and walks him to the door. Thank you for helping me, Izuku says. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help you. The door opens and Izuku steps through. He takes one last look at the doctor and sees a little bit of cheer in her usually neutral face. If you ever start to feel worse, tell me. Remember, your mental health takes priority over everything else. I will remember that, Izuku says, meaning it. The doctor nods. Then until next time, Midoriya. Izuku walks out of the room and tucks the note in his pocket. Then he follows the man standing guard down the hall and into the lobby. Once he reaches the front desk, he starts to scan the area for 𝐒𝐲. They'd agreed to meet in the waiting room, but their sessions are supposed to get over at roughly the same time, so he might be able to find her here rather than in another area. But he doesn't. Nervously, why is he nervous? He shouldn't be nervous, it's just 𝐒𝐲, why does that make it worse? He walks over to the waiting room. It's similar to how it was last time, and Izuku walks around. There's no sign of her familiar blue hair. With a sigh, he sits down at an empty table and pulls out his phone. But like it was when he was on the train, he can't focus on it. His mind always wanders back to waiting for 𝐒𝐲, and his eyes scan the room for her. A few minutes into his wait, Izuku feels a gentle tap on his shoulder. He looks to the left but sees nothing. There's another tap, this time on his right. He looks over but sees nothing again. He hears a giggle. Smiling, he tilts his head back and leans in his chair, looking upwards at the ceiling and a familiar face. "Hey, you," 𝐒𝐲𝐽 says, smiling. From Izuku's angle, she's upside down, and he can tell that she's done something different with her hair. "Hi," Izuku replies. He sits upright and slides out of his chair. He slips his phone into his pocket. How was your session?" He mentally kicks himself for how he fumbles with his words, because 𝐒𝐲𝐽 looks good. She pulled her hair up into a low ponytail, which is sort of weird, but it's the good kind of weird. A small gold necklace hangs from her neck that goes good with the black of her shirt. "It was okay," 𝐒𝐲𝐽 says. Her foot starts to tap, which makes Izuku look down, and he realizes that 𝐒𝐲𝐽 looks good in jeans. "It's nice to talk to the doctor without my dad there, you know." Not really," Izuku says, forcing his eyes back up. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 laughs. "I thought so. How was yours?" "Good. Dr. Hansen thinks I'll be better if I just keep myself busy. I'm not so sure about it, though." "Well, it kind of makes sense, right?" 𝐒𝐲𝐽 crosses her arms under her chest. "We're not meant to be sad, we're meant to be happy. So if we just keep going, we'll feel better eventually. I think. It's kind of weird to think about because it never seems that way when things are going wrong, you know." "Yeah," Izuku says, "I do. And I trust Dr. Hansen, I'm just not entirely sure. I just don't think it's something that I can let sit." "Then talk to her about it," 𝐒𝐲𝐽 says. "That's what she's there for. Anyways, are you ready to go? I kinda wanna see this one movie and it's either in a half hour or 3 hours. So unless you feel like hanging out with me until 11, we need to go now." "That wouldn't be so bad," Izuku says. "You're nice to be around." 𝐒𝐲𝐽 smiles. "Thanks. But let's get going. I don't want to wear jeans until 11 at night." They walk out of the building, casually talking about school things and their days. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 apparently got a response from Ryukyu's agency right before she went into therapy, which is something she's really happy about. "They want to have me on, Izuku. Like, they said in the message that they considered sending me an offer after the sports festival but didn't because they don't take unlicensed students. But I start Monday." "That's great," Izuku says. "Do you know what you'll be doing?" "There's orientation Sunday, and I'll have to sign a contract, but other than that, I'm not sure." "Left here." 𝐒𝐲𝐽 leads him away from the train station he used to get to the doctor's office but in the direction of another one. "You looked at the movies available, right?" "Yeah, but I didn't really have a preference." In the distance, Izuku can see a metro platform. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 starts to pick up the pace. "You said there was one you wanted to see." "Yep, but if you don't want to, we can pick something else." 𝐒𝐲𝐽 looks over at him. "Are you okay with nature documentaries? They show those in theaters." Izuku asks, surprised. "The one we're going to does. They don't put it up on their website, but every Friday they do reruns all day and premiere a new one in the evening. That's what we're going to see. What's your opinion on big cats?" "They're cool, I guess," Izuku says. "I was never really an animal kid. I was more focused on heroes." "Well, I've always really liked nature documentaries. I didn't get into hero stuff until after, when I was older." Her smile dips a bit, but she quickly slips it back on. "Oh, I think I hear the train coming. Hurry it up." When they reach the platform, the train has already stopped and the doors are open. They rush in and take their seats. There's no one else in their compartment, though a few of the ones up front are full. Some people change compartments, but Izuku and 𝐒𝐲𝐽 are left alone. The train quickly pulls away. "Do you want to read the blurb about the documentary?" 𝐒𝐲𝐽 asks, typing rapidly on her phone. "I know I don't like to go into things blindly." "Sure," Izuku says, "it couldn't hurt." "Okay. Here." 𝐒𝐲𝐽 hands him her phone, which is open to a synopsis about a film titled Great Cats of India. It's mostly about lions, but there's some bits about tigers and other stuff in there too, apparently. "I thought lions were African," Izuku says, scanning the text. "Most are, but some parts of India have a similar climate to where African lions live. 𝐒𝐩𝐽 leans over to read over Izuku's shoulder. He's momentarily distracted by the smell of her shampoo, but he forces himself to focus on the information in front of him. There were lions in Arabia too, a long time ago. They're all gone now, though. A lot of animals didn't make it through the dawn of quirks, which is really sad. Yeah, Izuku says, handing the phone back over. It looks really interesting. I'm sure I'll enjoy it. 𝐒𝐽 beams. Nice. What time do you have to be back home? 11:30ish, Izuku says. Mostly so my mom won't worry about me when she goes to sleep. And, my trainer said I could skip the weights tomorrow. That's nice of them, 𝐒𝐽 says. And it's sweet of you to avoid worrying your mother. Yeah, Izuku says, trying to forget the smile All Might had when he told him he could take a day off and wanting to bleach the accompanying wink from his brain. Why? Why what? Why do you want to know when I need to be back? Oh, I was just curious, and, well, we could get something to eat after the movie, too. 𝐒𝐽 scoots away from him a little. But only if you want to. If I can eat after all the popcorn, I'd be okay with it, Izuku says. And even if I can't, we can just get a drink or something. Sounds good. 𝐒𝐽 scoots back over, and their shoulders touch. Say, do you want to split a popcorn or go separate? When they arrive at the theater, which is in a mall but has a separate entrance, Izuku is very, very red in the face and 𝐒𝐽 is very, very confused. They buy their tickets and their snacks. And because Izuku can't quite function, they do end up sharing a bowl. He can't understand why it makes him feel so flustered. No, wait, that's a lie. It's all Gran's fault. But he can't quite figure out why it has such an effect on him. He doesn't have time to dwell on it, however, since 𝐒𝐽 takes him by the arm, which makes him grin like an idiot for some reason and leads him to their seats. They're right in the middle of the room, which 𝐒𝐽 strategically picked so they could have the best view. Izuku's only been to the movies a handful of times and has never really noticed a difference in quality between the different areas, but 𝐒𝐽 insists that the middle is the best. He doesn't mind, so he follows along and settles into the leather seat that feels like an expensive recliner. This is a nice theater, Izuku says, watching as 𝐒𝐽 hits a button on her armrest. Oh, yeah, 𝐒𝐽 agrees. The seat reclines back and the footrest swings out. It's pretty new. I think they remodeled it a few years back. When I was like 8, I remember this place being really dirty and cheap feeling. It's not anymore, obviously. Can you pass the popcorn? Sure. Izuku hands the bucket over and 𝐒𝐽 pops a few pieces in her mouth. She starts to hand it back but quickly changes her mind. She places it on the armrest between them and leaves it there. So we don't have to talk during, she explains. And so one of us can't hog it the whole time. Izuku opens his mouth to reply, but then the lights dim. The previews start to play, and he grabs a handful of popcorn. Then he reclines his chair and focuses on the screen. A few minutes later, the actual documentary starts to play. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see 𝐒𝐽 watching carefully, almost perfectly still, which is something that almost never happens. From the way she looks at the animals on screen, Izuku can tell that she's completely lost in the lives of the lions and tigers. It's nice is an understatement, but Izuku does like the way she looks. He just can't find the right word. About halfway through, Izuku pushes his footrest out. Almost immediately, 𝐒𝐽 moves closer, and their legs touch. She tilts her head so it rests on his shoulder. Izuku freezes, not out of shock or discomfort, but because he doesn't want to disturb her. He sits like that for the rest of the film. When it ends, he feels a little disappointed. The lights come on and they stand, stretching stiff muscles and gathering their trash. Are you hungry? 𝐒𝐽 asks. Her eyes shift between looking into his and looking past his head. Izuku is not hungry. I could eat. Something small, though. Perfect. I know just the place. They get ice cream. It's phenomenal, and Izuku manages to get 2 scoops down despite being full. 𝐒𝐽 laughs at his choice of dessert, and Izuku tries to argue that vanilla is a valid flavor. 𝐒𝐽 doesn't agree with him one bit, but is fine with it. Happy about it, even. It's strange. He's usually happy when he's doing something, but it usually has to be productive in some way. But goofing off with her just feels right, and he smiles the whole walk back to the station, where they'll have to part. This is me, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐽 says, stopping a good ways away from the station. You have to go to the one back by the doctor's office, right? Yeah, Izuku says, glancing in that direction. He knows that he should say goodbye, he's kind of cutting his curfew close. Who knew that documentaries could be so long? But he doesn't want to. I had fun tonight, he says instead. I did, too. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐽 shifts from foot to foot, unsure of something. Would you like to do this again? Not the movie, but just you and me. That'd be great. Do you have any ideas? I'll text you. Sounds good. They stand in silence for a while. Then, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐽 stands up on her tiptoes and purses her lips at the same time Izuku steps forward, arms wide. She stills, but moves closer too. They hug, and Izuku's nose is tickled with stands of blue and the scent of apples. Good night, Izuku. Good night, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐽. You went for the kiss on the first date. That's a bit much, don't you think? On the cheek. The cheek. What kind of idiot just kisses someone on the lips randomly? I find your lack of faith in me disturbing. That's still kinda forward. Would he have been comfortable with it? His mother kisses him on the cheek. I've seen her do it. And we all hug daily. A kiss on the cheek isn't much different from a hug. I mean, the French cheek kiss their friends, right? I think it's something different, but kinda. Anyways, what happens after that? We hugged and said goodnight. It was nice but still technically a failure on my part because I didn't kiss him. I went home and screamed into my pillow for a while and felt much better. So you spent all night working up the nerves to kiss him on the cheek only to get what Izuku probably thinks of as a friend hug at the end. Yep. That's rough, buddy. Tamaki, I love you and you're an amazing friend, but now is not the time. Oh, come on, it's like Sir says. There's always time for comedic relief. That's debatable. No, it's not. Yes, it is. You can't argue with facts. Tamaki, back me up. Oh, cheap move. Of course he'd side with you. What's that supposed to mean? You can't be serious. You can't. But I am. Can we get back on topic, please? Is Izuku doing better in therapy? You could ask him when he's back tomorrow, but he's doing great. Well, he's doubtful of his progress, but apparently his doctor thinks he's doing great. Which he probably is. If there's anyone who can somehow plus ultra therapy, it's Izuku. That's good to hear. Do you think they'll let him out in the field again anytime soon? That's a question for Aizawa. But I hope so. You can tell he's getting a little antsy just doing stuff here at school, even if he tries to hide it. Maybe it's best if he takes some more time off. What happened at his work-study was, I don't know if I'd be able to keep going if the same happened to me. You'd make it through, Tamaki. I'd help you too, of course. I'm really the only one that sees it. Is everyone but me emotionally tone-deaf? I have no idea what you're talking about. Liar, buck naked sinking into the center of the earth. That's you, Mirio. MK, sure. Anyways, you have another date soon, right? They're not technically dates. But yeah, we're talking about going to dinner Wednesday or Thursday. Our schedules don't line up Friday and he's busy over the weekend. Why isn't it a date? You like him, he probably likes you. I mean, 2 + 2 = 4, right? Yeah, but what if he doesn't want to go on a date? What if he just wants to hang out as friends? Doesn't he already think you're hanging out as friends? I'm not a mind reader, how should I know? Maybe he thinks they're dates, maybe he doesn't. I'm just worried that he doesn't want to. Want to date you or want to spend time with you? Date me? I figured. You should just ask him. It's not that simple. Sure it is. No, he's in therapy. For trauma. Even if it's going great, what if he doesn't want to deal with romantic CRP? What if it's not good for his mental health right now? Being cared for and being supported are always good for your mental well-being. We already do that for everyone. Why would it be different if your relationship was romantic instead of platonic? Because romance is complicated. No, it isn't. People mutually love and respect each other and spend time together. Any drama or complications doesn't have to go with that stuff. Alright, fine. But he's got a lot on his plate already, don't you think? If you really thought that, you wouldn't be hanging out with him later this week. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 lets her shoulders slump. I'm selfish, she says, and a coward. Liar, liar, breathes on fire, 𝐒𝐲 says, shutting the textbook in front of him. They've long since given up on studying math. You're 𝐒𝐲𝐻. You're not selfish, and you're definitely not a coward. But I am, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 argues. I hang out with him because I want to spend time with him when he's already super busy and not mentally healthy. I should back off and wait until he's finished with therapy, or at least until he's not going so often. And every time I think about being honest with him about how I feel, I just clam up. Is he happy when you spend time with him? Tamaki asks. Yeah, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 replies. He laughs a lot and smiles a whole lot more. Then you're not being selfish. Yes, you're taking time out of your day to make him happier, Tamaki interrupts, which he's gotten a lot better at doing recently. That's the opposite of being selfish, right? And it's okay to be unsure sometimes. You'll work up the courage eventually. Maybe I can, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 admits. But should it'd be a weight off your chest, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 points out. One less thing to think about, no matter what the result is. Though to be fair, I don't think you'll have to worry too much about rejection. Yes, I do. There's always a chance that he'll say no. You can't just assume things. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 smiles. Who said anything about assuming? You said he liked spending time with you, you two are very affectionate, and we know he's attracted to you. It's all mutual, too. So rejection is improbable. Mutual attraction, happiness when spending time together, affection, 𝐻𝐻𝐿. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 taps her cheek with one finger. You said that with all of those things, it's stupid to be afraid of rejection. Not stupid, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 explains, but a little silly, yeah. So I should confess and not be worried about the outcome. Yep. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 props her head up on her elbows and rests her chin on the backs of her hands. Slowly, she looks back and forth between 𝐒𝐲𝐻 and Tamaki. She straightens her posture and spreads her arms wide, her face making an expression that says well. I have no idea what you're getting at with that, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 says. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 face palms. And then bangs her head on the table because she just can't with this. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, she says, voice muffled by the wood, I want you to take a good long look in the mirror and play your words back. You're too smart to be missing this. That's different, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 says, suddenly defensive. How? 𝐒𝐲𝐻 asks, sitting up. Explain, because if there's a logical explanation for it, it's going right over my head. We're not in the same position, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 argues. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 shakes her head. No. We totally are. On the off chance he rejects you, what happens? It's awkward for a few weeks and then we're probably friends again. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 points right at the blonde boy in front of her. Which is the same as you. Guys, Tamaki tries to butt in. Unlike usual, he's ignored. No, not one bit. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, explain, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 demands. In detail, preferably. I can't. Please stop. Why? What's stopping you? The silly fear of rejection. It's not a silly fear. But it is when it's me. Because we're different. That's a load of, 𝐒𝐲𝐻, I've been in love with you since elementary school. Silence. Dead, empty silence. I said, I heard you, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 says, looking shocked beyond belief. This can't be happening, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 says under her breath. There is no way. She pinches her arm. She's not dreaming. I feel the same way, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 says. I mean, no wait, that is what I mean. I understand you, Tamaki says, shifting his chair over and brushing his shoulder against 𝐒𝐲𝐻's. Then can we? If you'd like. They kiss, and 𝐒𝐲𝐻 pinches herself. She's still not dreaming, which puts a smile on her face because finally. She's only known them for 2 years, But even that relatively small amount of time was enough to make her want to lock them in a room until they confessed. She'll have to tell Izuku about it. No, that's a thing for Mirio and Tamaki to do together. And talking to Izuku about romance would be awkward. Really, really awkward. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a smiles. Until the kiss drags on for too long and she loudly clears her throat. They separate quickly, nearly falling out of their chairs. "Congrats," she says. "Tamaki, I'm happy you worked up the courage to do that." "Me too," he says, looking down at his lap. From 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's angle, she can't see his mouth, but from what she can see of his eyes, he's definitely smiling. He looks up. "It feels great." "That's nice." 𝐒𝐻𝐼a stands up and organizes her things. "Do you two want me to clear out?" "In a sec, sure," Mirio says, looking from her to Tamaki. "But one last thing." "What is it?" "It's easy," Tamaki says, looking her dead in the eye, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼a just knows that he's lying. But his attempt at a smug face is ruined when Mirio leans over to kiss his cheek. His face turns bright pink, and he barely gets his next words out. Just shoot your shot. It's not that complicated." 𝐒𝐻𝐼a promptly shoulders her backpack and walks out the door. Then, she slams her forehead into a nearby wall. A sign labeled Study Room 222 rattles above her. "Why are boys such idiots?" she asks. The wall does not answer. 𝐒𝐻 He's late for school. And not late like he can rock up a minute before the first bell. He's late like school's already started and there's no way in hell he'll make it to first PRD. For a moment, he lays in bed and stares at his ceiling. The term is almost over. No, it isn't. Right. And no one would miss him anyways. But then he rolls his head to the side and sees a poster advertising 𝐒𝐻𝐼, the finest school for academics and heroics in the East. Brainiacs welcome, it says. And, well, he's not exactly a brainiac, but his dream school wants him to be. So he throws off his covers and rushes through his morning routine. Breakfast? No, he's intermittent fasting today, not that he needs to. The kids at school all call him a twig for a good reason. No. He has muscles. Oh. It's one of these again. Dental hygiene. He downs a mouthful of mouthwash and calls it good. It's gross, but his breath doesn't kill animals, so he'll take it. He skips his shower and puts on his uniform in 20 seconds flat. He doesn't bother with the tie and hops out the door trying to put his shoes on. Then, because there's no good train that'll get him close to school in a timely manner, he runs. In his worn-out Doc Martens, size 15 and vintage from the 2050s, his feet scream at him to stop. But he can't. He won't let himself. Running is a great way to maintain physical health and a key part of overall athleticism, and he's late. The soreness of his feet can be ignored for now. Especially when an explosion rocks the street over from him, causing passers-by to scream and a few to dial. He should, by all reason, pick up the pace and run like the wind all the way to school. But before he can even think, he's running into the danger, shoving through crowds of people and looking for those in need. Smoke pours out of a bank, and masked men pile into a pickup truck before the driver floors the gas and accelerates down the empty streets. He can see heroes already rushing to catch the truck, but none checking out the damaged building. There could be people in there, hurt people. Again, he moves without thinking, crossing the street as he pulls the collar of his shirt over his mouth and nose. He raises his backpack over his head to protect it from falling debris. Then, he enters. Smoke stings his eyes and the stench of charred wood attacks his nose. To his left, something shifts, and he pulls his backpack tighter against the top of his head, which causes his yellow bangs to dangle in the middle of his vision. "Is anyone in here?" he calls. "I'm here to help." "Oh, over here," he hears a voice shout. Whoever it is sounds distressed and in pain. There's a loud cough. Something's on my legs. I can't feel them. I'm coming. Hold on for just one more second. He hurries through the bank, occasionally calling out to the person to make sure he's heading in the right direction. He finds them moments later right outside the main vault. A heavy, decorative chandelier crushes their legs, and they desperately try to pull themselves up. He drops his backpack and grabs hold near where their legs are, grateful that all the smoke hides how bad their injuries must be. "On 3, I'm going to lift. When I do, pull with all your might. Ready? Why yeah. Okay. 1, 2. He flexes his core and legs, making sure to keep his back straight. It's just like a deadlift. 3. He pushes on the floor with everything he has, forcing the chandelier upwards. The metal bites into his hands, and his legs shake with the strain. He risks a glance backwards. They're only halfway out from under it. SHT. He feels his legs start to give out. No. Suddenly, like a burst of extra fuel, he finds the strength to lift it up even more. He stands to his full height and breathes in the smoky air. I'm out. The chandelier slams down and he goes with it, hitting the ground with his tailbone. He coughs a few times. Hurry. I think the fire's spreading. His back up instantly, scampering over to them and trying to figure out the best way to get them to the door. The ground is covered in glass and stone, so he can't drag them. He'll have to carry them out. Lay on your stomach. They obey his order, and he bends down to grab them by the armpits. He pulls them up, ignoring the pain in his legs and the heat at his back. Soon, their toes are barely touching the ground. He bends over and pulls them so they're on his shoulders. Finally, he loops his arms around their arms and legs and locks his hands together, completing the fireman's carry. Watching all of those old wrestling videos really paid off. He starts to walk through the building again, going slower than before, too slow for his liking. He tries to pick up the pace, but his foot lands on an uneven part of the floor, and he goes down. His knee hits first, taking the weight of his and their body. He hears something crack, and he drops his cargo, crying out in pain. The roar of the fire draws closer, and the injured person tries to crawl over him to safety. But it's useless. They are both too slow. He's going to die. He's going to die in the lobby of a bombed-out bank because he couldn't walk right. He starts to cry because he doesn't want to die. Not in a world like this, where people have to hurry down the street, looking in every direction and holding their loved ones close not out of comfort but out of fear. He has goals, dreams, plans. He can't die yet. But the world is cruel, and the fire likes his Doc Martens. And then he must die, because there's an angel. A dark-haired, grey-eyed angel with a beauty mark on her chin. She pulls him away, and suddenly everything is cold. I've got another one, she says, holding him in her arms. Not as bad as the first. No bleeding, but that knee doesn't look right. Then, the angel smiles down at him, and he thinks, for the first time in his life, that everything is okay. Trying to play hero, hey, kiddo. I suppose I should be mad, but you saved their life. Next time, though, leave it to the pros. Couldn't stop moving, he coughs out. It makes the woman's smile change from motherly and fond to knowing and resigned. Yeah, I know that feeling. I really do. He's taken to the hospital after that. They treat his burns, take some x-rays of his knee, and send him home with a cast and an order to stay off of it. Naturally, the first thing he does when he gets back is sneak out. There's a nature trail one stop from his house that almost nobody goes on. It's his favorite spot, particularly when he can sit on one of the benches and watch the clouds roll by. It's a pain to get there with his cast and crutches, but he makes it. But when he gets there, he finds that the bench is occupied by a stray dog. With a sigh, he finds a different spot. Two stumps sit across from one another in a small clearing. They become his table and chair, and he allows himself to relax and think about what happened earlier. I failed, he says to no one in particular, though his eyes linger on the stump across from him. How am I going to be the world's pillar if I can't save one person? The stump does not reply. Nobody looks up to failures, he continues. People won't look up to a failure to hold up the world. And now I've got to waste a few months healing my knee, so I can't even train. The stump looks at him like he's an idiot. Why do you need to do that? It asks. Why does the world need a support pillar? Because no one can smile, he says, fully aware that he's an idealistic lunatic ranting to a decapitated tree in the middle of the evening. What's life worth living if you can't even smile? I want to make people feel safe, to stop villains before they commit their crimes. To do that, I need to be a deterrent, a symbol. Ever present in the minds of the public. And I can't do that with a bum knee and 2 months of mistraining. That's quite the conundrum, isn't it, kid? He tries to turn around to look behind him, but his cast makes it hard to do so. The unknown speaker has to walk around to face him instead. "Who are you?" he asks, clutching his crutches right. "These aren't just for getting around, you know." The woman laughs, which makes a set of matching dimples appear on her cheeks. "I'm sure they're not. But you don't have anything to worry about." "I doubt that." A plastic card is thrown at him. It lands in his lap. "What about now?" "You're a hero." She nods. 7 years of active duty, she says proudly. "I'm not going to hurt you." "All right," he says. "But why are you here?" "I'm not breaking the law or anything, and I can get home fine on my own." "Yeah," she agrees. "But I'm more interested in what you had to say to that piece of wood." She gestures to the stump. "Something about making people safe and being a symbol." "Our streets aren't ours," he says carefully. He's unused to being taken seriously on this particular topic. Villains run rampant, and no matter how hard the heroes and police crack down on them, they don't stop. They just keep hurting more and more people, and making them feel more and more afraid, because the villains know that there's a good chance that they won't be caught. "Then how do you fix this?" the hero asks. "By being such an amazing hero that villains will know that it's futile to commit crimes. If one person were to be so strong and powerful and confident, then they could hold up the whole of society. All they'd have to do is stop enough crime for people to realize that they can stop all the crime, and then the crime will go away on its own. People will feel safer, and they'll smile again. And I take it you want to be that symbol." "Yes. More than anything." "What's your name, kid?" "Yagi Toshinori." "I think you've got a great idea, Yagi, but I don't think you'll make it on your own. Luckily for you, I've got plenty of help to spare." "You actually believe in my idea?" "I believe that it can work in theory. It's just up to you to put it into practice. Meet me here at 7 a.m. Saturday and we'll have another chat." "All right, but what's your name?" "It says right there on the card. My hero name is Ria, but since we'll be working together for a while, you can call me Nana." Izuku wakes up feeling like he's late for school. Naturally, he jumps out of bed and snatches his uniform, breathes. But then he sees his alarm clock and feels his head start to ache. It says that it's 8 in the morning, but Izuku swears that it feels like 8 at night. He walks over to his window and pulls open the curtains. He's blinded by the morning sun and stumbles back in shock. He lands on his butt and tries to stand. But then his knee explodes in pain, and he falls back down. He tries to get back up, but he can't find his balance. His limbs just feel too short. The back of his mind is telling him that he should have an extra quarter meter of length in his arms, but there just isn't. Eventually, he manages to stand up and he makes his way to the bathroom. He looks in the mirror, and a sense of vertigo overtakes his mind. The mirror shows a slightly tall, slightly broad boy with green hair, green eyes, and freckles. But it feels wrong. He should be a very tall, very skinny boy with blue eyes and blonde hair. Izuku reaches down and flicks on the faucet. He lets some cold water drizzle over his hands and then he splashes it over his face. The vertigo disappears, and the reflection feels right. He takes a deep breath and gets on with his morning. Lifting goes quickly, as does breakfast and his morning shower. Then he does some quick schoolwork before pulling out his knitting bag and turning the radio on. He finished his first coaster a few days ago. It came out lumpy and uneven, but he placed it on his nightstand anyway. His mom wanted to frame it and put it on the wall, but Izuku declined. Maybe if it were better, or if he didn't plan on using it, he would have agreed. But the last thing he wants people to see when they walk into the apartment is a shoddy seafoam green coaster. His second project is something more useful, but also more time-consuming, a scarf. It can technically be as long as he wants, but he doesn't think he'll make it over a meter or so. When he first started on it, he planned on using it for himself. Then he thought he might give it to his mother. Then to Aizawa or All Might. But as his needles weave the green thread, he can't help but think that Nejiya would love it. The color would go well with her hair, Izuku thinks so, at least, and the thought of giving her something he made to wear makes him feel warm inside. So he keeps knitting. When it's time for lunch, he sets his project down and picks up his phone. He scrolls through Twitter while he makes his meal, answering a few questions and liking posts. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had said that he should only interact with other heroes and only reply to fans on occasion. It has to do with keeping him special, but Izuku disagrees. He knows he would have been thrilled if he ever got a reply from a hero he liked, and he wants to make sure other people can experience it. And if his phone blows up every few hours because of it, it's a small price to pay. Once he finishes lunch, it's back to knitting. He changes the radio station, too. It tends to repeat after a while, and a lot of it is just too intense for his current mood. A slow jazz tune comes out of the speakers after a few turns of the dial, and Izuku settles back down to knit, this time with warm tea and sun coming through the kitchen window. By the time he has to get ready for therapy, Izuku has a few more rows done and a particular melody from a song stuck in his head. He puts his needles and yarn away and changes into a fresh pair of sweats and a hoodie. He heads out of the house, humming the same tune the whole train ride. When he gets to UA, it's about 4 o'clock. He walks through the gates and says hi to a few familiar faces. When he gets near the office building, he sees a few people walking out of a nearby structure. One labeled detention. The people are very familiar, and Izuku waves, curious as to why they were in detention. Izuku. Mirio calls back, flailing his arms overhead. Next to him, Tamaki reaches for his hood that isn't there. Behind both of them, Midnight taps her foot impatiently. How's it going? Fine. Izuku says. What did you get in trouble for? Mirio only laughs and Tamaki looks down at his feet. Midnight smirks. They were a little too close in one of the private study rooms, Midnight explains. We're cool with PDA here, but French kissing is taking it too far. Izuku blinks and looks at the two embarrassed boys. Really, he asks. Oh yeah, you should have seen it. No, he shouldn't have. Mirio interrupts, his smile a little bit forced. We learned our lesson, right? It won't happen again. I believe you, Midnight says in a way that Izuku can tell that she doesn't. But I'm sure Heido will tell him anyways, right? I'd rather not be here for that, Tamaki mumbles. Mirio wraps his arm around his shoulders and holds him tight. We're a thing now. That's great. Izuku says. I'm really happy for you too. Hey, thanks. Let's get a move on now, Midnight urges. Midoriya has things to do, and you two should be off campus by now. Bye. Mirio waves. Tamaki joins in, still pink in the face but smiling. See you later. Izuku walks through the office building slightly faster than usual. He smiles the whole way up to Hound Dog's office and taps his foot to the beat of the elevator music. When he finally knocks on the door, he only has to wait a few seconds before he's let in. Izuku turns the knob and steps through, still smiling. Good afternoon, sir, he greets, taking a seat on the couch. Good afternoon, Midoriya, Hound Dog says. He tosses a crumpled up piece of paper into the wastebasket and takes a swig from his coffee thermos. Did you have a good day today? Yeah. Waking up was a bit rough, but after that everything was great. I got some knitting done, and my weight training is progressing well. Izuku relaxes on the couch and watches as Hound Dog nods. Good to hear. Did you think of anything negative while you were knitting or lifting weights? No, Izuku says, stunned at the realization. I mean, I didn't feel good right after I woke up, but after that I just relaxed. That's great to hear, Hound Dog says. Why were you distressed when you woke up? I had another one of those dreams. And I'm not comfortable talking about them, Izuku adds. Hound Dog shrugs. Fair enough. But you had your first day free of grief or fear in weeks. How does that make you feel? Amazing, Izuku says. It feels great to feel this good, and to realize that this stuff has paid off. It's all because of you, kid. Hound Dog points a finger at him. People can't change if they don't want to change. Well, they can, but it often takes years. But to go from a crying, emotionally constipated mess to what you are now, that takes dedication and effort. You're right, Izuku agrees. I don't know, it's so weird. Weird but good. I like it. I'm glad to hear it. But if you think you're done seeing me, you're thinking wrong. Oh, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says, feeling slightly disappointed. Why's that? Take off your shoes, please. Sir. Humor me for a sec, would ya? Have I ever steered you wrong before? No, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 says, reaching down and untying the laces. But that doesn't necessarily mean you'd keep doing that. True, but I really do think that this will help. Socks too, please. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 furrows his brow and looks Hound Dog in the eye. He sees nothing but reassurance and longing to help. He takes his socks off and lets his bare feet rest on the fuzzy carpet. I want you to look down for a few moments and then tell me how you feel, Hound Dog says. Whenever you're ready. Okay. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looks downward at his lap, but out of the corner of his eye, he sees his feet. His attention shifts there, and to his missing toe. The tissue on the end of it is off-colored and rough from rubbing against the implant in his shoe. It throws off the symmetry of his feet, and the pain and the memories associated with it make his stomach churn. You may look up now. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 does so as fast as he can. He even tucks the foot with the missing toe behind his good foot and clenches the cloth of his breathes. How did that make you feel? Disgusted, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 says. Worthless, weak, broken, and kind of sick. Hound Dog writes something down in his notes. That's normal among amputees, you know. And being unhappy with your body is a common thing with, well, I'd say teenagers but adults, too. Even kids. It's okay to not be comfortable with your body, but it's unhealthy to be obsessed with it. How often do you think of your missing toe? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shrugs. A few times a day, maybe. When I shower, I have to wash it, and sometimes the implant in my shoe doesn't sit right, so I have to move it around. When that happens, it doesn't leave my mind for a while. So obsession doesn't appear to be a problem, Hound Dog says. That's good. Do you want to feel that way? No, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 replies. Who would? Nobody who's mentally healthy. Have you looked into prosthetics? Yeah, but they wouldn't do much for me, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 says. I get the same thing from the implant, and I don't have to put it on in the morning. What do you mean by it wouldn't do much? Hound Dog asks. Well, it'd just be an aesthetic thing, right? 𝐒𝐿 wiggles his good toes. It's not like I'm missing a whole foot or an arm. I don't need something to replace my toe. Well, I do, but I don't need anything big or fancy. But you're not comfortable with looking at it. Yeah, but that's something I can deal with. Do you want to? No, but I can. When you eat bad food at a restaurant, do you go back and order the same thing? No, 𝐒𝐿 says, used to seemingly random changes in subject by now. I don't go there again, and I eat something I know is good. Alright, that makes sense. So why do you keep looking at a part of you that makes you feel bad when you don't have to? 𝐒𝐿 doesn't have an answer. People don't do things they dislike without reason. There's no good reason for why you should have to look at your toe day in and day out. So don't. I thought ignoring problems was bad. It is, but that's for things like grief, or homework, or an argument with your mother. That's stuff that will only get worse with time if you don't address it. You've lost your toe, there's no way that it will get better or worse, right? I could lose the rest of my toe. I'm talking about if you just ignored it and let it sit. Would it suddenly grow back or fall off? No. Then ignoring it is okay. Look into some of those hyper-realistic prosthetics. Pick one out, wear it, and don't look at your missing toe unless you have to. It may seem weird, but you can't feel bad about it if you can't see it, right? I could, 𝐒𝐿 says, but I see your point. I'll talk to my mom about it. Good. I hope it works out for you. Now, before I let you go, I have one last thing. What is it? 𝐒𝐿 asks, slipping his socks back on. I think you're ready for fieldwork again. 𝐒𝐿's head snaps to attention, and he feels a bright smile form on his lips. Easy there, kid, Hound Dog says, laughing a little. It's going to be limited, and you'll have to report back to me after each outing. That's fine, 𝐒𝐿 agrees. Good. Because there's still some things we'll need to talk about. Hound Dog stands and rips a sheet of paper from a notebook. He walks over to 𝐒𝐿 and hands the paper over. These are your stipulations for patrols. On the back are the agencies you're allowed to work for. I don't have to go with a teacher. The agency has to be licensed to take in turns and has to have a good track record with work studies. But yes, Hound Dog agrees, you won't have to drag poor Eraser out every night. That's fine, Izuku says, scanning over the list of hero agencies. Is that all? For today, yeah. Hound Dog leads him over to the door and opens it. Have a great night, kid. And keep up the good work. I'll see you tomorrow. As Izuku makes his way home, he finds himself feeling as light as a feather. Everything is looking up, everything is returning to normal. Everything feels right. He really hopes it stays that way. He knows he's about to die, and he isn't the least bit surprised. His bones creak and his joints pop every time he walks, and his muscles aren't what they used to be. His posture is stiff and slouched, and he's blind in one eye now. But that's acceptable. His legacy will live on, and he will die an honorable death. But first, he must wake the boy. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, it's morning. He slams his fist on the wall of his room, and he can hear his apprentice fall out of his bed like a doofus. Typical. I'm awake, old man, the boy screams back. But he's clearly not awake, and his speech comes out all slurred and lopsided. I'll be the judge of that, he mutters, hobbling through the house and slamming open the door. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is trying to put his breathes on backwards with his socks between his teeth. His hair is ruffled, and his eye bags make him look like a deranged raccoon. Get a move on before I put my boot up your butt. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 rolls his eyes but doesn't reply as he walks down the hall and into the kitchen. The smell of last night's dinner lingers, and the pots and pans in the sink have yet to be washed. He supposes they never will, if his instincts are correct. And with his luck, there's no way they aren't. What's for breakfast? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asks, opening the empty fridge. Training, he grunts. Lots and lots of training. We had training for lunch yesterday, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says. Can't we wait a bit longer? My rear is still sore from our spa. Then be happy I didn't shove my boot up there. Now move it, boy. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 obeys, jogging out the door and preparing to stretch. He joins him, doing a much easier variant of the boy's routine. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 has always been more lean and spry than him, mostly because the boy is built like a runner and is built like a brick house, but in the 11th hour of his life, he can't help but be a little bitter about it. He shouldn't be feeling this way at age 50. No one should be. But that lady in the cabin forced it on him, and damn it if he won't make sure that her dying wish is met. That's enough. Pick up your sticks and prepare to fight. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stops his warm-up and runs back into the house. He comes back out a few seconds later holding a pair of wooden sticks meant for some old-fashioned martial art. The boy stops in front of his teacher and looks around warily. Ah, he thinks. He's picked up on it. The BSTRD draws near. Sir, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says, looking in the direction of the rising sun. Someone dangerous is coming from the east. Ignore it. Your power is too inaccurate when the danger's too far away. For all you know, it could be some idiot walking here all the way from Tokyo. But sir, shut up and fight me, boy. Or do you not want to be stronger? The boy closes his mouth and raises his sticks. I'm ready, sir. Good, he replies. Then, he shrugs off his cloak, straightens his aching back, and fires up one for all. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 makes the first move, dashing forward and swinging low at his knees. The cheeky SHT knows his joints are shot. He decks his apprentice across the face at full force for thinking he can get a hit in on a weak point that is obviously defended. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 shrugs off the hit and jumps forward again, this time feinting high before lunging off to the side. He can hear him pulling his arm back to go for a strike across the head, so he drops to the grass below and lets him overextend. Then, he rolls backwards and tries to kick 𝐒𝐽𝐽 in the chest. Tries is the key word since the kid manages to twist out of the way and hits the ground rolling. Satisfied with the first exchange, he powers up his original quirk, one that was all but useless for anything other than lighting cigarettes and being a flashlight. A wave of ruby-red energy hits the dirt, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 jumping upward to avoid it. The boy presses the attack again, ducking under a hook and driving a shoulder into his chest. But it's a stupid move. He grabs his apprentice, spins around, and slams him into the ground. They wrestle, weapons and quirks forgotten in the power struggle. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is weaker than him physically, but the kid is fast. He breaks free of his grip and goes for his sticks. In doing so, he turns his back on his opponent. His idiot student gets a shot to the back for that blunder. You've lost. Get up and we'll go again. Can we have a break first? The kid asks, rolling over to his back and instantly regretting it. You went harder than usual on that last one. That's because you were an idiot, he explains. Were you even using your quirk? The kid looks away from him. No. It's hard to use in a fight like that. Everything just moves so quickly. And it's not like it's telling me the future. At best, I know from what direction something's coming from. I thought I had enough time to dodge that last one, but... We're going again. You need more experience with reading fights or you're a dead man. But sir, I still feel, we're going for another round. End of story. But there's a threat to our safety. I can deal with it. I don't think you can. It feels way too, damn it, son. I told you to shut up and that I'll deal with it. That should be enough for you. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 stills, and he follows suit. They avoid eye contact for a while until the boy stands back up and grabs his sticks. They spar wordlessly until dusk. When dinner comes, they eat scraps. 2 cheap cuts of steak and a potato apiece are barely enough to sustain a growing teen and an old man, but they eat without complaint. Then they sit on the front porch, watching the moon rise. Deep within his bones, he can feel it. Whether it's one for all's connection to its brother quirk or basic human instinct, he knows his killer is out there in the surrounding woods. It's time. I think you're ready. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 nearly jumps out of his chair in surprise. For it. He nods. Go get my knife. The boy rushes off, and he stands. Keeping a cautious eye on the woods around the house, he walks down the front steps and into their yard. The moon and sun share the sky, and only the brightest of stars can be seen. It's a fine sight, and he supposes he'll be happy dying here. Sir. His apprentice calls. Out here, boy. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 jumps down the steps and runs up to him eagerly. In the dim light, the blade of his knife gleams in the boy's hands, and the boy himself almost looks like a man. Almost. This is a serious matter, he says, taking the knife. I know, the boy says. Do you? He asks. Because you will die if you take this power. Can it help put an end to the man who killed my sister? The boy asks. Yes, he admits. But you are going to die. I am going to die. It is likely that your apprentice will die as well, all of us by his hand. But one day, when our legacy is strong enough, all for one will die. Then I'll accept it, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 declares. I'll sacrifice myself for the hope of a future without him. He takes one last look at his appearance, burning the image of his determined smile into his mind. Very well. Give me your hand. The boy holds his arm out straight, palm up. Carefully, he takes the knife and cuts across the palm. Then he takes the knife to his own hand and takes the boy's. Our DNA has to swap for the transfer to work. I do not know if all for one can take it, but I find it unlikely that he could without permission. He holds the boy's hand for a long while, letting their blood mix. Is it mine now? Maybe. It takes some time to set it. You'll know when you've got it, your quirk will go haywire. You'll be there to help, though, right? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 asks. Yes, he lies. I will always be with you. Until the day I fall, I will teach you everything I know. But when I'm gone, you have to do the same. Nurture this power. It is already strong, too strong for my broken body, but it's not strong enough. Pick your successor wisely, and never give up without a fight. The boy seems to detect a shift in his tone. He's always been good with things like that, much better than him. Sir. You can't. What is this? Some occult ritual. I was hoping the remnants of my little brother would be in the hands of some more intelligent people. 𝐒𝐭𝐻, run. Sir. Do it, he screams, lashing out with a full force attack at the tree line. The boy scampers towards the house, and all for one walks out of the burning forest. Away from here. To safety. He orders. There is no safety from me, all for one chuckles. On the off chance he gets away, I'll hunt him to the ends of the earth. Sir, we can do this together. We both have the power. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 runs back towards him, sticks in hand. No. Go. Only I get to die tonight. But sir. He cuts him off in the worst way possible. A beam of burning red energy WHPs across his face, dangerously close to his eye. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 stumbles back, screaming and cupping his face. Listen to me, boy. Run like hell. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 looks at him with a mixture of fear and pain. Blood drips down one half of his face and tears trail down the other. He sprints to the woods, sobbing and holding his head. Good. Better alive and hurt than dead and gone. He turns to face his killer. Well. All for One holds up his arms. What's your plan? Stall, he says. Stall and make sure you can't get to my boy. All for One snorts. Charming. Well, good luck stalling. Then he kicks the ground, and a wave of earth rises. He jumps to one side and blasts the BSTRD with a shot of light. It's blocked with a wall of solid air, and he uses that moment of distraction to close the distance. Every one of his close quarters strikes is blocked or shaken off with little effect, and All for One begins to take pleasure in the battle. What a fascinating quirk you have, he praises. I did some digging. I'm surprised you're still alive, what with draining your literal life force every time you attack. I'm surprised you're still alive, he bites back, kicking the taller man in the knees for good measure. Surely someone would have slit your throat in your sleep by now. Oh ho! You're a sassy one. All for One blows him back with a wave of compressed water and pushes him off balance. Faster than he can blink, he's pinned on the floor by his throat. Any last words? All for One asks, casually looking over his nails. Yeah, he says, reaching deep within himself for one final move. He's always wondered what it'd be like to let it all rip, and with the added strength of One for All, it's sure to be something extraordinary. Smile, you son of a beach. He lets everything go, and enough force to collapse an office building roars through the clearing, leveling the house, kicking up dirt, and tearing him to pieces. All for One screams in agony, taking the brunt of it. And somewhere in the forest, the fourth runs and hides. I am here. I am here. He slams his fist on the top of his alarm clock. With a crack, it shatters, sending bits of plastic and wires flying around his room. Startled, he opens his eyes. His glowing a bright green, electricity dancing on his skin, his body thrumming with energy. Residual pain makes him flinch and cup the left half of his face, and the memory of burning up in pure energy lingers in his head. But when he tries to deactivate his quirk, he finds that he can't. The power thrums inside of him, swirling in a dance of sorrow and rage. He tries to soothe the energy, but it's impossible. It's fine, he says, wiggling midair in hope of grabbing onto the ceiling or the roof. He really hopes that Black Whip won't manifest. The quirk is so volatile that he doesn't think he can get a handle on it. We're safe. It's just a memory. One for All doesn't calm completely, but it stills for just a moment. It's enough for him to direct them towards the bedroom window, open it, and make for the roof. The cold early morning air is a shock to the system, making him shiver and wish he slept in breathes. But One for All pays it no mind and goes right back to venting its anger. All he can do is hold on and make sure nothing is broken from the power, which is already stirring up gusts of wind and warming the air on his skin. Judging by how few lights are on in the apartment complex, most people are home sleeping. It's probably better that way, just so no one will see him trying to wrangle in his quirk. But it's also worse since a slip-up could mean mass amounts of property damage, especially if he lets off a blast like he did before. That wasn't him, right? He didn't blow himself to bits right in All for One's face. That was 3. His 9. Or is he 8? Maybe 4. Definitely not 1 or 2, he's a man and has never been married. He tries to piece together who he is, and in doing so, he doesn't notice how he starts to rise higher and higher in the sky. We all have different names, right? He asks himself. We were all different. Are all different? Maybe. His level with the clouds when he realizes that he can't remember his own name. And then he starts to fall. He and One for All realize it at the same time. They both hit the brakes, and his body lurches to a stop mid-air with enough change in momentum to force the air from his lungs. The green lighting fizzles out, and the power output dims to just enough to keep his skin warm. He looks down, not fazed by the dizzying highs, but still worried nonetheless. Where's my apartment? He finds it, dragging the still mad but more resigned Quirk with him. Floating through his window, he sits back down on his bed. He looks around and sees 𝐿 staring at him from all angles. 𝐿 isn't vain or egotistical, he knows that for sure. That's one less person he could be. There's only, he does a quick head count, 5 more he could be. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9. He checks over his room. It feels familiar, comfortable even, but not quite right. He knows that he isn't in the right mind for it to be his, but it belongs to one of the users and not one of them would be mad if he went through everything. Logically, he knows that the stuff is his, but it still feels like his snooping when he starts to pull out drawers and look at photographs, which frustratingly tell him nothing. Is he faceblind? No, he knows that his friends are the ones in most of the images, with 𝐿 and his mother in several others. But he can't focus on his face. With a sigh, he sets the picture frames down and looks over the shelves. There are a lot of notebooks. Tons of them, all neatly arranged and color-coded. His probably not 5 then, or 3. They weren't big on the details of things and focused on their bodies and powers over their minds. More power to them for that, but whoever he is clearly has a mind for the small things. He plucks the most recent notebook off the shelves and thumbs through it. It's notes on quirks, mostly. Anatomy, physics, and limitations are the most prevalent details, though there's a page in the middle that rants about how the laws of physics seem to not apply to quirks and how much of a headache it is, which is understandable. But there's an ink stain on the bottom corner of that page, which is funny because everything is written in ballpoint pen. He checks over another notebook and finds another ink stain. Interesting. A few minutes later and he has every notebook aligned on the floor in order and open to the pages with the stains. He stares at them for a while, unsure of what they mean. Then, from the corner of his eye, he sees a flashlight. He picks it up. It's a normal one, but the on SWCH feels loose. He pulls it out and finds that there's a smaller light inside of the SWCH. With a squeeze of his fingers, it turns on. The light is purple. He's clever. He points the light at the pages and finds 20 symbols. From notebook 1 to notebook 20, they spell out X and 6201 hash at 294 BP6HIQ. It's obviously a password, and he reaches for the only device nearby. He unlocks the phone with his fingerprint and looks through it. He finds an unmarked folder and tries to enter it. It requires authentication. Perfect. After 2 seconds of scrolling through the files in the folder, he realizes how foolish he is. 1 through 7 are dead, and he has posters of 8 on the walls. Clearly, he is 9. It worries him how much he doesn't feel like 9, though. After a few minutes of the dreams, he feels like himself. But this time he doesn't, and he failed to take obvious information into account. Why? For the life of him, he can't figure it out. After he closes the folder, he finds himself drawn to a bit of metal on the nightstand next to the remnants of his alarm clock. It's a necklace, the one his friend got him for his birthday. He puts it on, enjoying how the cold green lighting bolt feels against his skin. And then everything is clear. So clear, in fact, that it makes him collapse. Izuku stands up, rubbing under his eyes. He's tired and completely lost. His room is a mess, and he knows why, but thinking about it makes his head ache. And that dream. 3 died protecting 4, and 3's quirk is some kind of emitter. A powerful one. No, that's not right. Izuku knows that it wasn't anything special before 3 got 1 for all. But whatever it is, it has a lot of potential. But the downsides of it make him hope he'll never get it. Breaking down at 50, draining your life for power, it makes him want to forget that dream. But the information it gave him is invaluable. He quickly writes it down in invisible ink and reorganizes his room. He notices that 1 for all is still mad when he sits back down. It's not fighting to go on a rampage anymore, but it's still tense. Like a coiled spring ready to launch, or magma flowing under a volcano. Izuku just knows that it'll blow one day. What's wrong? He whispers. The quirk doesn't reply because it can't. It only moves inside of him with more aggression and repressed rage. It wants to hurt. It wants to rip things apart. It wants revenge. It wants to kill. Kill. All for one. Killed 3 in his dream. Maybe. Today's the anniversary, isn't it? The quirk growls, straining against his mind a little. That's a bad way to put it. I'm sorry. But 3 died on this day years ago, right? 1 for all smooth changes to approval. I'm sorry for that. I'm sad too, even if I never knew him. He seemed like a great man, even if he was a little rough. 1 for all relaxes, huffing like an annoyed dog. Did you know 3? Izuku asks, curious as to if his theory regarding 1 for all fusing with Black Whip is true. 1 for all stills and then grows bitter. There's anger, but it's directed inward. You didn't, but you wish you did, Izuku says. The quirk seems to agree. I wish the same. But you knew 4, right? Through 5. 1 for all seems to twiddle its thumbs, not wanting to answer, and Izuku comes to an amusing realization. You were a baby, he says, smiling. You kind of remember 4, but you can't because you were so young. Right. 1 for all is silent, and Izuku realizes that he may have made a mistake. His smile falls. I'm sorry you don't remember 4. Wish I knew him too. And 3, and 2, and all of them. I have the vestiges and stories about Nana, but I want to talk to them. I want to spar with them. I wish they could see me and how strong I am. 1 for all relaxes, quietly agreeing with him. It's like my dad, you know. Maybe you don't or maybe it's not, but I've never seen him. And I know I shouldn't care, but I still want him to be proud of me. Wherever he is. Izuku lays down in bed and looks up at the ceiling. The past users are our family. And 1 through 4 are the ones you never got to know but I'm sure you've heard a lot about. 3 treated for like a son, All Might talks about Nana as a mother, and he doesn't finish that line of thought, too embarrassed to say it out loud even as his own quirk laughs at him. Shut up, he mutters good-naturedly. Then, I can't believe I'm scolding my quirk. You're not a dog. What even are you? I'm way too tired for this. And he is. The clock says he should be working out, but his body craves sleep. So Izuku, being the almost healthy but not quite there yet person he is, gets ready for bed again. He sends Nedzu a message saying that he didn't sleep well and isn't coming in and draws the curtains shut. His phone buzzes. Nedzu replied instantly. The principal wants him to go to school, but is not required to be there until 2 in the afternoon. Izuku replies that he agrees and lies in bed. He falls back asleep, 1 for all resting in his chest like a happy, though grumpy, cat. And then, because the world is cruel, he wakes up right after he falls asleep. His phone tells him it's 1 o'clock, but Izuku feels like he got a second of rest. But somehow, that's enough. He rolls out of bed, stretches, and starts his day. He forgoes his daily exercise and walks out the door with a smile. He eats breakfast, which is really just lunch but bigger since he slept through a meal at a cafe by the train station, and wonders why Nedzu wants him at a buy 2 on the ride over. When he arrives at school, he heads right for classroom 1A. Voices come through the door, and he peeks his head in slowly. Then he looks behind him because what he's seeing can't be real. All Might, fully buffed up and wearing a hero costume, stands beside Aizawa's desk, talking with the man in question as his friends admire sheets of notebook paper. Ah, young Midoriya. His mentor greets, walking over to the door and taking his hand to shake. I've heard much about you from Principal Nedzu. It's nice to finally meet you. But we've met before. Izuku says, gripping All Might's hand tightly. We have. All Might says, ping his head to the side. Yeah. Izuku replies, catching what's going on. You saved me last year. Or was it 2 years ago? But you did save me. I even have an autograph. Ah, All Might says, firmly patting Izuku's shoulder. I'm sorry I forgot you. I save so many people that it all bleeds together. It's okay, Izuku assures, trying to ignore how Aizawa stares at him around All Might with a perfectly flat expression. He knows something's up, he did before, obviously, but seeing him try to sniff out the truth to such a blatant lie is a little nerve-wracking. Why are you here, sir? If it's not too impolite to ask, I know you're an alum and, well, All Might, I'm just curious as to WH, huh, you're quite eager. All Might says, turning around and causing his cape to swish. The principal told me about some promising young heroes, and I figured I'd pop in to check in on you all. I'm getting old, you know. It'd be nice to know that you zygotes can pick up the slack when I retire. You're not that old, Izuku says reflexively. All Might belly laughs, which makes 𝐒𝐠 and 𝐼𝐸 laugh, which makes Tamaki smile. How nice of you to say, young man, All Might says, holding an arm up with his index finger extended. But we have things to do. What things? Izuku asks. And across the room, 𝐼𝐸's smile doubles in size. Why, training, of course, All Might says, his blue eyes gleaming with something dangerous. The combat kind. And inside of Izuku, one for all purrs in excitement. Izuku, 𝐼𝐸, 𝐒𝐠, and Tamaki are given 10 minutes to get ready. They waste half of it talking about how insane it is to fight All Might. Izuku has to fake his worry and awe because he's done it at least a few times a week for the past year, but everyone else is nervous. Well, 𝐼𝐸 isn't. 𝐒𝐠 and Tamaki are. Do you think I can ask him about my super moves? Or maybe I could ask him about his career. He seems really nice and open, I bet he'll talk to us after. He might be busy though, Izuku points out, wary of All Might's time limit. It's under 3 hours, pushing 2.5, and there's no way 𝐼𝐸, or anyone really, won't talk his ear off for much longer than that. I'm happy he's here too, but his All Might. Yeah, 𝐼𝐸 says, a little disappointed, but I can hope, you know. I just can't wait to fight him. Can't wait to get beat into the ground, you mean, Tamaki says, nervously playing with his sleeves. There's no way we'll win. Even if he goes easy, he's still All Might. We'll be lucky if we walk away with our dignity. Nah, it'll be fine. Right, Izuku? 𝐒𝐠 asks, leaning into him. She rests her chin on his shoulder and wraps a hand around his forearm. It squeezes, then loosens, and then squeezes again. Her right knee is shaking. We're going to do great. There's no way Aizawa would let us do something that's not beneficial. We're going to have fun being beaten into the ground. We'll learn a lot fighting the greatest hero of all time. She trails off, eyes far away looking. We're screwed. Izuku can't help but snort. He's not going to kill us. We might need a trip to Recovery Girl, but there's nothing to be afraid of. He gently grabs her wrists and helps her stand up straight. Even when she's clearly shaken up, she never stops moving, though she's less flowy and sure of herself. She's tense. He's the greatest hero ever. There's no way the greatest hero ever would ever hurt us. Maybe, 𝐒𝐠 says. No, definitely, Izuku counters, squeezing her shoulders a bit. We'll be fine. Yeah, 𝐒𝐠 agrees. We'll be fine. Izuku smiles and she smiles back. Off to the side, 𝐼𝐸 coughs. We're almost out of time, he says, heading to the door. Let's get going. They follow him out, Izuku and 𝐒𝐠 first with Tamaki trailing behind. 𝐼𝐸 holds the door open, and Izuku hears what sounds suspiciously like a kiss when he's through. He turns around to see Tamaki, bright pink in the cheeks. We're almost out of time, Izuku says. We might want to get going before Miss Midnight comes around and cracks the WHP. Don't remind me, Tamaki says, pulling down his hood. That was awful. Totally worth it, though, 𝐼𝐸 replies shamelessly. That's enough of that, 𝐒𝐠 says, grabbing Izuku's arm and pulling him down the hall. They're waiting for us. They being half the U. A staff and a good chunk of the student body. Aizawa, Nezu, and All Might stand on a stage outside the gates of a fake city with massive monitors lit up with the school motto. The four of them stop just outside the door, shocked at the size of the crowd. I thought this was supposed to be a basic combat exercise, Izuku says. I did too, 𝐼𝐸 replies. He quickly wipes the awe off of his face. But there were more at the sports festival. This'll be a piece of cake compared to that. I wanna go home, Tamaki mumbles. I'm going to embarrass myself. No, you won't, 𝐼𝐸 starts. But All Might cuts him off. Come on up here, young heroes. I'm ready to start when you are. The view of the crowd from the stage doesn't help with Izuku's nerves. There are just so many, and he knows some of them. Support students wave, and his old classmates give him the stink eye. Well, all except one. Oto's bright blonde hair bounces as he waves both hands, his fellow business course members waving with him. But Izuku's still nervous. Picture them as potatoes, Tamaki whispers. Does that work? Izuku whispers back. Sometimes. But they always have human bodies and that shakes me up. Maybe if I just don't look at them. He pulls his hood down over his eyes and looks to the side. May I have your attention? Nezu says into a microphone. The energy of the crowd dims and everyone focuses on the principal. Thank you. Today we are here to enjoy something very special. One of our alumni has agreed to spar with our hero students. Each of the third-year hero course students will have a chance next week, but we thought it would be a pleasant surprise if some of our younger pupils were given the chance. Would you four mind introducing yourselves? Mirio takes the mic without question and holds it up to his face with a smile. Hi. I'm Tagata Mirio, second year. My hero name is Lemillion. He hands the mic off. I'm Tamaki Ieamajiki, second year. Hero name is Sunita. Izuku takes it next. I'm Midoriya Izuku, first year. My hero name is Deku. He breathes a sigh of relief when Nejaya takes the mic, glad he didn't get his name backwards like Tamaki. I'm Heido Nejaya, second year. My hero name is Nejaya-chan. Nezu takes back the perfect, thank you all. All Might and these four will be fighting in a 4-on-1 mock battle. The simulation will be on a timer. 30 minutes will be on the clock, but I don't think that it will last that long. Time will start when all combatants are ready, and will stop if one side subdues the other or if it runs out. Each side will start on opposite sides of the city, All Might in the north and the students in the south. Are we all ready? There's a cheer of approval from the gathered students and staff. I meant the combatants, but that enthusiasm is quite pleasant to hear. Nezu looks over to Izuku and then to All Might. Are you ready? Yes, of course. Sure. Capital. You may enter the city. Reply to me when I ask if you're set, and try not to kill each other. Remember to have fun. The flight over the city is tense and quiet. Izuku carries Mirio and Tamaki so Nejaya doesn't waste her valuable energy, and they land on a tall office building. We've got time before it starts, I think, Mirio says. We should probably strategize. Come on, huddle up. They pull in close, wrapping arms around shoulders and pressing their heads together. Mirio makes a joke about combining brainpower, but it does little to lighten the mood. How exactly do we plan to fight All Might? Tamaki asks rhetorically. He'll crush any plan we make and do it in front of the entire school. It's training, Izuku points out. Like that makes it better. No, Nejaya says, bobbing her head up and down. It's training. He can't totally crush us. What do you mean? Well, All Might is unstoppable because of his massive strength that he uses to take down massive villains. Remember that fight he had with that woman with the dragon quirk a few years back? He knocked her down in one hit and made a crater the size of Texas, Mirio recalls, exaggerating a little. And the villain was only knocked out, Nejaya adds on. He can't go all out on us, Izuku says. Not unless he wants to kill us. Which means his strongest attacks are off the table. No massive wind blasts, no California smashes. He'll have to dial everything back. It'll still be hard for us to deal with but not impossible. So what's the strategy? Keep him distracted, Izuku decides. He's still one person fighting four of us. If we make it so he can't keep track of two of us at once, then he's bound to slip up eventually. Nejaya and I will be okay in the air. Tamaki, you on the ground, and Mirio, you just be you. All right. Mirio says, giving the thumbs up. And what if he never slips up? Tamaki asks. We run the clock out, Izuku says simply. Dodge, scatter, make it so he can't get all of us. A tie against All Might is about as good as a win, I think. And we're here to have fun, so winning isn't a huge deal. It'd still be nice, though, Nejaya says. Can you imagine? Beating All Might in a fight would be a huge deal. You're less nervous, Izuku notices. We have a plan now, Nejiya says. It's not as bad when I've got you on my side. Heh, Izuku says, feeling warm. We'd better get set. Yeah, Nejiya agrees. Off to the side, Mirio coughs. The four of them stand ready on the edge of the building. A drone buzzes overhead, no doubt recording them for the audience to see. Nezu's voice comes over a speaker asking them if they are ready. They are. 2 seconds later, the buzzer sounds and they charge. You're planning something. Now, I've been nothing but honest and upfront today. They were surprised about the audience, but it's All Might. If we didn't let everyone watch, the students would have walked out of class asking for autographs. We can't have that during training, which is the goal of this. Those four have a lot of potential. It won't be long until they've outgrown our school. And those broadcasting deals I saw on your desk had nothing to do with this. Nezu laughs because he's frustrating like that. I will present them with the choice of having footage from this match being made public. If they don't consent, then people will have to deal with amateur phone footage of the match. If they do, then I have a pay-per-view channel ready, along with an internet streaming site. It's a publicity stunt, Aizawa grumbles, shoving his hands into his pockets. They fight All Might, word gets out, and UA gets more attention. They will too, inevitably. Those kids aren't your tools, sir. It's for mutual benefit, Nezu says, sipping on his tea. They're all aiming for the top, no. Well, younger Magiki might be happy staying out of the spotlight, but the rest want to make it big. This will help them a lot. And the school will receive more donations if our backers see that we have future top heroes. We always have future top tenors, Aizawa mutters. Every 3 years or so, a kid comes through that's obviously cracking the list. We literally churned out All Might, Genist, Endeavor, and Edgeshot within 20 years. We're not losing any coffers. No, but there are more to gain. Nezu checks his watch. And you know Midoriya is going to be a monster when he's done growing. Quirk and skill-wise, at least. It's hard to say if he'll be tall or not, though his physical growth is quite impressive. The other three, too, of course. They'll be better than the current top four when their time comes. I just know it. We don't even need more money, Aizawa sighs. We literally just bought new robots, medical droids, and the sports festival is already in production. We still have savings after all of that. Yes, but I have plans, Aizawa. Plans. Why focus on just the hero world or just high schoolers or just Japan when we can go bigger? You want to make a whole school district, no, empire. Nezu doesn't deny it, which is basically a confirmation. The commission won't let you. They've got this country by the ball. There is no way in a million years that they'll let you start working on that level of power snatching. Oh, but that's half the fun. Nezu's eyes gleam as the countdown timer itches closer to 0. It's like a game of chess or any other sport. Sure, winning is great, but where's the fun without a challenge? The harder the fight, the sweeter the victory. There's going to be a tax hike when they figure that out. Aizawa crosses his arms and watches the massive monitor. Midoriya is shifting on his starting platform, ready to do something really stupid or really amazing. Or both. Probably both. They'll start their own government-controlled hero program and take money away from your potential backers. Charitable donations can be used as a tax write-off, Nezu argues. We'll get a tax hike, too, Aizawa points out. We're a private school. We already pay more taxes annually than I'll make in my entire life. And it'll only get higher. What's going to happen to your power grab then? I have friends in high places, don't worry, Nezu says, waving him off. And we'll have to continue this talk another time. They're about to begin. I just hope you're not going to do anything malicious if your plan succeeds, Aizawa mutters. Nezu laughs. Why, Mr. Aizawa, you should have faith in your employer. I would never hurt an innocent soul. Yeah, Aizawa grunts, innocent X, keep a good eye out. We don't know if he's trying to press the attack or not. I'm not seeing anything, Mirio says from under him. His bright white and red costume is hidden by a cocoon of black whip, and his head moves around, looking for the telltale red, yellow, and blue of All Might's costume. Off to the right, Tamaki does the same, hanging from 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲's ankles. Should we climb higher? 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 asks, hair trailing behind her as she flies like a blue streamer. He's mostly ground-based, and more height would give us more time to dodge if he jumps up to attack. It also means that if we get the drop on him, our initial attack will take more time to land, 𝐒𝐿 points out. We're aiming to catch him off guard. We can't sacrifice speed if that's our main goal. If we climb too high, we'll have to change the plan. It's a good backup idea, though. I remember when I used to talk strategy mid-battle. 𝐒𝐿 nearly freezes when he hears All Might's loud, booming voice come from below. It was back when I was young and foolish, though, so it's not the best of habits. Good thing I am here to beat it out of you. Swerve! 𝐒𝐿 orders, dashing to the side right as All Might jumps between him and 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲. Counter! Something big. He screams, dropping 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲 on a nearby building and ping back his arm. The air focuser slides out, and he watches All Might's ascent gradually slow. Wait until he's right about to start falling. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 calls. Tamaki, 𝐒𝐿, get ready to pull him down. The wind in All Might's ears drowns out their yells. That or he's letting them get a shot in because he doesn't change his direction or shift in any way as 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 prep all-out attacks. Smash! Green wave! Gold energy and white wind hit All Might's back in unison, creating a big enough explosion of light and heat to make 𝐒𝐿 flinch. It should be the perfect opportunity for All Might to catch him and 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 off guard. But one for all doesn't need to see, and Tamaki's eyes are protected by a thick layer of reptilian scales. Tentacles wrap around All Might's legs, black and inky or red and writhing with life. The boys pull with everything they have and send All Might into the pavement of the street below. Blinder touch eyeball crush. 𝐒𝐿 hears 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲 yell. He blinks the blindness out of his eyes and tries to locate everyone by hearing. Tamaki is hopping down from a building to support his boyfriend, and 𝐒𝐿 thinks he can hear the sparkle of 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲's spirals off to the right of him. We need goggles the next time we do that, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 says as his eyes start to clear. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 replies, getting ready to dash down. There are still some spots, but 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲 can keep All Might distracted for just a little longer. Want to head to the support lab sometime next week? Sure. But let's get down there. 𝐒𝐿 opens with an axe kick to All Might's head. Even at full power and with extra momentum generated by float and black whip, All Might shrugs it off and counters with a punch directed at his gut. But the man's fist is wrapped up in octopus tentacles, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲 grabs his ankle as he dashes by it. 𝐒𝐿 dashes away, flicking small air blasts to keep his MSTR on his toes. Not half bad. All Might says, laughing as he bats away a chunk of concrete thrown by Tamaki. But you'll have to do better than that. He leaps to the side, kicks off a building, and dives at 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲. She dodges, using a blast of power she'd usually use for a finishing attack to get out of the way, and even then it's a close thing. 𝐒𝐿 buys her some more time by wrapping All Might's arms in black whip and pulling himself in. He drives his heels into the man's spine and reaches his arms around his neck. All Might simply kicks a blast of air upward, forcing himself down. 𝐒𝐿 and his MSTR slam into the already broken concrete, sending earth flying and causing a few pipes to burst. All Might grabs him by the wrist and chucks him into a nearby clothing store. Shrugging off rubble and luxury boxes, 𝐒� flies out of the building and back into the fight. He picks up a hunk of a fallen tree and throws it at All Might's head, forcing the man to move in front of 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲's line of fire. She lets a blast rip, but it has little effect, other than giving 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲 the chance to kick All Might across the jaw and escape into the ground. Tamaki capitalizes on All Might's moment of distraction too, shifting into one of his Chimera forms and charging in. He shoulder checks All Might, who shifts backwards a bit but picks Tamaki up by his horse legs and throws him into the same clothing store. 𝐒� catches his friend before he makes it too far, trusting Black Whip to steady him and rushing in close. Tamaki, swap to working from range, he orders. I'll take over for you. Protect 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 and make sure he doesn't sneak a hit in. Got it. Tamaki is skilled, 𝐒� knows that. But in terms of raw power, he's outclassed by him and 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲. Their original goal was to get a finishing hit once 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲 and Tamaki got All Might sufficiently distracted or worn down. But it's clear that Tamaki doesn't have enough muscle to pull it off. But Izuku just might. He takes a running start, silently thanking 𝐼𝐼𝐼 for blinding All Might with his cape and 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼 for hitting him with another blast. He tucks into a slide, skidding under his mentor before curling into a ball. He uses 2 strands of Black Whip to orientate himself, feet up, hands pressed into the ground. He pours as much power into his body as he can bear, finding that it's above his former limit. Then, he explodes, pushing up with his arms and extending his legs. Right into All Might's PP. Des Moines smash. F. All Might swears in English, reaching down to protect his PP. Izuku quickly spins on his back, driving the back of his foot into All Might's ankle. The man stumbles, and Izuku dashes away with float. 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼. Now. Got it. Full charge. From the corner of his eye, Izuku can see her building up for a massive blast, probably bigger than he's ever seen her do. In front of him, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 takes a few potshots on All Might while Tamaki keeps him busy. It's not hard to do since the man has to alternate between cupping his groin and dodging massive animal parts. Izuku pulls his arm back and gets ready. 1 for all, 40%. He locks eyes with 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼. She smiles and nods. Smash. 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼 over. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 and Tamaki clear out of the way just before their hits land. All Might takes both the wind and the energy head-on, flying into a brick building on the other end of the street with enough force to collapse. Izuku allows himself to feel awed for just a moment. Then he grabs his shoulder because he definitely pulled or hurt it with that last punch. Are we done? 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼 asks doubtfully. There's no way it would only take one of those. You're right, Izuku says, starting to fly towards the other 2 members of their team. 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼 follows behind. He's tough. I don't think we'll win, but if we keep getting shots like that in, we'll go home happy. All Might. Definitely isn't going home happy, 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼 says, chuckling a little. What? Izuku asks, touching down by 𝐼𝐼𝐼. Why not? He always smiles. And he's probably really enjoying this. He'll be going home happy for sure. Yeah, about that, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 says, not quite meeting Izuku's eyes. He looks a little green, and his hands rest on his stomach, fidgeting anxiously. You kicked All Might. In the ball. With enough force to break a mountain. Ah, Izuku says, catching on. Aizawa's probably pulling his hair out right now, Tamaki mumbles. 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼 snorts. It'll be fine, Izuku says confidently. 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼 rests a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, you're smart and amazing. But I do not for 1 second believe that you are not about to be curb-stomped. It'll be fine, Izuku repeats. And even he doesn't quite believe it. It's a fight. He's got decades on us, and we're just a bunch of high schoolers. There's no way he'll, a few dozen meters away, a beefy, tanned fist punches through a pile of rubble. Then another. And then the head appears. All Might is smiling, but not like usual. Instead of being bright and inspiring, it's predatory and wild. The kind that Izuku sees in the mirror more often than not. You know, All Might says, cracking his neck, I would have thought that they taught you some basic common sense here at UA. He rises from the bricks and flexes. Every speck of dirt falls off of his costume. Izuku's friends promptly abandon him. But I suppose I'll have to pick up the slack. Starting with you, Deku. He rushes, and Izuku backpedals. Fight or flight in full effect because All Might never uses his hero name. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼. Izuku cries, holding his hands in front of his face because he just knows he's about to get it. But All Might isn't merciful. Here's my first tip, he says, stopping mere inches in front of Izuku. He PPS his arm back for a Detroit smash. Izuku closes his eyes and braces for impact. Never kick a man in the testicles unless you're sure he won't get up. The impact never comes. Izuku slowly opens his eyes, ready to look death in the eyes. He sees All Might's hand an inch away from his chest. Oregon smash. All Might yells, slamming his fist into Izuku's diaphragm with what feels like the might of a few hundred suns. It sends Izuku careening through the streets, smashing through buildings, and decapitating a fake monument. He only stops when he hits the ground, tearing up a park in the middle of the city and creating a skid mark wide enough to fit a semi-truck in. One for all howls with laughter inside of his head. Traitors, Izuku grunts, pulling himself out of his crater. All four of you. You for laughing and them for leaving me. One for all only laughs harder, and Izuku looks around. No one's nearby, but the noise of collapsing buildings doesn't give him any comfort. His back aches too, not bad, but still uncomfortable enough to make him less combat effective than usual. But if the rapidly growing blot in the sky is any indication, he'll just have to keep going. Hi, All Might. Izuku waves, preparing his quirk. He waits, listening to the whoosh of his MSTR cutting through air, and watching carefully so he gets the timing right. When All Might is less than 10 meters away, he jumps back. The man's fist hits the dirt right in front of where Izuku was standing. Dirt flies everywhere, but All Might's smile can be seen through the brown and black. Young man. All Might greets, walking forward to where Izuku landed. It appears that you've been cut off from your allies. Prepare to lose. Izuku backflips over a column of air and casts a strand of black whip out. It wraps around a tree, and he uses it to slingshot away. Behind him, All Might leaps and bounds, trying to keep up. But this is one of the places where Izuku shines the most. Mobility in an urban environment is key, and he's got 3 quirks for it. He leads All Might on a wild goose chase, running down the clock as he weaves around air blasts and chucks pieces of buildings behind him. You can run but you can't hide. All Might taunts, hurling an I-beam over Izuku's shoulder. The boy has to spin to avoid running into it from behind because that's how fast he's flying. Every corner he turns is close enough to make his heart skip a beat, and the pressure on his face has gotten to the point where he needs to put his mask and goggles on. But All Might is treating it like a joke, which, considering his All Might, is probably fair. I'm pretty good at running. Izuku calls back, spinning around a lamppost and casting a WHP to his right. Somehow, he knows that All Might is already moving to counter, so he drops the WHP and rockets off to the left. Now with a little breathing room, Izuku glances behind him. And promptly gets a punch to the gut because All Might can move faster than the eye can see and has been going easy on him this whole while. This time, Izuku stops himself from going through an entire city and redirects himself upwards. He climbs so high that he can see most of the city below, and has to dodge yet another blast of air. All Might must have amazing aim if he can stay on target at that distance. Izuku retaliates with an air blast of his own, but it's used to push him downward, right in front of where All Might is standing. He dives under his legs again, but All Might closes them. Perfect. Izuku lets his ribcage get trapped between All Might's heels. His hands and legs are free, which is all he needs. Black whip rips from his skin, clawing at All Might's arms and face. Instinctively, the man reaches up, trying to pull the black tentacles off of his face. While he's distracted, Izuku uses 2 more WHPs, one from his foot and another from his shoulders. They pull him in opposite directions, and Izuku becomes a spinning top. The world symbol of peace falls face first into the ground and tries to grab him. But Izuku's faster and rolls away. He perches in a nearby tree, watching as his teacher scans the area for him. When All Might looks in the opposite direction of where he is, Izuku pounces. When you're smaller, get in close, Izuku remembers. From one of his first lessons. He lands on All Might's back and uses it as a springboard, causing the man to stumble forward a little. Izuku grabs onto one of his wrists and pulls it behind his back. He feels the hand tense, and he pushes it away before All Might can throw him off. Then he hooks one of his legs around All Might's shoulder and launches himself upward. Before All Might can react, Izuku bursts back down and lands on the top of his head. In one fluid motion, he bends at the waist and slams his hands down, right on top of All Might's ears. The man lets out a pained grunt, and Izuku dashes away. But it's not to escape. Instead, he uses 2 strands of black whip to hurl himself forward and slam his feet into All Might's face. All Might doesn't budge, but Izuku isn't done. He slams one of his fists into All Might's neck and grabs one of the man's arms. With all of his might, he lifts him up, spins mid-air, and drives all 200-ish kilos of him into the ground. The resulting boom is enough to shatter glass a block away. Buildings, already weakened from the fighting, collapse, sending dangerous amounts of debris into the air. But Izuku doesn't let up. He kicks All Might across the face and uses the flying bits of stone as bludgeons, trying to keep up the momentum so All Might can't retaliate. Alright, that's enough of that. Izuku stills for just a moment because All Might said that so casually. Like he's a dog owner that's grown tired of the way his pet rips into a chew toy. Not a half second later, Izuku's pinned under All Might's boot. He claws at it, trying to push against the titanic force keeping him down. He tries to use Black Whip, but All Might increases the pressure, forcing him to lose focus. You had a good run, All Might praises, but you're not on my level yet. A few more years and, heads up. An entire full-size truck rams into All Might's face, tailgate first. There's a comical donk followed by a crash and the sound of a car alarm blaring. Izuku uses the moment of distraction to get away, keeping a close eye on All Might, who picks the truck up and tosses it aside like it's a toy. Beside him, his friends appear, Mirio from the ground and 𝐒𝐻𝐼a from the sky, carrying Tamaki. What took so long? Izuku asks, getting ready to take off again. Planning, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a explains. You made for a really good distraction, we just wanted to make sure it didn't go to waste. But then you got curb stomped, so our ideas all went out the window. The truck was completely improvised, Tamaki elaborates. You used me as bait, Izuku says, not the least bit mad. Well, you're really good at keeping him busy, Mirio chuckles. Think you can lead him around for a little while longer? We kinda have something big in the works. Izuku sizes up All Might, who's waiting patiently as they talk. Izuku also sizes himself up, since he's not in top form. But nothing is broken, and he feels perfectly alert. Yeah, he says, letting the green lighting overtake him. I can buy you guys a few minutes. Oh! All Might calls. Can you? Then you best come at me with everything you've got. Izuku looks at his friends and smiles. They can't see it because of his mask, but they smile back anyways. He leaves them with a lazy two-fingered salute and a plus ultra before dashing to meet his enemy. They meet halfway, fists colliding in a battle of green lighting and strong wind. Izuku knows he can't outbrute All Might. The man is a total damage sponge and can knock him out in one hit. So he spins away from their clash, ducking under a swipe of the hand and kicking All Might in the ribs. He follows up by kneeing his chest and punching his jaw, but All Might grabs him by the wrist. Nope. Izuku screams, curling up in a ball and kicking with both of his legs, right into All Might's nose. The hand slackens and he escapes, flicking a few air blasts for good measure. All Might tanks them easily, but that's fine. Izuku isn't worrying about dealing damage anymore. He just has to be a big enough threat to keep All Might off his friends. Carolina! All Might calls, crossing his arms into an X. Izuku tenses, ready to dodge the rush. He knows enough about his teacher's super moves to understand that dodging too early is a great way to lose. Psych! All Might brings his right foot back and kicks it into the ground, shaking the earth and causing a massive shockwave followed by a blast of high-pressure air. Izuku is forced to take it head-on, digging into the ground with Black Whip and hoping he's tough enough to bear it. The dust is only just beginning to settle when Izuku hears a twip from behind him. A hand chops the back of his neck and he's sent sprawling forward. Nice try, young man, All Might says, approaching Izuku as he tries to stand up. His body feels like one big bruise, and his head is definitely rattled. He can't even struggle when All Might bends down and picks him up by the collar of his costume. Really, it was. But I've got years on you. I know about time wasting. He looks around quickly like they're being spied on. He leans in close and whispers in Izuku's ear, I actually got that idea from watching you. The Ole bait and SWCH is quite the tactic. You did amazing. What? Izuku feels his cheeks heat up a little. And now to find your pesky little friends. All Might yells, voice booming supernaturally loud through the rubble of the city. He throws Izuku over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and prepares to take off. But then, a red glove grabs All Might's bangs, dragging them down all the way to the ground. Izuku is dropped, and he somehow finds the strength to get away before he can be recaptured. His legs are shaking, and he's pretty sure he won't be able to walk right, but the red cape and sparkling smile by his side fill him with confidence. "What are you doing here?" 𝐒𝐿 asks, letting Black Whip push out of his back and suspend him off the ground like he's a spider. "I'm not much good for heavy lifting," 𝐼𝐸 explains, raising his fists back up. "You good to go?" "Probably not," 𝐒𝐿 admits. Strands start to come out of his arms and chest, covering him. Like armor. "But there's still time on the clock, and I want to try something new. Come and get me, boys." All Might hollers, shaking a fist. 2-on-1's a bit unfair, for you. He's just as dramatic in person, 𝐼𝐸 snickers. 𝐒𝐿 wants to tell him that you get used to it, but that'll blow his cover. So instead he says, "Shut up and fight," and 𝐼𝐸 happily complies. As cool as 𝐒𝐿 being the real-life equivalent of Venom may be, he hasn't put much effort into it. From what he'd pieced together, the old comics were about the host coming to an understanding with the symbiote. He already had that, so using Black Whip like the Venom suit should be easy. Except it isn't. He and One for All are in agreement. They trust each other. When 𝐒𝐿 wants to roll to the side, One for All makes it happen. When One for All wants to press the attack, 𝐒𝐿 lets it. But the split second it takes for them to give each other the go-ahead, there's a lag. Tiny, barely noticeable, but when fighting someone like All Might, it makes a world of difference. It doesn't help that 𝐒𝐿 has to keep track of 10 limbs, the strongest man alive, and 𝐼𝐸, either. But he fights on, undeterred. All Might decks him across the face. Black Whip absorbs the impact and 𝐒𝐿 retaliates by using some of the strands from his back to slash All Might across the chest. 𝐼𝐸 pops out of the ground at just the wrong moment, right in front of All Might's fist. 𝐒𝐿 and One for All instantly grab his ankle, pulling him to safety. 𝐒𝐿 thinks about going for a rather risky maneuver, but One for All thinks differently about it. Trusting his partner, 𝐒𝐿 settles for jumping away from All Might instead of trying to kick out the man's knees. It's knee-perfect harmony. 𝐒𝐿 just wishes he thought about it earlier. As the fight progresses, 𝐼𝐸 starts to move further in one particular direction. 𝐒𝐿 understands what he's trying to do and immediately starts to move that way too. If All Might knows that they're leading him into a trap, he doesn't show it, which is scary, but 𝐒� clings to the hope that maybe they've got him fooled and keeps moving. "Look!" 𝐼𝐸 yells, letting a Detroit smash phase right through his gut. He points to the skyline, and 𝐒� sees a bright golden spiral above a radio tower. "Got it!" 𝐒� yells back, picking up a chunk of concrete and throwing it at All Might's head. While he's distracted, he wraps 𝐼𝐸 up in a few WHPs and uses one more to pull them up to the top of a building. He grabs onto 𝐼𝐸 bridal style. "Have you ever seen The Amazing Spider-Man?" "Yes," 𝐼𝐸 says, smiling. "If you're going to do what I think you're going to do it." "You got it." 𝐒� takes a running start on the roof of the building and jumps off the side. He falls, breaking a few windows so All Might knows where he is. Once he's sure he has the man's attention, he throws one of his hands up. A WHP launches from his wrist and anchors to the side of another building. 𝐒� swings, letting the momentum he gained from the fall carry him. He repeats the process, keeping an eye on where the signal was moments earlier. "He's gaining on us," 𝐼𝐸 says. "I know," 𝐒� replies. The hairs on the back of his neck are standing on end, and the back of his mind is telling him to run. It's not hard to put 2 and 2 together. "You should probably do something." "I know. Watch this." 𝐒� sharply turns right, speeding down a narrow alley at a breakneck speed. "That's a dead end." 𝐼𝐸 screams. "I know." 𝐒� laughs and turns so his back will take the impact. They crash through the bricks, not feeling a thing thanks to Black Whip. All Might follows a second later, and the force from both impacts is enough to bring the whole thing down. Which means that there's dust. Lots and lots of dust. Enough to temporarily blind All Might and give them some breathing room. "I can't believe that worked," 𝐼𝐸 says, shaking bits of wood from his hair. "They must have rammed right into a table or something because 𝐒� has to shrug off another piece that stuck to his shoulder." "Me neither," 𝐒� says, and 𝐼𝐸 laughs. "Nice joke." "I'm not joking. I half expected to get caught with that. You flew through a building even though you weren't sure about it." "You don't sound surprised," That's because it's par for the course with you. Tiki heads up. Izuku barrel rolls, an entire fire escape brushing past him, close enough to scratch his chest. He's lucky he's been carrying Mirio on his back since they got out of the building. Is he trying to kill us? No, that was gentle for him. Why do you think I'm only moving around in this suit thing? You. Mirio shakes his head violently. We're almost there. Land in the fountain, you can't miss it. You got it. They land in a large pool of waist-deep water. A big splash turns the formerly crystal-clear liquid into a rippling pool of waves. As though they're on cue, small geysers turn on, throwing up 3-meter-tall jets of water. All Might lands a few meters away, though much less gentle than they did. He nearly empties the pool of water, and Izuku has to anchor to the bottom to keep from rocking with the rhythm of the waves. What now, boys? All Might asks, studying the area around him. The fountain is in a courtyard surrounded by high-rise apartments that all look fancy. You clearly wanted me here for a reason. What elaborate trap have your friends made? This, Mirio says, and sinks into the floor. Izuku is left just as confused as his MSTR. An explosion shakes the area. Then another. And another. And 3 more. All from underneath the ground. Izuku and All Might look down, but the real danger is above. Izuku only knows to move because, well, he's not sure why. Something inside of him knows that where he is isn't safe, so he takes off. All Might isn't so lucky. He ends up with 5 different apartments collapsed on top of him, along with a few more explosions for good measure. Izuku watches it all from above, slack-jawed and in awe. Pretty awesome, here. Izuku looks to the right to see 𝐒𝐽 happily floating at his side. You did that? Izuku asks, pointing at the incomprehensible amount of destruction on the ground. He lets the WHPS drop, and black is replaced with green. Tamaki and Mirio helped, 𝐒𝐽 says, but it's like dominoes. You get one and the rest fall right after. Those are some really big dominoes, Izuku says, unable to put any of his other thoughts into words. 𝐒𝐽 giggles. You think? I mean, that's gotta be, like, 1,000,000 kilos of cement and steel down there. Cementos is going to cry. I'll send him a card and some treats. He likes white chocolate, Izuku remembers. Does he? 𝐒𝐽 asks, somehow leaning towards him like she's laid across a desk. I prefer dark chocolate myself. Ooh, speaking of, there's this really nice fudge place near where we're getting dinner tonight. Wanna go? Sure, Izuku says, I've got plenty of time. Home by 11:30, though, right? Or a little later, Izuku says, rubbing the back of his neck. There's no rush. 𝐒𝐽 says. It's a school night, though. Yeah, it is. Izuku tries to hide his disappointment. Maybe Saturday. 𝐒𝐽 tries. Izuku shakes his head. I'm busy all day. What about Sunday? I've got a family thing. Oh. Yeah. Are you still up for going to the support labs? Definitely. 𝐒𝐽 clears her throat, a little red-faced. Yeah. I've been needing new support gear for a while, so. Izuku nods. See you then. You'll see me tonight, too, 𝐒𝐽 chuckles. And we haven't even picked out a day. I know, it's just. Izuku gestures vaguely to 𝐒𝐽, who seems to get the point. She smiles. I understand. The match ends with All Might winning. The symbol of peace, no matter how old or outnumbered he is, won't lose to a bunch of high schoolers, no matter how many of 𝐒𝐽's dominoes they throw on him. But it's fine. Their loss is a good one. They lasted a whole 25 minutes against him, which is probably some kind of record. Izuku can't stop smiling, either. Not even as Recovery Girl scolds him for pushing too hard. His mind is elsewhere, floating about in the clouds beside a girl with blue hair and a warm smile.